APC is encouraging and teaching people not to fall over each other in the aspiration for position, not to see position as a do or die affair, to put the interests of the party and the people before personal interest. That is why you see recently rancor, acrimony, and infightings during primaries in the struggle to fill candidates for positions have reduced, because the party is encouraging and teaching people to be patient, to go by the rules of the book of the party, and to behave as matured politicians. So that is why all this fear of people with conflicting or competing interests coming together will lead the party into implosion or collapsing will not happen. As long as the people coming into the party have agreed to work by the terms and the references that are given out by the leadership of the party, all those fears will be cleared. The APC has established the Progressive Institute, which is aimed at cleansing the minds and making politicians to understand how to play politics without bitterness. So there will be less of those things that people fear within the APC and in its struggle to fill candidates for position. As I speak to you today, the party had endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second time in the event that he accepts to contest. But as I speak to you, he has not said he has accepted that offer. Which means...
this is a critical comment you're making, because Nigerians would want to hear it again, that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is a member of the All Progressives Congress APC, who is still to finish running his first term, has not yet, mark that word, has not yet accepted that he will run for a second term. Can you repeat that?
Yes. The party in its midterm clinic had endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second term in the event that he indicates interest. In the event that he indicates interest. The party said it has no objection
if he does
indicate interest.
But he who been given that opportunity is yet to indicate interest.
Officially, he has not done so. So, yeah, you see, it means desperation is not there. It means the fear that it's going to be a do or die affair is not there. It means the president is more interested in finishing the term he was mandated to do than thinking about a second term. That is not to say he will not at a later time come to indicate interest. If he does so, and it is at the right time, that is not in conflict with the electoral provision, so be it. I am sure the party will not change its position. I am sure there will be a way where other people who have similar interests from the party will be made to see reason, or they will be asked to go ahead and contest against him through a transparent primary that will bring out a winner. So these are some of the things the party is doing to discard the fear of implosion, the fear of collapse, or the fear of conflicting interests creating problem for the party as of the time of interest of fielding candidates.
Bala, are we talking in Nigeria, you and I this morning, or are we talking in heaven? You know the Nigerian politician, over time, why would, Bala, please, suppose I was a member, I decided to join APC this morning. At my age, I'm heading to 8 years. will ask me to be patient because I want to be president before I die? How will you teach me that lesson? I want to be president. Atiku Abubakar is 70-something, close to 80, and somebody tells him, be patient. Can I bring another Nigerian? Maybe when Edwin Clark was alive and if was interested, you tell him to be patient. Can you tell me a patient politician in Nigeria? I'll agree with you, this philosophy of patience. I'll agree with you. Because we are not all young people in the party.
Well, I can tell you one, confidently and comfortably. One patient politician in Nigeria today is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I can tell you that he has demonstrated patience, and his patience has paid off. The beauty of life is that death has no calendar. You are much older than me, but that is not to say I will live longer than you. That is something for destiny. That is something ordained by God. So patience does not mean you have a boarding pass to board your plane and that the time is not announced and you feel by the time the time is announced it will be too late for you. No. Nobody knows when he will go. You may live probably longer than 100 and something. That is God's
if it is so
destined. And may that be, and may God give you the health and wealth to live through.
Amen.
So patience, by what? By definition, is the ability to be tolerant, to be calm, collective, and take out anxiety. That is why people who go into the hospital and they are on admission, or even if they are not on admission, they are treated as outpatients. They are nicknamed patient because the doctor is going to administer medication on you, and you must not come with the anxiety that you have to be relieved of that ache. No. Just be patient. You have come in as a diseased person. By the grace of God, you'll be discharged at an eased person. So patience here in politics is just the patience to follow the rules, the patience to have confidence in the system, the patience to continue believing in the dictates and terms of democracy. Don't be impatient as to do that which will discredit democracy and truncate what is planned for the betterment of the country for long. That's what I mean by patience.
Okay. Well, signature morning this morning, we're looking at all the harvest of defections into APC. Will APC be able to manage it, I ask? Bala, the director of publicity for APC, says to me, they have a mechanism and they have a philosophy of patience. Take it easy. It could be your turn. We take a short break, and when we return, this patience, this collapsing of opposition into APC, and it's going around the country. ABGA is endorsing Tinubu, PDP governor endorsing Tinubu, the party itself is endorsing his candidature, even though Bala says the president has not officially indicated his intention. What will it lead to? In contrast with, or in fact to, multi-party democracy. Is Nigeria headed towards a one-party state? As APC rolls out the drum, harvesting these defections, and political parties collapsing their entire structure into APC, and APC now bringing the new doctrine of patience, making sure that the rabbits don't begin to bite their tails, are we all collapsing into Soviet Union? Charles Dickens, I've always said on this program, said, ask no questions and if you be told no lies. This morning, we asked Bala questions after this short break. Please stay with us. You are welcome back. I still have my guest in the studio, Bala Ibrahim, Director, Publicity, All Progressives Congress, the ruling party in Nigeria. Bala, before we went on the short break, I painted a scenario. The parties are collapsing to APC, and APC is rejoicing. And you have used this expression, the dividends of democracy. And democracy is not a one-party situation. Democracy means choices, many parties. Now, if opposition progressively collapses into All Progressives Congress, and there is only one general standing, are we in a democracy? Are we in a multi-party democracy? Are we heading towards one-party APC state?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that if parties in the opposition progressively move towards the All Progressive Congress, that is progress for democracy, and that is in tandem or in line with the ambition of democracy.
That all of us should be headed into one progressive party?
No, not all of us.
Okay.
But most of us can go without problem. The ambition of democracy is to have a system whereby the majority have their way and the minority have their say. It is not the ambition of the APC or democracy that there should be no minority. No, there can be minority. But that is not to say if the minority is willing to move with the majority, you must fence them, you must stop them, you must prevent them. No.
It is their choice.
It's their choice. Democracy gives choice, and it wants people to align with their choice. And nobody should deny anyone the right to choose. So the more the merrier. The more people move to the APC for us as a progressive party, the more we rejoice, and the better for us. And it's not in conflict with the wishes of democracy.
But I suppose it's not in conflict with the wishes of democracy if all of us join APC?
It is not in conflict. If all of us, all of you, if you decide to join, actually there are enough seats in the bus. If all of you decide to join the APC,
that is all well and good.
Well and good. There is nothing wrong with that, and nobody should deny you. Because to do otherwise is to run contrary to the ambition of democracy.
Of the people.
Oh, very good. But that is not to say the APC is working towards a one-party state. No, it is not doing so. People are misunderstanding a majority system of government and a one-party system of government. For you to have a one-party system of government, a lot has to be done. A lot. In fact, it calls for constitutional review.
Including all of us willingly joining one party.
Yes. There has to be a deliberate change in the constitution to accommodate a one-party system. That is what is happening, for instance, in China. That is what is happening, for instance, in North Korea. That is what is happening in Cuba. That is what is happening even close home, Eritrea. You have to change the constitution. So there is a difference between majority,
the people's choice,
very good,
and a constitutional provision.
Yes, a deliberate constitutional provision that prohibits opposition is different from deliberate decision of the people to align or move with the majority, which is in line with the ambition of democracy. Right? Nobody should stop the wish of the majority. The minority can do their objection and say, and they must be given the right to air their views. But that is not to say they should stop the majority, because their own wish or their right stops where the right of the majority begins. So these are constitutional provisions that have been taken care of, and they are in line with the wish or ambition of democracy. And that is exactly what the APC is doing.
Let me quote an APC senator, a gentleman I respect because we began meeting ourselves in the days of Ibrahim Babangida. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshiomhole, who spoke, not to me, open political campaign on television. And he said, if you join APC, all your sins are forgiven. So, if APC comes and shows you your sins, Bala, you can join them and your sins are forgiven. If APC comes and waves a tablet of my sins before me and I see them, I just go and join APC and all my sins are forgiven. Bala, in all conscience, I want to look you square in the face. Are you sure that these people joining APC are people whose sins and the tablets of their sins have not been displayed to them and they decide to join APC in order to be forgiven? Are you sure of that?
Okay. Let's go in line with the rights.
Distinguished Senator Adams Oshiomhole.
Yes, and the right to express opinion. Everyone has the right to express his opinion. Everyone has an opinion, and your own opinion is just one out of the multitude of opinion. Adams Oshiomhole is a distinguished senator. He was a governor. He was the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress. He has been everything. But I can tell you one thing about Adam Oshiomhole. Adam Oshiomhole is a Democrat who believes in other people's right as well. Adam Oshiomhole is not above the Constitution. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is above Adam Oshiomhole. And if Adam Oshiomhole says something that runs contrary to the Constitution, the position of the Constitution prevails over the position of Adam Oshiomhole. I can tell you, although Adam Oshiomhole is a lawmaker, the law has not been changed in favor of that position he prescribed. So also sins differ. There may be forgivable sins, there may be unforgivable sins. In my religion, Islam, there are sins you commit and God forgives you, and there are sins you commit, God will not forgive you. Nobody, he said so. If you join another person with him, he will not forgive you. But all other sins, late coming, abusing someone and what have you, or whatever, can be forgiven. So if Adam Oshiomhole says anyone that joins the APC and he has sins, his sins are forgiven, I can tell you that is not valid. As we speak today, the last entrant before the latest, the former governor of Delta State, was told in unmistakable language by the EFCC, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, that his sins are still being looked into and that investigations are ongoing and he will be prosecuted accordingly. If he comes out clean, so be it. But if he has questions to answer, he must answer them. He is an APC new entrant. He's a member of the APC.
So his sins are still hanging there.
Very good.
Like a sort of Damocles waiting for him.
Very good. The former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, the last time I checked, he's still a member and a strong supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and APC. He's still undergoing prosecution. His sins have not been forgiven or forgotten. This is to tell you that if you have sins and you join the APC,
your sins are not forgiven.
They are not forgiven until you are tried, and if you are not found wanting, that is the only time.
It's the court that will forgive you.
It is the court that will forgive you, not the party. So people who think crossing over to APC is crossing over to a safe haven and their sins will be forgiven, they are getting it wrong. And probably Adams Oshiomhole has said something which may not necessarily
help those who...
Yes, that's it. So the APC is not a party that condones illegality, corruption, misdeed in office, and you think once you join the party, you have gotten it, you get away with it. No, you join the party and you still face charges if there are questions asked about misconduct against you.
But let me shift a little bit into an ambush, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Everybody has been endorsing Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I watched the goings on in the Northeast Zonal meeting about 3 months ago. Why are they not endorsing the vice president?
We work by the book. We work by the provision of the rules of the party, and we work by the provisions of the Constitution. In the Constitution, as far as I am concerned, I'm not a lawyer. It is one presidency. You don't have a ticket for the president and a different ticket for the vice president. If you have a president, it is assumed that he will come with a vice president. That is the provision of the Constitution. That is the position of the party. It has not changed. So it is not for the party to be talking about a president and a vice president. It's a twin ticket. They are together. Wherever the president is mentioned, it should be assumed. It should be assumed that there is a vice president, because the vice president will stand in the event of the absence of the president. So for people who are thinking that every time they say Tinubu, they must say Shettima, no, I think they are getting it wrong. Don't forget, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu got the ticket to contest, for the first time in the democratic history of this country, we had the term placeholder vice president. He didn't mention his vice president. Rather, he named someone as placeholder. That was the first time that terminology was used in our presidential system of government. Later, when it was time, they removed that placeholder and put in the right holder. And that's how Kashim Shettima emerged. So when he said placeholder and placeholder was used, nobody, there were no hues and cries.
There was a name in that placeholding position.
Yes, there was a name in that place, Ibrahim Masari. Yes. He was named as placeholder. But Ibrahim Masari knew then that he was not going to be the vice president. He was only sitting under the noun placeholder. He is not going to be the vice president. At that time, Kashim Shettima was not in contention, at least to the public. So what stops those people, the mischief makers who are saying Kashim Shettima is not being endorsed, is not being mentioned, from assuming that it's possible for that placeholder position to replay? It's all possible. So as far as the Constitution is concerned, as far as the party is concerned, as far as the presidency is concerned, it is a single presidency. So we should not be splitting them and say Vice President Kashim Shettima must be mentioned alongside President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
But these are endorsements. They are not primaries, they are not elections. In other words, the party is expressing its acceptance that each candidate for the next election, as you and I have observed in this conversation, is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I've enumerated here the levels of APC that have endorsed Tinubu. The National Working Committee, they have endorsed him. The APC, Progressive Governors, they have endorsed him. A number of zonal parts of the party, they have endorsed him. As in fact, some PDP governors have endorsed him. So a number of groups have endorsed. Why is it difficult to say, look, let the ticket that has delivered this far, as you told me this morning, the Tinubu administration has done this and done it, money depend, we have turned the corner, as the president himself has said, and things are improving. It's a joint ticket. It's a single ticket. And that ticket is delivering according to you. If that ticket has delivered, why do we endorse one person and keep silent on the other person? But I want to be unkind to you. Is APC contemplating dropping Shetin Keshima as vice president?
I will ask with a question.
Please do.
Why aren't the doubting Thomases that want to extricate Kashim Shettima from the ticket, why are they not thinking otherwise? Why are they not saying or thinking that since the president is endorsed, it is a joint ticket, and that Kashim Shettima as the vice president is included? Why are they not thinking that line?
Answer that question with another question.
Yes, sir.
Please, Bala, has the vice president, by virtue of endorsement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, been endorsed as in the single ticket?
What the party did exactly, let me put it to you, was a vote of confidence on the presidency. A vote of confidence was passed at the presidency, on the presidency, by the party. That clinic was carried out at the presidency, and it was a vote of confidence passed on the presidency, and Kashim Shettima is part of the presidency.
Can I extrapolate? You didn't say so. Can I extrapolate?
Go ahead.
What Bala has said this morning is that by the endorsement of the presidency, by the vote of confidence on the presidency by the APC, it means holders of that ticket have been endorsed. Am I correct?
Impliedly including Kashim Shettima.
Thank you very much. That's our conversation for this morning. The collapsing of so many political structures into the APC, the management of these big guns and many of these rabbits in one single hole, the new doctrine of patience, take it easy, do things turn by turn, don't be in a hurry. Not even old age should make you to be in a hurry. The endorsement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it is the vote of confidence in the presidency. In other words, the holders of that presidential ticket, a vote of confidence has been passed on them. I've asked the questions. Bala has given us answers. The conclusions are yours to make. He's made clear information available to us. What remains for me is to thank Bala Ibrahim, the Director of Publicity of APC, for finding time to be on our program this morning. Bala, thank you very much.
It's my pleasure, Chief. It's my pleasure being here.
And the conversation never stops. We keep making it an interesting morning every morning, Monday to Friday. My name is Mwabo Zenjoko. Have a great day and good morning.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV, and we're still on the topic of the US sanction on Nigeria as a country of particular concern, looking at the implications. Now, joining us via Zoom this morning to discuss that is Comrade Usman Anache. He is the National Chairman, Grassroots Advocacy for Peace and Good Governance, and he's also a member, World Human Rights and Peace Commission of the United Nations. You're very much welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
In your view, can you tell us what you think about Nigeria being designated as a country of particular concern, and what that means for us as a country?
Nigeria is designated as country of concern by the US and the Western powers because of the natural resources and the human resources in Nigeria. So if you look at the whole West Africa, that means the ECOWAS states. Nigeria has the more than half of the population of the whole West African state, with over 350 million people. So Nigeria is a great market for any developing countries, for any producer, for any major companies all over the world. Secondly, Nigeria has the highest number of mineral resources beneath the land, underground resources, all the types, you can find them in Nigeria. And thirdly, Nigeria is leading in Africa, not only in West Africa. And now, as they are claiming democracy, Nigeria is now enjoying democracy for more than 2 decades without interruption. So, and they are now losing the West African state by cutting ties of the IES countries that recently stalled any agreement with the US and France. So if Nigeria is also out of these ties with them, there will be a problem. Already, Nigeria is more concerned to them because they depend on our resources. So Nigeria resources is what they use to develop their economies. If you observe recently, the federal government under President Aswaju, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has now cleansing the oil sector by deregulating the oil sector, which bring the end to the oil theft. So this oil theft is what they usually do to develop their economy with the illegal bunkered crude oil from Nigeria. So now it's no more accessible. Another issue is that we usually refine our product from them. So whenever they are refining our oil for us to send the petrol refined products, so now they are generating employment for their teeming youth, and they are now using our resources and our money to develop our economy. And now the president has approved this Dangote refinery and the other internal refineries that Nigeria now can refine. We can refine our crude oil here. We can refine the petroleum product and even export it. So the one we are using for local consumption is no more being imported from their companies. So we are now independent in that sector, and they even export to West African state, and they even export to the US. So now we don't buy crude oil from them. We stop the oil theft. We now have a domestic production locally that can be enough for the whole country. So as this happens now, their economy is in danger. So it's one of the reasons that you see that the America is under lockdown for almost 90 days, the longest in the history of the US, and they cannot even, Americans today cannot even pay the federal civil servant. You see over 10,000 traffic controllers, they cannot receive their salaries for almost 2 months now. The military in the US cannot be paid. All the federal services were shut down. So if you observe, this is one of the reasons that Nigeria becomes the focus to them. And another reason is the ceding of the IES from them and the sanctions they impose on Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. So with Nigerian cooperation, if Nigeria didn't cooperate with them on that sanctions, it will not work. Because if you observe recently, when they have problem of petrol in Nigeria assisted them with almost 300 tankers of petrol. So with this, they know that Nigeria is key. So without holding Nigeria, they can never have the West Africa. And if they don't have West Africa, they can never have the resources to develop their economy. Already the trend is shifted now from them to us. So we are now in the developing countries, and they are now at the receiving end. Although they are bragging, because the Americans has the highest debt. So this thing has nothing to do with religion. He is not here to defend any Christian or to defend any Muslim. President Trump is indifferent in religion. In fact, he doesn't even respect any religion. Because when you observe what he's doing in the Caribbean, as he's killing the Colombians, he's killing the Venezuelans, he's killing the Mexicans, and they are Christians. So he's now claiming that genocide is happening in Nigeria. So it's nothing to do with religion. And he is not here to defend any Christian or any Muslim. He doesn't care with religion. All what he's after is purely economical. And when he comes to power, the policies he put, which are very harsh. America is developed by foreigners, and he starts sending these foreigners away. So all the economic activities in America collapse, and it is automatically the collapse of the government in the US. So he is now trying to use the coercion and they use the propaganda and the threat to the countries that he know he can have resources, instead of him to admit of his failure, that the America is in danger. He need our assistance. He need our assistance. So he didn't do it. So he come with the threat, and he come with the threat by using religion, because he knows Nigerians will respect our religion so much. So he start using religion to already continue the policy of divide and rule that they imposed on Nigeria since 1960. This is the policies they are using to make sure that we are not united. And if he can remember, the President Trump, one of his senators, some times ago, has declared that the USAID, United States International Agency for International Development, you said, was the one that established and sponsored Boko Haram in Nigeria in order to destabilize Nigeria. So instead of him to assist us in stopping the aid to these terrorist groups, which were alleged they are sponsoring, were suspecting they have hand in it, so he is now claiming that Christian has been killed in Nigeria. So he's coming into Nigeria to assist the Christian, without considering the Muslim. What of the Christians he's killing in other nations? So he's automatically down. And if you look at the Ukrainian war, it has consumed almost all the American resources. He attempted in Ukraine that he wanted to control the Ukrainian resources. But unfortunately for him, it is not possible for him to extract the Ukrainian resources because of the Russian firepower. So this is the scenario that is purely economical. Anybody who is thinking that it's a religion or Trump is after helping any Christian is automatically wrong. Trump is purely economical and is trying to salvage his country, the already collapsed economy.
But we know that the United States is a world power. I mean, it's one of the most powerful countries in the world and has access to a plethora of resources from all parts of the world. And now you saying that they need our resources, or they're dependent on our resources to the extent of using genocide or Christian killings in Nigeria to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
Yes.
It sounds a bit I don't know, it sounds a bit different, or it sounds a bit not something that is viable as such. So I would like to know, why would they use that as an excuse to come into our country to get our resources when they have access to more than what Nigeria has access to at this point?
No, they don't have access to more than what Nigeria has access at this point. Automatically, they can already, before this time, they are the highest indebted nation in the world. They are the highest. And the superpower you are talking of, America, is before. But in recent years, 10 years ago to now, to this time, America is nothing. They have nothing virtually. It is only propaganda. So they have spent their resources and their time and their economy by viewing the world policeman. And they buy themselves a very bad name in every sector they go. Look at what they have assisted Netanyahu to execute in the Palestine. Don't forget, all their economy depends on the petrodollar. It is on the dollar they depend, and on the Middle East petrol. And now they are not having the cooperation of the Arabs because of the genocide they executed through their agent Netanyahu in the Middle East. So if you observe, they are also in Syria, they are also in Iraq, they also attack Iran. So they did all these things. So all those ones need money, and their economy cannot hold it. So the resources they are having cannot hold that type of policy in the world. So instead of them to stay at home, use their own resources at the advantage of their people, they are now trying to portray the good picture that they are buoyant, but they are not. If you ask any economist in the world, he will definitely tell you that when you tell of the economic superpowers in the world, you don't even count America among the countries that are economically viable, that are very good in economy today. If you count countries like China, like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like to United Arab Emirates, and so forth, and Malaysia, and some of these Japan and others. That is why they always count on the world. Presently, America is not a superpower. Economically, they are already down. So they use their resources in production of the weapons, in competing with Russian Federation, which they cannot. And now they have these mass weapons at their deposit. So they want to use these weapons to go and start robbing other nations, so that they can gather what they can to develop their economy. Let him go and pay his military servicemen. Let him go and pay his traffic controllers. Let him go and start the federal services. There is lockdown because the Senate refused to approve the taking of loan again. America depends on loan. So they depend on other countries' resources. And unfortunately for them, they are losing to West Africa. So as they have, all what they are doing in West Africa is to create problem so that you will be fighting and they will be tapping your economy. So now it is changing the narration. The Russians are there, especially in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And eventually, Nigeria is turning away from the West and the Americans towards the Asia countries like Russia, like China. Most of our businesses today is with China. And most of our investments is coming, China is bringing a very big investment into Nigeria. So, and our president is turning to this China, Russia, and France. So leaving the Americans one side. And our oil that they usually steal, they usually store and take to their country to develop their economy is no more there. So definitely they have been exposed. So it's only propaganda. It's only propaganda. There was nothing in the US. It's only propaganda. So now they want to start going robbing country to country illegally so that they can get the resources to bring back their battered economy. Already they are down. So this is the situation today.
All right. Now, Mr. Anache, when you were speaking, you spoke of Iran, Gaza, and yes, we have seen the interference of the U.S. on some of these countries and how they somehow have impact when it comes to tariff, removing duties and, stopping their aid or assistance to some of these countries, which Nigeria is part of it. And according to what Trump said, he said that he will seize every assistance that he is giving to Nigeria. And we have seen some of the Nigerian government personnel running helter-skelter, trying to find a strategy to stop what is going on. So are you saying that we do not need Americans and that the threat that Trump gave is an empty threat, that U.S. is the one that needs Nigeria? Because what you said is that we are giving help to them. So what kind of help would you say that Nigeria is giving to the U.S. and why is there an uproar? Why is the world leaders rising and making statements concerning what is going on?
You see, the help we are giving to them is making ourselves vulnerable, that they can come to our own sea and take our oil free. So, as President Aswaju now regulates the oil sector, dissolve all the corrupt NNPC board and directors, and appoint new ones, set target for them, approve the local refineries, that oil theft is what exposed them completely. So it is that our oil that they use to develop their economy. That is number one. The threat they are giving to Nigeria is automatically, as you said, empty threat. It posts nothing. So the government, the government officials that you are seeing, they are not helter-skelter, but they are trying to mediate and make the relationship cordial. But in fact, we don't need anything from the Americans. You see, the problem here is this: Nigeria has a history of peacekeeping and maintaining international relationship, good relationship with any foreign country. So it is not good for any Nigerian official to see that we are having a problem with a foreign country and they keep quiet. No, that is why we see Mr. President even wanted to have an audience with Trump to explain to him, not because we need much from America, not because we cannot survive without America. We don't need anything from America, but rather America needs our resources. You understand? So this is the situation. So the mediating of the Nigerian officials is not that because we cannot stay without America. We're already staying without America. And if you talk of the aids they are sending to Nigeria, which aids? Whenever America sends an aid of 10 naira, they must take back 17 naira, leaving only 30. And even this 30, they will again send to consultant to consume the 20. So it is only 10, even if we benefit. And whenever they send an aid to Nigeria, they will send it with another attachment. The attachment is that they have a motive of sending that aid. Look at this, you said. They used to send bag of rice to people under you said assistance. But at the other side, under covert operation, they are doing more harm than the good. We are seeing the rice, but they are killing us. So this is the issue. They foil all these insurgencies. They foil it. So they sponsor it. Or they carry it and do it. So now they want to go and do it themselves because it is now a great danger to them. And automatically they are collapsing. And they have put all their investment in the production of weapons. And now they cannot eat those weapons. And even if they are selling those weapons, people are not buying from them. Let me give you an example. There was time we buy military equipment for America. For example, these Tucanos aeroplanes. But they attach a condition that we cannot use them to fight the insurgency unless and until our insurgents were declared as terrorists. So America has even different killers that these are terrorists, these are not terrorists. Even though they all kill, but they insist we should not use the weapons we buy from them on those bandits until they were declared as terrorists. That is why when President Aswaji came in, what he did first that impressed us at the grassroots is making the court to declare those people as terrorists so that we can make use of those weapons. So assuming now we didn't do it, now the weapons will be idle. And they are the one arming this, suspected to be arming this group. Because we don't manufacture the weapons we have seen with these bandits. So we don't manufacture it. And these bandits, majority of them are not Nigerians. And they kill Muslims more than the Christians. But because they have another motive, they have another intention of doing another havoc, of creating chaos in the country, creating disaffection, creating immunity of already united people, that they have seen that all these killings that are imposed, the Christian and the Muslim are living together and they understand the scenario. So now they want to claim that they are coming to defend the Muslim. This is not directly a threat to Nigeria, but they want to see who will talk after they have put the threat. Will China say something? Will Russians say something? Should we have another defense? So this is what they are trying to do. And definitely, let me tell you, glaringly, and let me tell the whole world, if America comes to Nigeria for any reason on military intervention, that is the end of America. Believe me. Inshallah, that is the end of America.
Beyond all these killings, now we know that those that are being killed, they are Nigerians, whether they are Christians, they are Muslims, atheists, or traditionalists, they are Nigerians. Do you think that yes, Nigeria has actually given the international bodies a cause for us to be a country of particular concern? And what do you think Nigeria should do, or what are we doing to remove this attention from us?
Yes, what we do to remove this attention, I mean, you see, although most of this problem you see were not created by the Nigerian government, even though there are so many issues attached to it, we have unpatriotic Nigerians who sometimes go to the US and complain that Christians are being killed, but they have never said the truth that also Muslims are being killed. So those who are now portraying the country in bad image must be punished by this government. They must be brought to book. There are some certain people who I think goes to that US to start scouting for support. You see, the government has to come and sanitize the religion sector. Both Muslims and the Christians were having problem. So in the Muslim sector, you discover that some people started preaching on their own way, not on the religious way. The same thing on Christian side, they will start preaching on their own way, not on the way the Bible made it. And if you observe, some people are trying to make a religion as a business affair, which is not. So the Nigerian government, to stop this international attention and stop all this crisis, has to come in and intervene in the religious affairs of this country. These clergymen of both Muslim and Christians must be checked by the authorities. So you see, somebody will just go and start telling you something which is not in the book, which is not in any of the holy books. So some of them try to make religion as a business center. You understand? They will come and register a association, claiming that association, provided if, for example, if you are Muslim, if you are not part of the association, so you are not a good Muslim. And in Christianity, you see that some of them, if you are not follow their sect, you are not a good Christian. So all those things need to be stopped. The religion needs to be monitored, seriously monitored in this country. People should not be allowed just to preach anything anyhow. Just to preach anything anyhow, whether without reason in the holy book or not. And people's opinion should be automatically different from the religion. Religion is not your opinion, it's God saying. So it should be seen and practiced and observed as such. So if we now mix our own personal opinion with the religion, nobody will supposed to attack you or claim that you are wrong, or start maybe blackmailing you because you follow one religion or the other. But the problem is that within those two major religions, we have problems. We Muslims, we have some Muslims that are just after Facebook issues. They are not even teaching properly. They are not teaching the religion. Always they are bringing something that is confusion. And this thing they are bringing that is confusing is not a tangible something in Islam. The same thing with Christianity. You will see somebody who just come and start preaching his own opinion in the church that yes, this is what he see as this, as that. So all those things need to be automatically checked by the government. This is one of the reasons that will keep away the attention of people from Nigeria. Secondly, the government need to come, just the effort they are making on curbing this insecurity, they should maintain the tempo. So that when the country is secured and we don't have any insecurity problem anywhere, you see that people live in harmony. And our security system and our own orientation needs to go back right from the primary school. So Nigerians, sometimes they look themselves only on their own selfish interests. So these are some of the issues that are supposed to be, and those who are gambling the religion for money should be checked. All this, if you observe recently, Nigeria was removed from the grey list of the Action Task Force, Financial Action Task Force of the world. So it's a very, very good commendation. So Nigerian government should maintain that tempo to sanitize the religion sector. No, they will complain quite okay. We Muslims will complain, the Christian will complain. But despite the complaint, let us do the right thing. Provided the government want to sanitize this religion area, that is okay. No matter what the criticism, the government should come and sanitize the religion sector. It's very, very important.
Anache, please hold your thoughts. Let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Do stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. We're still talking on U.S. sanction on Nigeria as country of particular concern and the implications with Comrade Usman Anache. Are you still with us, Comrade Anache?
Yes.
Now, before we went on that break, you were talking about, orientation that needs to be done among religious leaders, Christians and Muslims, and also the people, the faithful and those who follow these religions. But I also want to ask you, do you agree that there is religious killing in Nigeria and that these killings are perpetuated by Islamic terrorists? And, what does that look like for us in the country?
I only agree that there's killings in Nigeria by terrorist groups, but not religious killing. These terrorist groups are not Muslims. They rape women in the mosque. So if somebody rape a woman in the mosque, tell me, is he a Muslim? So they kill people in the mosque. They burn people in the mosque. They kill people in the church. So if they kill people in the church, they kill people in the mosque, which religion do you say they will follow? None. So actually they have a motive. So this motive is what we are suspecting, that these foreign powers are the ones that are instigating them and inflicting them and making them drug addict so that they will not do what they are doing. So they are totally not Muslims. So if you attach any terrorist group with Islamic, they are only using Islam to deceive people. Let me give you an example. The Boko Haram that are being established as claimed by this American senator, by the USAID, you said, that established and sponsored. How do you think a Muslim will allow himself to be killing people in Maiduguri? The people in Maiduguri they are killing, are they Christians or Muslims? So they are indifferent in their killings. They are indifferent in their own havoc. But they carry religious flag to deceive people from believing that they are fighting for some religion side, so that the other religion will be annoyed and the tension will be so high. So alhamdulillah, most of the Nigerians, both Muslim and Christians, understand this. That is why you see that the things are brought to a minimum at least level. Do you see, the problem is this: when you look at the killings, especially in the middle belt of Nigeria, like in Benue, like in Nasarawa, majority of that is politically motivated. But sometimes they will mix it with religion. If you observe here in Kebbi State, we have these people, these Lakura that are affecting us. They are not even Nigerians. You understand? They are not even Nigerians. And they are killing everybody. And the areas they are doing their havoc is mainly Muslim areas. And they are killing the Muslims. So why this was not mentioned? So I will only agree that there is terrorism in Nigeria, just like in any other part of the world or any part of the country, but I don't agree that there are religious killing in Nigeria, whether Christian killing or Muslim killing. The killing is indifferent. Terrorist is terrorist, whether he's a Muslim or he's a Christian. A terrorist is a terrorist, but they only use the flag of religion to deceive people, so that to cover their own hidden ideology, which is they are pursuing. But they have something different from the religion. And no religion ever said that somebody should kill somebody because he is not follower of his own sect. No religion said that. So if they are actually religious, how can they say that? How can they kill if they are actually religious? So automatically, I don't agree that there's religious killings, but I agree there's killings of Nigerians.
There have been reports over the years from Amnesty International, from Inter-Society, of Christian genocide, Christian killings of thousands in Nigeria. And some of these reports are coming from Christians, and some of them go to the US Congress to make their complaints, and it is just Christians. Why is it that Muslims are not agitating or, making an alarm that they too are being killed?
Yes, you see, this is where the problem is. So instead of the Muslims leaders to come out and bring their own figure of the Muslims that are killed, they are not bringing the figures. What happened in Zamfara, Katsina, Southern Sokoto? So no figures in Niger States, all those places, they are not bringing their figures out of how many people were killed, how many people were kidnapped. But they will bring the figures of Benue, they will bring the figures of Nasarawa, they will bring the figures of Pelatu. So it is the concern. Actually, I must appreciate the Christian side for being more concerned with their people. I'm not saying that Muslims, but they should be more concerned with their people also. So if somebody is concerned with his own people, it's not a problem. So if, like for example now, if, as I'm Muslim, I'm more concerned with Muslims, it's not a problem. But for them to go and claim that it's only the Christian, that's where the problem started. You cannot claim. Just name that your people has been killed. And that is what I'm telling you. This Boko Haram that are allegedly sponsored by the US and other terrorist groups that are claiming to be Muslim are to get this report. This is what they are heading to, and this is what they want to get. And that is why, you see, we're telling everybody that anybody who rape women and kill people in the mosque cannot call himself as a Muslim. You see, some of them that were arrested doesn't even have religion. They are not Christian, they are not Muslims. So they are not even Nigerians. So some of them are not even having any cultural or distant similarities with the Nigerians. So these are the problem. You see, so the problem is that religion is very sensitive area. That is why even Trump is trying to use religion. That is why if there's any foreign country that is trying to bring their own distant terrorists to attack Nigeria, they will name them after religion. And they will name it after Islamic religion. So that is why I'm telling you earlier that the government needs to do more sanitization on the religion side, both Islam and the Christian. So that what we are teaching, what the religious leaders are teaching, should be the norms and the respect and the understanding of the two religions, not their own personal opinion.
Now, this U.S. decision to designate Nigeria in this list, what would you say that it signifies both politically and diplomatically, both for Nigeria and for U.S. and Nigeria relations? How would you say that this is going to affect how Nigeria is seen in the global space, in the global space, and also Nigeria and U.S. relationship?
Yes, on the way Nigeria will be seen on the global space is normal. Already we are lucky. This comes at the time when all the countries in the world hate US. So everybody knows what the US can do, whether to blackmail you, whether to attack you, whether to send a internal problem to you. So everybody, every nation of the world today knows this. So the relationship with US is already in bad shape with all the countries in the world. When Trump comes in, he imposed the tariff on all the tax on all the countries on the world, depending on the percentage. So this tax make other countries to look for another market, which Nigeria is one of the greatest market that these foreign countries will look for the product that cannot be purchased in America. So if Nigeria becomes the main market for Chinese, Russians, and other countries' goods, as America imposed a tax, so the tax he imposed will not work on those countries. So that is why Nigeria is a main target to this man. And don't forget, Nigeria again joined the League of Nations by joining BRICS, not only as observer, but as a permanent member. And Nigeria currency are now listed in this BRICS nation, that another block of economic cooperation. So these BRICS are now planning to
Hello, Mr. Anate, can you hear us? Well, it seems there is a network glitch over there, but you see, what do you think from what Mr. Osman Anache has said so far?
Well, he has said quite a number of things, most of them totally unexpected and different from what we've heard, in our conversation so far. I mean, saying that America, the United States, is dependent on our resources, and it will not turn out well for them if they pull through with the threats to cut the aids and also their military intervention. So yeah, it's should I say it's refreshing to hear a different perspective, but at the same time, I just wonder, if it's a far reach saying that Nigeria can go at par with the United States, a country that's one of the most powerful countries in the world and has a lot more, resources than, we have access to currently.
Right. I think one of the guests that we had this morning was saying that if United States carries out their threats in Nigeria and on Nigeria, that we might not stand a chance. Exactly. It will not look good. So this particular perspective from Mr. Anache is is quite different. And another thing that I wanted him to talk about was the Muslim-Christian affront. Why is it that the Christians are the only one going to U.S. Congress, you know, talking to civil society, United Nations, that we need help, right? Why is it just one part? Why is there no unity? Why is it that it is just the Christians? And looking at the global affront, how would other countries see us? How do we interpret to them that it is not just Christian genocide, that this is a general security issue? And I've been wondering, what would be the next move of Nigeria? Imagine if this particular threat is being carried out. What do we do? Where do we stand?
That's what I said, you know, him saying that, you know, they're having a meltdown, an economic meltdown, and Trump is just using this as a means to come into the country. You know, it's like I said, it sounds like a bit of a far reach, because the one that has been cut, we're already shaking that, okay, they're about to cut, you know, these things. When they now, you know, carry out with the threat, I wonder how it's going to look like. And then talking about the Christians and Muslims coming together as a unit to talk about or to present our problems to the international community, I feel like it also translates to just within us as a country. There is this divide among religious groups, particularly Christianity and Islam. So, you know, we find that I think that is also one of the reasons why it seems like we don't have that united front, and it's just one part of the religious demographic that is talking about these issues and complaining. And there is also this bias, because most Christians also believe that these terrors are being perpetrated by people of the other religions.
Right.
So, you know, there is just this demarcation.
Right. I think one thing he said that I quite found fascinating was that he said that our opinion differs from our religion. So no matter where you come from, your opinion should stand, and then Nigeria should have like an orientation for all our religious groups.
Yes, but
right.
Comrade Usman Anache is back on the line. Thank you so much for staying with us. You can please continue with your line of thought just before we lost you for a moment there.
Yes, and you see, this joining BRICS is now what will bring additional problems to the US. So already everything has been taken care of. So Nigeria is very concerned to them. So as I said earlier, when we are now the largest population, almost the heads of Africa, especially the West Africa, and they have seen we have a vision, a leader that is trying to renew the hope of the Nigerians to unite the nation, to unite the people, to make Nigeria work again, to bring everything that the Nigerians, even what we are agitating for a long time, has happened in this government. The reorientation and the reformulating of our own curriculum, educational curriculum. If you observe recently, this mathematics, English wala is now being taken care of by the federal government. And you have seen the new curriculums that are coming to input more subjects that are more important for the development in Nigeria, not like in the 1960 curriculum, which we observe up to today. So our orientation must start from the primary school. You see, this internet and other connection is a development, but it will change the mindset of our young men. Before they grow up, they are already on different dimension. That is why you see people now, they don't even visit churches, they don't even visit the mosque, and they see the religious clergy to go and take religious education. They only hang on their own handphones. So what about the garbage that was sent on the internet from anybody, whether it is true or not true? People start to believe it. And the orientation of Nigerians also on the separate of bad news. You will see now somebody is falling in a pond of water. Instead of you to start helping him out, but you start snapping him and sending it on the WhatsApp for other people to see, so that you have subscribers and those subscribers will make you full of this thing. So it's too distant, it's too big, it's too cumbersome that we have to start gradually.
Now, Mr.
That is
Nache.
why.
Mr. Nache, it now is obvious that Nigeria, let's say the Muslims and the Christians are not presenting a united front, like you said now. But how do we actually achieve that united front, since you said that it is not just Christian genocide, it is general? And how do we convince the global nations that have agreed that we are a country of particular concern? How do we convince them or take their attention away? What do you suggest?
I suggest we should be more united. So this threat should be a significant step in coming together of Nigerians to be more united and speak with common voice and come together. For example, any division, whether it is Arewa Consultative, whether it is the Afenifere, whether they are ESEN, IPOP, all these organizations should be dismantled. People should come together and see themselves as Nigerians, irrespective of the region, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of religion. It's not my fault to be a Hausaman. It's not my fault to be born in Kebbi. So it's not your fault to be Igbo or Yoruba or any tribe. It's not your fault to be born in East or West or South. So that is what God made it. So if you attack me or you blame me or you accuse me because I'm Hausa, you are wasting your time. Because that's how God made it. So understanding these differences and understanding this divine intervention which God has made to make us understand each other and the united should not be a forum of division. So all those associations should be abolished. If any association is not carrying all Nigerian along, Nigerian government should dismantle it immediately. So even the Arewa Consultative Forum that is representing the North, I don't support that. Let the Arewa Consultative be Nigerian Consultative Forum. Let them include the Easterners, the Westerners, and everybody. If the IPOP now can come and say, yes, they are independent people of Biafra, no, they should be independent people of Nigeria. That B should be removed to N. So all those things, I find very just agitating for only Yoruba, no. Let it compose the whole nation. So this colonial ideology that was left to us is now what Trump is using to divide us, using religion, Christian and Muslim, Christian genocide. So it is our own making that give room for that. Apart from those clergymen that go and complain to the US, we also, the Nigerians, give room for that. How do we give room? We always make associations or our own forums based on our own religion or based on our own ethnicity or based on our own region. So if we are making a formation of associations based on regional bias, we are now giving the foreigners the room to come and empower the other side against the other side. That is why you are always hearing that, let's divide the country. Let's divide. Okay, assuming we divide the country, where are we going? Are we living where we are? We must stay where we are, even if we divide the country. This division is only an imaginary line created by these colonial masters. And this is the legacy, the bad legacy they left to us of divide and rule. And that is how the Europeans control this country when they are here. So we just have to abolish it. We just have to stop it. Like, for example, now, we encourage it, even into our own political arena, that if president comes from the north, the vice president must come from the south. Why? This is not democracy. You understand? Then if the president comes from the south, the vice president must come from the north.
Mr. Nache.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think this is a case that Nigeria and its citizens will have to put hands together to solve. We want to extend our gratitude to you for joining us in our morning show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Your time is up.
And it's always a pleasure to have you join us on Signature Morning here on Signature TV. Remember, you can always be a part of our conversations by constantly watching us and also following our social media platforms and engaging in the discussions that we have there. I am Uchenna Chimbi Oluoha.
And I am Lilian Wali. Up next is Global News on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished taking Brighton market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello, welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Today we have lots of interesting trending stories, and of course we have an interview which we'll be reviewing to you today. Here we tend to give you trending stories from the world of art, fashion, music, movie industry, and of course social media. But first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. Senator Ned Nwoko has allegedly ordered the arrest of the siblings of his fourth wife, Regina Daniels. This comes days after actress Regina Daniels allegedly filed for divorce, accusing him of domestic violence. In response to the allegation, Nwoko accused Regina of substance abuse. However, calling out the senator amid the messy marital crisis on Monday, Regina disclosed that her elder brother and sister had been arrested. While appealing to the general public for urgent help, the 24-year-old, in a series of posts on her Instagram page, attributed her siblings' arrest and detention to an alleged attempt by her husband to force her into rehabilitation center. Let's listen to this.
Cover. He's saying don't let the man run. Run for what? Okay. Please. Are you holding? Okay, what's your name? From where? Okay, from what? Okay. Hold on. Can you hold on? Hold on, please. Okay. Calm down. Who are you? I want to know. Which station? Who sent you? What ground? Who are you acting on? Who are you? I need to know you. Who are you?
Why the fact you commit that? Nothing.
You bring that tank up, say you want to arrest me. You wear sandal, come say. Who are you? I don't know.
Good day, Nigerians. As we speak right now, we are in Ogombo Police Station, Aja. I'm Sammy's wife, and this is his sister. We got an information this evening that some policemen were surrounded around our neighborhood. And we had to know why they were here, you understand, because we could not just stay inside. They were just mapping us around, so we needed to know what was the issue. So my husband came outside. We came out, then we saw a policeman that came to meet us, and he was like, he came as, I don't know what, he came as a realtor. He said that he sells house, and he wants to know if, I just don't know, but he just came to meet my husband, and he said he wants to buy a house. Buy a property. Okay, he wants to buy a property, and Sammy was like, do I look like one? Why are you asking me that? Why are you telling me that you want to buy a property? That do I sell houses to people? And the next thing he was like, are you Samuel? And he was.
Now, Rita Daniels, the mother of actress Regina Daniels, posted a video in which she publicly addressed her son-in-law Ned Nwoko with visible anger in the clip. Rita Daniels accuses Ned Nwoko of being ungrateful and claims that Regina spent about $50,000 to support his election campaign. She alleged that her family's resources helped boost the political image, and she warned him about the dangers of biting the finger that feeds you. So the video sparked quite a stir, fueling speculation about family tensions and power dynamics within the couple's relationship. Take a look.
You wanted somebody with a high star so that they can boost your falling star. You wanted a high star to boost your falling star. I swallowed it, I kept quiet. I was covering you. Now, in fact, you have the same way you went up, you will come down. If you think you can bite the finger that fed you, you will go down. People are saying money. Which money? Which money? Because they are covering you up. Gina will come out by Odogu. You are making it to feel like feel funky. When you are going for election, how much did Gina give to you?
$50,000.
How much did Gina give to you? $50,000.
$50,000.
That's not the contract I gave to you to support your election. Yeah, people are saying that she's is it choice? The one I supported you with. All my resources right inside your election. You are mad. Because people are saying no because of the gold digger. What digger? Because I cover your shame. Go and see that worker students if they are looking like billionaire students. Have you not seen it?
Mom, we have seen it too.
Now I think they should take this. They should start bringing their family matters online. I mean, a whole lot of people are bringing up ideas, saying all sorts of things that, oh, when you were enjoying this money, we're not part of it. Now you want Nigerians to be part of the crisis. We can't say that. We can't. We can't say that for sure. The question is, Senator Ned Nwoko, why are you arresting her brother and her sister? I thought you had a problem with just her. So why go into her brother and her sister? And again, this is family matter. This is a family matter. First, it was domestic violence, and then you came up with the idea that, oh, she's into, she's a drug addict. She takes drugs and takes this and takes that. Fine and good. So what's up with this whole arresting the brother and the sister? I mean, at the end of the day, you're a reputable man. You're a senator, for crying out loud. Issues like this is not supposed to be on social media. You should arrange it or walk through it or settle it amicably in secret. We don't know how this is going to work for you in your political career. I don't know for Regina Daniel movie career, but the truth is this: they should take this out of social media and save this whole buhaha that is drawing attention, because trust me, we have a whole lot of social media in-laws. All right, let's move forward. Popular live music band leader Akinloye Tofowomo, popularly known as Akin Sugar, has died at the age of 50. His death was confirmed in a statement released on his family on Monday. Akin Sugar dies on October 30th, 2025 in New Brunswick, Canada. The statement described the Sugar Band founder as a revered music icon and custodian of reading, culture, and the spirit of performance. The family also said details of funeral arrangements will be revealed in due course. In the meantime, they requested for privacy and quiet reflection at this deeply difficult time. Akin Sugar leaves behind his wife, children, siblings, and mother. And we pray that his soul rests in perfect peace. It's a sad one, honestly. We don't know how the family are coping with this, but they should please accept our deep condolence and may his soul rest in perfect peace. All right, moving forward, the Best of Nollywood Award has unveiled its 2025 nominee list, featuring 25 categories, including the newly introduced Best Series category, reflecting Nollywood's growth and embrace of serialized storytelling. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the grand ceremony held on Monday in Victoria Island, Lagos State, celebrated creativity, innovation, and excellence in Nigerian cinema. The unveiling ceremony attracted top filmmakers, actors, and industry stakeholders. It also highlighted the achievement that shaped Nigeria's movie landscape over the past year. Leading the nominations are Seven Doors and Abanisite, with 9 and 8 nominations. This production dominates major categories, including Best Director, Best Actor, and Movie of the Year. They are closely followed by Farmer's Bride and My Mother is a Witch. Both films secured multiple nominations across creative and technical categories, cementing their place as audience favorites. I mean, big congratulations to them. It's not easy. It's not easy to be nominated at the BON Awards. So let's keep our fingers crossed to see who is going to be the winner of this particular nomination and category. Yes, the National Orientation Agency has hailed the rising success of Love in Every World, the movie by filmmaker Omoni Oboli, after the sequel crossed 13 million YouTube views within 1 week of release. The sequel, which arrived 7 months after the original Love in Every World, recorded 6 million views within its first 24 hours, placing it among the fastest climbing Nigerian film releases on the platform this year. Produced by Oboli, the title features Patience Ozokwo, Bamike Olawumi Bambam, Uzo Arukwe, and several other Nollywood actors. In a post shared on X on Monday, the NOA described the growth of locally created film as a strong indicator of Nigerian creative value. The agency added that such milestones were a reminder that the creative economy remains one of Nigeria's strongest global exports. I mean, nobody expected season 2 to get to this point, because I was part of the people that asked the question, why are we having season 2 of Love in Every Word? We are comfortable with season 1. What exactly do you want to show us? Oh, they got married. That means there should be a season 3 too, where they had 2 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 children, right? But on a second thought, we got to find out that they had lots of sponsors, lots of partnership, you know. So I think the season 2 is more of the sponsors. You see the likes of Close Up, Aquafina, Lip Team, Peak, and all that. They literally get to show you that these people are part of this movie and they put in their best, which is actually beautiful because, I mean, at the end of the day, the 3 hours after watching the movie, it told us the story and also gave them the publicity and, you know, everything that's got to do with the sponsors. But then again, we're not saying there shouldn't be part 2 of any movie, but there should be a reason for part 2. You would have just left us in the part 1. Let's be in our fairy tale moment. Of course, the part 2 had its fairy tale moment. We loved it. We enjoyed it. But at the end of the day, we knew that, oh, it's just about the sponsors. And it could be that maybe this sponsor said, okay, we want to work with you. Can you please give us a part 2? And it's not even easy to come up with a movie idea. It's not easy to create a movie. Like, I don't know how they do it. And at the end of the day, they gave us 3 good hours. You know, when you see 3 hours of Nollywood movie, you tend to wonder, what exactly are you people acting that is 3 hours? We're already complaining that we are okay with season 1, and you're bringing in season 2. And inside bringing in the season 2, you're giving us 3 hours. Who exactly is going to sit down and watch a 3 hours movie? But, I mean, here you go. They have about millions and millions of views. That's to tell you that there's something that needs to keep you on your toes when it comes to that particular movie. And of course, let's give Omonyo Boli that thumbs up. It's not easy. It's not easy to create such movie that's in season 1 you got that kind of views, and in season 2 you're still getting that kind of view, even more. I mean, she's grossing charts when it comes to YouTube in that particular platform and that particular movie. So she deserves her flowers and she deserves all the pop that she needs to create that kind of movie. All right, designers and celebrities gathered at the American Museum of Natural History on Monday as the Council of Fashion Designers of America, CFDA, held its annual award, one of the most significant nights for American fashion. A$AP Rocky was named fashion icon, arriving with Rihanna. He said his style is driven by instinct, not calculation. Ralph Rucci, honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award, reflected on his career. He said it gives a perspective of what one have done in the past that allows you to go forward, adding that humility is essential to the business. Actors, athletes and influencers, including Venus Williams and Benito Skinner, also walked the carpet, underscoring how the CFDA Awards, founded in 1980, double as the cultural barometer as well as industry showcase. Take a look.
I think that I approach everything with an organic kind of like feel. Like, I mean, most of the time my outfits choose me. Getting dressed every day is all based upon like the feeling. Fashion is a sense, and my fashion sense, it really kind of like, I guess it depends on just how I'm feeling that day. It's really contingent on how you feel. And I think, for me at least, I like to express myself with my clothes, with my wardrobe. And if I'm feeling like blue, you know, I might wear something that is just like, you know, if I'm feeling cozy, I might wear sweatpants and jeans. But I love to mix everything, and I'm known for bridging the gap between streetwear, high-end, and luxury, and making it look seamless. That's my forte. What can I say?
I see it going in so many different ways because I think the diversity in the world of men's tailoring is so diverse. So I think as long as the designers stay true to themselves and do what they want, I think there's so much that there is for men to look forward to.
Well, it's an extraordinary honor. It's a huge step. I by no means am retiring, even though my age is. It gives you a perspective of what you've done in the past that allows you to go forward with the most important word that you could attach to it, especially in our business. nothing happens without humility. And I perhaps had to taste it the hard way, but I'm moved. When Tom called me in July to tell me on October the 15th we celebrated.
I don't think there is a difference. I think that we are just as talented, even more than, you know, what the world tried to tell us. You know, American designers have been able to maintain and stay strong and be creative, and yeah, there is no difference. You know, our creativity is on the highest levels just like anyone else.
Well, I think it's not about the volume, if that's the first thing I could say. It's not about the value. It's not about the value, and it's not about the volume. It's how you put everything together. It's the art in itself, you know, everything coming together in the right balance. Also, the right weight for the woman to carry. I always think of my clients and like how she would wear that, and I believe in jewelry for, you know, what does jewelry mean today? I want to look back and 2025, you know, jewelry look like that, you know, and then we try to make work that represents that, the culture of today.
I am a full shopping addict. Growing up in Idaho, fashion was definitely one of like my only outlets, and I'd watch the OC and Gossip Girl and just be like, that's all I want it. So yeah, I think it really does mean so much. Also being back in New York, I just moved back today. Yeah, it just feels like kind of weirdly full circle, and I'm very excited.
I mean, being nominated to me just in general is just a very special moment. I think it's a testament to people who put their work in and their efforts. And it's also a really beautiful night to celebrate each other and like other people who are also nominated. Apart from just being up for an award, to just be present and to be here with everyone, it's a really beautiful night.
This is vintage me, and it's black wool gabardine, and the skirt is new. And I think it's the idea that I'm playing with old and new and bare and covered and different proportions.
All right, American actress Diane Ladd, a triple Academy Award nominee for her supporting role in Ellis Doesn't Live Here Anymore, Wild at Heart and Rambling Rose, has died at the age of 89, her daughter said on Monday. Ladd died at her home in California, said Laura Dern, Ladd's daughter with ex-husband Bruce Dern. Both Bruce and Laura are also actors. Ladd was known for playing strong, intelligent, and complex women in roles including a sassy waitress, a domineering, mentally ill mother, and an eccentric 1930s housewife during a 7-decade career that began on stage in the 1950s. Ladd and Dern were both nominated for an Academy Award for the 1991 drama Rambling Rose. They were the first and only mother and daughter duo to receive Oscar nomination for the same film in the same year. Take a look.
It was wonderful directing Bruce because I told him he was a pretty bad husband, in my opinion, but a magnificent actor.
And I came home and she called me and said, "How did your day go?" I said, "Laura, I had a fabulous experience today." She said, "What?" I said, "I got to work with someone who's great, that everybody, the crew loves, my peers love, the most professional I may have ever worked with." She said, "Who?" I said, "You, Laura, you." And she said, "Oh, Mommy, thank you for the genes, you and Daddy."
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We're on a very short break, and up next is an interview we had with ENUGU Musical. You don't want to miss out on that, so stay tuned. Alright, welcome back. You're watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Right here with me is Ugochukwu Ugbemene. He's popularly known as ENUGU Musical. We'll be talking about rhythm and strings. So, thank you for joining. He's actually a guitarist and musician, pardon me.
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you
I
for
am.
joining.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
How are you?
I'm
It's
very
been a
fine.
while though.
Yes, it's been a while. It's been
A
a while.
year, I guess.
Yeah. A year plus, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, so let's talk.
Okay.
Can you tell us about the first guitar you ever owned and what the strings meant to you?
First one. Well, the year now is 2025. My initial plan was in 2019. I had this feeling I wanted to get a guitar.
Okay.
But I didn't know where to get one from and I didn't know where to start. So what happened was that I waited for like a year after I was still in like my 200 level in the university. And then I was like, okay, I'm finally going to do it. When I now wanted to get one, I was telling my sister about it. It turns out that she already had one that she kept in her closet. She bought like 2 months prior before my initial plan to get one. And then when she showed it to me, she was like, she tried to learn it, but it didn't work. So she said, if I want, I could take it. And that was actually how I got my first guitar. It was a gift by accident, not by choice.
Yeah.
So that's how I got my first guitar.
And
Yeah.
it meant a whole lot.
It meant a whole lot because that was during that lockdown period where there was pretty much nothing.
COVID.
Yeah, COVID. There was nothing to do. Like everybody was indoors and hey, you're with a guitar. Why not just do something with it? So that was what I thought, and that's what happened.
So walk us through your journey. What inspired you to be a guitarist?
You know, the funny thing is, I watched this movie. I don't know if y'all remember. I don't know if I don't want to advertise for anybody, but there was this movie. Was it Elvis? The documentary about Elvis Presley, the great. Well, Michael Jackson is the king of pop. Elvis was the king of rock and roll. So there was this movie I watched, and I saw one fancy, just like the guitar I'm holding right now. I saw one very fancy, but it was red in color. I saw a fancy looking guitar, just like the one I'm holding now, and I was like, I want to play guitar. And that was pretty much how it started. So that was it.
So you had to go for classes and all that?
This is Nigeria. It's not that easy to go for classes. So what happened was that I knew that to start looking for a teacher was going to be hard. So I decided, okay, I already play piano. So if I could just learn how to translate the notes and the keys and the chords from the piano to the guitar, then that would be the starting point. And so I started doing that. Then I went to YouTube, saw a few lessons here and there, and started, and my goodness, practice. I would stay up midnight, from 12 midnight till like 3 a.m., practicing all different kinds of things, combinations, this chord, this melody, this note, that note, for almost like 3 months intensively. Like, you know, if this was to be the equivalent of a gym, I'd be Arnold Schwarzenegger by now. But, I'm still myself.
Yeah.
So thank God for that.
That's interesting. So was there a moment you felt like, yes, I found my rhythm as a guitarist?
You know, the funny thing is that I always knew the rhythm was in there, but the guitar helped me to bring it out.
Okay.
So it's not like I was desperately looking for my rhythm, but I knew something was in me because I said I already played piano and I already had a little musical background. But when I picked up a guitar, it's like it gave me an extra confidence. Like, how do I describe this now? I used to sing in church and, you know, interact with people, say praise the Lord and all that, you know, as a church organist and singer. But when I picked up a guitar, it's like a different spirit possessed me. It's like I now understood, oh, this is what those rock legends meant. It's like, oh, and that's when I knew that it clicked.
Yeah.
So that was pretty much.
Do you remember that Disney Channel cartoon that is, I think it's Rock and Warriors. That's
There
the
was
name.
there was High School Musical. There was Camp
School
Rock.
Musical.
There was Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
That was what we used to watch. We were like inspired by all those things. So yeah.
So have there ever been a time when a broken string or missed rhythm turned into an unforgettable story, especially when you're on stage?
Luckily for me, that has not happened to me on stage, but it has happened in practice. So, so I always make sure, because I'm a professional. Anytime I want to go for any stage performance, I change all my strings. I don't want any accidents happening personally. So if it comes to any broken string, maybe when I'm practicing, I'm in the zone, I'm like, ooh, and then it cuts. I'm like, dang, I was just about to hit that special melody. And, you know, it just makes me be like, okay, just make sure everything is intact before you do something crazy again. So that was what always made me to be like careful anytime I want to perform live. Like I was at this event, there was this TEDx conference that just happened.
Yeah.
I was there. So
Yep.
I was singing and, you know, of course I had to change my strings. So it was very beautiful seeing all those people. So that fear of, let this my string not cut was in my mind. And thank God it did not cut. So let's leave it at that.
So if it cuts, it disorganizes every single thing.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, DSS sacks 115 officers over misconduct and corruption. Court clears PDP to hold national convention in Oyo. White House says Trump still watching Nigeria's situation closely. And Mexican president dismisses report of possible U.S. military mission inside Mexico. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Department of State Services, DSS, has dismissed a total of 115 personnel as part of its ongoing internal reforms aimed at sanitizing the service and upholding professional standards. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the service explained that the dismissals occurred over a period of time and formed part of broader efforts to rid the organization of misconduct and corruption. The DSS also cautioned members of the public to be wary of some dismissed officers who continued to parade themselves as active personnel. It further advised Nigerians to avoid any form of official dealings with affected individuals, stressing that their identities have been published on the agency's official website. President Bola Tinubu has been holding high-level consultations following the threat by the U.S. president to stage a military intervention in the country because of his alleged genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Correspondent Wambueze Njoku tells us more.
On Tuesday in Abuja, at an event hosted by a non-governmental organization, former Chief of Army Staff and Minister of Interior under former President Muhammadu Buhari, Abdurrahman Mbazao, said that the accusation by the U.S. President Donald Trump that Christians in Nigeria were being subjected to targeted killings was only a strategic move towards establishing a military base in Nigeria. While Mbazao was speaking, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was holding a high-level meeting with the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris. After the meeting, the minister told reporters that the president was now armed to state Nigeria's position on the insecurity in the country, explaining that the country has opened multiple channels with the international community on the issue.
The issue of the U.S. threat also came up, and we discussed that extensively with Mr. President. Mr. President is calm, is looking at the whole situation, and is looking at ways and means of ensuring that the international community understands what Nigeria has been doing Only last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, in his own desire to rekindle the security architecture of the country, reinvigorated the hierarchy of the armed forces. A new chief of defense staff and other service chiefs were appointed. Now, this is all all the issues that came out of the United States. So that tells me that Mr. President has been working assiduously to ensure that Nigeria is a country that remains safer for all Nigerians to live in.
The minister further told reporters that the president understands the complexity of the country and has constantly engaged with stakeholders, including religious leaders, in a clear understanding of the constitutional provision of freedom of worship in Nigeria.
This is not who we are as a country. So for us to be characterized as a country that is not tolerant when it comes to religion is not accurate. This is absolutely false. Nigeria has Muslim and Christian and even those who do not believe in any of these religions. And our constitution guarantees that everyone should practice his faith without let or hindrance. And Mr. President is going to respect that to the letter.
The U.S. president had late last week listed Nigeria as a country of particular concern and subsequently threatened to intervene, guns ablazing, over what he said was genocide against Nigerian Christians, an accusation the Nigerian government says has no foundation in fact. In Abuja, I'm Nwabuoze Njoko for Signature TV News.
President Bola Tinubu has written to the Senate requesting the screening and confirmation of Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, a senior advocate of Nigeria from Enugu State, as a minister. The letter conveying the president's request was read on the floor of the Senate by Senate President Godswill Akpabio during Tuesday's plenary. Akpabio thereafter referred the nomination to the Committee of the Whole for further consideration and subsequent screening. The development follows the resignation of former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, from Tinubu's government. The new ministerial nominee is currently the Chief of Staff to the Enugu State Governor and was one of the Nigerians conferred with the rank of San. The Oyo State High Court has granted the People's Democratic Party approval to proceed with its elective national convention scheduled for November 15 to 16, 2025 in Ibadan, the state capital. The court also directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to attend and monitor the exercise. Delivering the ruling, Justice A.L. Akintola issued an interim order permitting the party to continue its convention plans without obstruction. The decision came after an ex parte motion filed by Folahan Adelabi against the PDP, its acting national chairman Umar Damagum, Governor Umaru Fintiri, who heads the National Convention Organizing Committee, and the INEC. Adelabi had approached the court to stop any attempt by the defendants to alter or disrupt the timetable, guidelines, or schedule for the planned convention. In his ruling, Justice Akintola held that the claimant presented a compelling case that warranted immediate judicial intervention. The judge subsequently adjourned the hearing of the substantive motion for an interlocutory injunction till November 10, 2025. The interim order, issued on November 3, 2025, was sealed by the Oyo State High Court and endorsed by its principal registrar, S.O. Hamed. Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court has given IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu until November 5 today to open his defense in his terrorism trial or lose the right to do so. The judge issued the warning after Kanu, for the fourth time, failed to present his defense following the court's rejection of his no-case submission. Kanu, who is representing himself, told the court he would not defend the charges, insisting there was no valid case against him and demanding his release. Prosecuting counsel Adegboyega Owomolo urged the court to treat Kanu's new filings as his final written address and proceed to judgment. Justice Omotosho ruled that the documents were properly filed but gave Kanu more time to consult a lawyer. The case was adjourned to November 5 for continuation. There was mild drama at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on Tuesday when Senator Natasha Agbote-Uduaghan confronted immigration officials who allegedly seized her passport. The senator, who went live on social media during the incident, said she was traveling abroad after events marking her second year in office. In the viral video, Natasha accused the officials of repeatedly embarrassing her, recalling that her passport had previously been withheld for political reasons. She claimed President Bola Tinubu had already ordered that all political motivated cases against her be dropped. The situation was later resolved when a male officer returned her passport, ending the standoff.
Have I committed any offense? Why are you withholding my passport? Hello, fellow Nigerians. Good morning. This is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. Having completed my celebration of my second year in office, I decided to take a week off. So I'm at the airport here, and my passport is being withheld again. The same thing happened last time where my passport was seized. I have committed no offense, and there is no order from the court to withhold my passport and deny me traveling. The last time this happened, the officer in charge told us that the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, instructed them to withhold my passport and prevent me from traveling because he said each time I travel out of the country, I smear the country's image by granting interviews out in international media. Please, can you tell them to release my passport and this embarrassment should stop? So there is no reason why my passport should be withheld at the international airport. There is no reason why. You have no right to do that, madam. You have no right. You are taking laws into your hands. There is no court order. I have not missed any of my court appearances. I have attended all my court sessions. I am not a flight risk. I am not a risk to my country. So why are you treating me like a criminal? Can I have my passport, please?
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Immigration Service, NIS, has said that it did not withhold the passports of the Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. The spokesperson for the immigration, Akinsola Akinlabi, made the reporter in an interview on Tuesday. Akinlabi explained that the incident was part of routine immigration procedures, clarifying that officers were not performing their statutory duties, were only performing their statutory duties. According to the immigration spokesperson, the Kogi senator made her video during the routine process but did not post an update after being cleared to fly. Still to come, Senate to probe frequent train derailments. Okpebholo signs law prescribing jail term for forceful entry into Edo government properties. These are more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Senate has set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the frequent derailments on Nigeria's railway lines and evaluate the overall integrity of the country's rail infrastructure. The committee, chaired by Adam Soshomele, will conduct a comprehensive probe, including a public hearing, to determine the causes of the derailments, assess the quality of materials used, and review the condition of imported rail components. Lawmakers also directed the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, to immediately address technical faults causing the incidents and restore full rail operations nationwide. As part of its assignment, the committee will examine how Chinese loans for railway projects have been utilized. It is expected to submit its report within 6 weeks. The resolution followed a motion by Ede Definon, one of the recent derailments of the Ojevu-Itakpe train line, which occurred just 4 days after service resumed. The NRC confirmed that 2 of 7 coaches on the Warri-Itakpe train derailed near Agbo, Delta State, around 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. In a statement signed by Managing Director Kayode Opefa, the corporation blamed possible vandalism, but noted that no casualties were recorded. In a bid to ensure a peaceful, credible and violence-free governorship election in Anambra State, candidates contesting the November 8 poll have signed a peace accord. The signing ceremony, which was witnessed and organized by the National Peace Committee, brought together political leaders, security agencies, the Independent National Electoral Commission, civil society organizations, and traditional rulers. Correspondent Lawrence Wimu witnessed the ceremony.
The incumbent, Governor Chukwuma Soludo, as the APGA candidate, was joined at the International Convention Center, Oka, by his opponent in a show of unity and shared commitment to democratic values. Governor Soludo emphasized the importance of peaceful elections, stating that the day marks a crucial step towards ensuring that democracy thrives in Anambra State. He said it is the culture of the Anambra people to fight and embrace the next day after the elections, expressing confidence that INEC will execute the assignment, which he described as onerous. The convener, National Peace Committee, Bishop Hassan Kuka, revealed that the event aims to ensure that democracy becomes believable, calling on INEC and other institutions to carry out their duties in fairness and honor. Earlier, Chairman of the Nigerian Peace Committee, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, represented by General Martin Luther Agwai, said Anambra holds a special place in the country, pointing out that democracy should always reflect the will of the people. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amupetan, expressed commitment to ensuring a peaceful, free, fair and credible elections, stressing that INEC can only succeed when they receive corresponding support from other stakeholders. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Ebetokun, represented by the DIG Operations, Ben Okolo, emphasized that the Nigerian Police Force stands prepared to ensure the promotion of calm and peaceful atmosphere as strategies have been mapped out in liaison with sister security agencies. The political parties and candidates also pledged to uphold the principles of nonviolence, urging their members and supporters to conduct themselves responsibly and respect the electoral process. From Oka, Lawrence Mwimo, Signature TV News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it has configured 6,879 bimotor voter accreditation system BVAS machines ahead of Saturday's governorship election in Anambra State. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amupetan disclosed this during the 2025 Anambra governorship election stakeholders meeting held Tuesday at the Prof. Dora Akunyele Memorial Center, Oka. He said 11 out of 13 scheduled pre-election activities have been completed, adding that 3,456 persons with disabilities are expected to vote. Amopeton noted that the BVAS machines are fully deployed and configured, while the IRF portal is set to transmit results in real time for prompt announcement of winners. Representing the Inspector General of Police, DIG Benjamin Okolo, said security operatives would remain civil but firm during the election. He warned that acts of violence or voter inducement would not be tolerated and urged candidates to focus on peaceful persuasion. Also, the Supervising National Commissioner and Chairman of the INEC Tenders Board, Ken Ikagu, confirmed that all systems are steady, with 114 domestic observers accredited. And 76 media organizations cleared to cover the poll. In her remarks, the resident Electoral Commissioner of Anambra State, Queen Elizabeth Agu, assured that the commission is fully prepared for Saturday's exercise. A middle-aged man, Onyekachi Abuada, a native of Abenetiti, Ezekwe Achi in Oji River local government area, has been severely wounded following an attack by unknown gunmen. The incident took place on Monday, October 3rd, 2025, at about 6:30 p.m. along the Achi-Agu Road near Corpus Christi College Achi and the filling station. The attackers, wielding cutlasses and guns, emerged from the bush and chased Onyekachi into the filling station where he sustained severe injuries. The victim received several machete cuts and sustained injuries of varying degrees and was rushed to an undisclosed hospital where he is currently receiving treatment. The fleeing suspect are said to have abducted a lady whom they picked up at the Achi Joint Hospital, Achi. The people of the area are calling for increased security patrols in the area and increased community engagement and awareness programs to enhance security in the area and prevent similar incidents. Earlier, my colleague Barikuma Ado had interaction with the Chief Security Officer for Oji River Local Government Area, Onyi Nwakiabia, on the incident and efforts to apprehend the fleeing suspects.
Okay, we've been doing a lot in the forest and we've been able to cross the border between Achi, Oji River to Umaga, Udi, and we are seeing so many such lights, and we are using we are getting coordinates from the DSS, and we are using both GPS, drone, and everything to search. And then, as it is, as at now, we've not found the lady, but we've been able to make contact and follow up using the coordinate sent through the phone. Hopefully between now and tomorrow morning, because we are still in the bush, we have some people pinned down in the bush. And I believe that before tomorrow morning, something positive will come out.
Okay, given those who saw the suspects, can they identify them? What type of people were those suspects?
Yeah, the people that saw them could not describe it because the suspects just opened fire where they were walking, and that's all. So everybody was running to safety, and they actually abducted 3 persons, 2 boys and 1 female. So, but on the way getting to the bush, the boys escaped, and we were very close to them. In fact, we entered the scene almost 3 minutes as it happened. We were there because we were close by for another operation when this one happened. We had the gunshot and we started shooting again, and we were shouting the names and of the engineers. So we had one from the bush. We will have to go and rescue him, and the other again inside the bush. And the girl, we were shouting her name, shouting her name, but she could not respond. And maybe by that time they might have told her that if she talked, they would shoot her, having lost 2 of their victims. So I know that would be the case. And then the woman would have escaped, but when she wanted to run, according to the others, she fell down. So that's why they have to grip her very tight more than others. So others have to escape. And we gave them a hot chest, but because it's a woman and it's night, because it didn't happen in the night, so we couldn't do much that night than to just do little or severe pursuit. And remember, as we are walking, we are also working to make sure that the woman is not killed, or we did not shoot the woman in the process. So we have to be using skills to give them that chase. Okay. So that's the situation.
So, CSO, what are the assurances to people of Oji River in terms of this issue of kidnapping? How safe can people be in Oji River local government area?
Yeah, the kidnapping in Achi is not a frequent thing. This for several years now, there have not been kidnapping in that part of Achi. That is number one. So this one that happened now opened our eyes. In fact, we are planning to do something before the state government have already mounted and launched the control center in that place that this thing happened. Command and control center. The satellite have been mounted there. So I think it was the same day that the thing happened. So right now the local government chairman, even the state governor have not relented because we are doing a lot. We are doing a lot. As I speak to you now, my men are in the bush right now. And if I can put you on video call, you say I'm right at the police division. I've not gone to my house since yesterday night, and I'm not going to my house today. So we are hanging on, waiting for any call for anything. We'll respond immediately. So we are doing everything possible to make sure. But there have been assurance to people because people have been seeing it. Like today, so many people were there. We'll be able to clear the bushes along that road, left and right.
Okay.
Left and right. We've combed from that place to Ihuachi, from Ihuachi to Omagaudi. The videos are there.
I want to
And
say,
my men are pinned down in the bush.
okay, trust that with the efforts you are making, you would rescue the young lady. Thank you very much, CSO Onyi Mokabia, for coming on to Signature TV.
9 military officers accused of aiding Boko Haram have reportedly escaped from a military detention facility inside Mayamala Cantonment, Maiduguri, Borno State. According to military sources quoted by Sahara reporters, the officers fled the guardroom on Monday. The Nigerian army has yet to issue an official statement on the incident. The escapees were said to be facing charges related to arms trafficking to terrorist groups operating in the northeast. Their disappearance has reportedly triggered concern within Nigerian security circles. This incident comes shortly after President Bola Tinubu announced new service chiefs. It also follows a similar episode in September 2024, when more than 200 inmates escaped from Borno prison after heavy flooding. The Edo State Governor Monday Okpebolo has signed into law a bill prescribing a 10-year jail term for anyone who violently or forcefully gains entry into state-owned property. The governor also assented to another provision stipulating a 5-year imprisonment for individuals involved in the unauthorized sale of transfer of government property without the governor's consent. This was contained in a statement issued by the governor's chief press secretary, Fred Itwa, and made available to journalists on Tuesday in Benin. Okpebolo said the new legislation underscores the administration's zero tolerance for corruption, impunity, and misuse of public assets. Okpebolo reaffirmed that public assets belong to the people of Edo State, not private individuals. Under the new law, unauthorized sale or transfer of government property without the governor's consent attracts a 5-year prison term, while violent or forceful entry into state-owned property could result in up to 10 years imprisonment, depending on the gravity of the offense. It stipulated that professionals who aid or abet illegal land transactions involving state property will also face sanctions, including prosecution and possible referral to their professional regulatory bodies for disciplinary action. The statement further warned that false petitions or fraudulent claims relating to government lands will attract severe penalties aimed at deterring abuse of process. All attention will focus on the nursing profession in Nigeria in the context of healthcare delivery as Nigerian hosts nurses from the Commonwealth, the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, while on a courtesy call on the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, on Tuesday, said the world attention will focus on the profession in Nigeria as the country is the first African nation to contest and win the right to host the professional body. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedema reports.
The Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Shirley Ayoko Botchway, will lead other world dignitaries and the Executive Board and Board members of the Commonwealth Association of Nurses and Midwives at the Abuja Conference. The conference, which will be flagged off by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will hold between April 20th and 24th, 2026. The Chief of Staff of the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, said that Nigeria is in a strong position to host a successful conference and will not shy away from showcasing its achievements in healthcare delivery.
Health is one of the priority areas of this government. I cannot begin to reel out the very many accomplishments of this government in the health sector, many of which you yourself are aware, including the revitalization of health centers, our primary healthcare centers, the health insurance program, which has increased, astronomically from from 60 million to about 20 million in terms of coverage, and so many other areas where this government has prioritized in the health sector. We'll be more than happy, again, like I said, it is worth repeating, to play a role. It is to be our pride that you showcase what we're doing and what we are still going to do.
The national chairman of the Nigeria Association of Nurses and Midwives, Comrade Haruna Maman, said that member associations from the United Kingdom, Europe, and Africa will attend the Abuja conference.
I'm glad to inform you that the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives contested and won the hosting of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation Conference, West Africa region. The conference has been slated for 20th to 24th April 2026 here in Abuja. The Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation comprises of 58 countries. Nurses and midwives from these countries are expected to participate in this conference, particularly the West African countries.
The conference, beyond creating cordial trade and professional relations, serves as a platform for networking, training exchanges, and improving healthcare delivery at the nursing level. In Abuja, Chimeze Izedima for Signature TV News.
And next is business news.
The Nigeria Customs Service and Ghana Revenue Authority (GRA) are set to deepen collaboration to curb illicit trade through enhanced border control and intelligence sharing. During a visit to Accra, the Ghana Revenue Authority Commissioner General Anthony Sapong and Nigeria Customs Controller General Bashir Adeniyi agreed to humanize custom procedures in line with the African Continental Free Trade Area framework. The meeting also aimed to strengthen ties ahead of the upcoming Custom Partnership for African Cooperation in Trade Conference in Abuja. Nigeria's naira and equities dropped on Monday after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened possible military action against Nigeria over alleged religious persecution. The naira fell 1.03% to 1,436 naira 34 kobo per dollar at the official market and 1,455 naira per dollar at the parallel market, reversing last week's gains. The decline followed Trump's comments on Truth Social, where he labeled Nigeria a country of particular concern and warned of possible action over alleged attacks on Christians, a statement that rattled investors and heightened geopolitical fears. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service posted a record 304 billion naira revenue in October 2025, the highest ever by any command. This marks a rise from 264 billion naira in October 2024, bringing its 10-month total to 2.4 trillion naira, surpassing 2024 full-year collection. Comptroller Emmanuel Oshoba credited the feat to enhance compliance, trade reforms, and tech-driven operations. He said a new drive-through scanning system set to process 150 containers per hour will soon launch to boost efficiency and transparency at the port. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority plans to impose an $11.50 levy on all international tickets, expected to generate over $1 billion in 20 years, sparking protests from operators. The new Advanced Passenger Information System fee added to the existing $20 security charge raises total security-related costs to $31.50 per passenger. While the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority says the levy will boost aviation security and data management, airlines warn it adds to multiple taxation and could further hike airfares amid economic strain. The Nigerian exchange extended its losing streak on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, as the market capitalization fell to 96.9 trillion naira. Investors traded 683.9 million shares worth 20.37 billion naira in 33,257 deals, showing a 9% rise in volume, but a 19% decline in value from Monday's session. Market sentiments remained negative, with 17 gainers and 41 losers from the 128 equities which participated. Unicel Interlinked led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 64 naira 90 kobo per share, from an opening price of 59 naira per share, followed by Sunu Assurances Nigeria, which surged 9.98% to close at 4 naira 96 kobo per share, while Honeywell flour mill rose by 9.72% to close at 19 naira 75 kobo per share, and livestock feeds gained 7.25% to close Tuesday's trading session at 7 naira 50 kobo per share. On the losing side, National Salt Company came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 99 naira per share from an opening price at 110 naira per share, followed by Skyway Aviation Handling dropping 10% to end Tuesday's trading session at 89 naira 55 kobo per share from an opening price of 99 naira 50 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index dropped 387.35 points to close at 153,739.11, representing a one-week loss of 0.25% and a four-week gain of 4.41% and an overall year-to-date gain of 49.37%. This is business news in Global News. Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Up ahead, FAA resumes traffic at Washington Airport after threat reported against plane. Hamas says it recovered Israeli hostages' remains. Hand over to Red Cross. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Donald Trump is watching the situation in Nigeria very closely after warning he could launch military strikes in the country, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Tuesday.
As the president stated, Michael, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may take action to wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities, especially against innocent women and children. I don't have any further announcements on that for you today, but I can assure you the President of the United States is watching this situation unfold very closely, as is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Trump said on Sunday the U.S. military could deploy troops to Nigeria or carry out airstrikes to stop what he called the killing of large numbers of Christians in West African country. The U.S. president's threats of military action came a day after his administration added Nigeria back to a countries of particular concern list of nations that the U.S. says have violated religious freedoms. Other nations on the list include China, Myanmar, North Korea, Russia, and Pakistan. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urged the United States on Tuesday to remain open to supplying Kyiv with long-range weapons for its war effort against Russia. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he is still not ready to provide Ukraine with long-range Tomahawk missiles. Addressing a European Union summit from the Pokrovsk area of eastern Ukraine, Zelensky also called for more Western sanctions on Russia, including on Russia's gas and nuclear sectors, and said he wanted Ukraine to join the EU before 2030.
And the United States of America need to be open to the opportunities of long-distance weapons, long-range weapons. That is very important, even as a deterring factor. We need to have it, to use it. We need the support of the US. We need the support of President Trump about that. And it will be a decisive pressure against Russia. Then sanctions, which are so important. And here I'd like to express my gratitude to Europe, the European Union, for the 19th sanctions package. Donald Trump is supporting Ukraine. As the future EU member, we have discussed that with him. He is supporting that, and he understands that this is the choice of the Ukrainian people, and First and foremost, I would like to believe that Ukraine will be in the EU before that. And if we speak about the EU membership, it has to be fully fledged. It seems to me that that is very important when we have at the same table equal countries in spite of their size of the territory or the population. It's important that they share similar values. In my opinion, you cannot be semi or demi-member of the EU.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said on Tuesday that unilateral U.S. military action inside Mexico won't happen as the U.S. has ramped up its military efforts, including fatal strikes in Latin America in recent months. Sheinbaum's comments came in response to questions about an NBC News report published on Monday, which said the U.S. had begun detailed planning for a new anti-cartel mission inside Mexico, including sending troops and intelligence officers to the country.
It won't happen. We have a security agreement that we worked on for many months with the United States government, and we agreed on it when the Secretary of State was here. We will continue working within that framework, which has very clear principles stated at the beginning of the document: respect for our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and collaboration and coordination without subordination of either state. So no, that's not going to happen. We have no report that it will happen. Moreover, we do not agree with it, and we have made that clear to President Trump. If it comes up in a call, we will say that this is not our policy and that we do not agree. First of all, it would be a violation of our sovereignty and our independence, and second, we can collaborate, we can coordinate. But it's not about the United States coming to say or to intervene or to have their agents, because that didn't work either. And it's not about coming to use war techniques in Mexico. It's something else, and little by little we are going to build peace.
Trump has repeatedly rejected unilateral U.S. military action inside Mexico, including U.S. President Donald Trump's offers to send U.S. troops to help fight cartels. Since early September, U.S. strikes against suspected drug vessels in the Eastern Pacific and Caribbean have killed dozens of people. The Trump administration has accused the victims of being drug traffickers without presenting evidence. Mexico President Claudia Sheinbaum has also expressed regret over Peru's decision to serve diplomatic relations following the granting of asylum to Peru's former prime minister. Although officials say trade ties remain unaffected, the country's president confirmed on Tuesday that former Peruvian Prime Minister Betsy Chavez is sheltering in Mexico's embassy in Lima after seeking asylum. Peru announced the diplomatic rupture after Mexico granted Chavez asylum and requested safe passage for her to leave the country. Chavez faces criminal charges for alleged role in former President Pedro Castillo's failed attempt to dissolve Congress in December 2022. Prosecutors are seeking a 25-year sentence. Chavez, who was imprisoned from June 2023 until he had released by a judge in September, has denied knowing about Castillo's plan. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva said on Tuesday that he will discuss Venezuela's issues and the increased U.S. military presence in Latin America at the CELAC summit later this month. The U.S. has built up a large military presence in the Caribbean in recent months, with U.S. President Donald Trump saying his administration will carry out strikes against drug-related targets inside Venezuela. Venezuela faces a political problem that must be resolved in the political sphere, Lula said, adding that he had told Trump in a recent meeting that Latin America is a region of peace, not war. The Federal Aviation Administration resumed traffic at the Reagan-Washington National Airport on Tuesday after briefly halting operations because of a bomb threat against the United Airlines plane. The FAA said operations were resuming after earlier issuing a ground stop due to a reported security issue. Passengers were removed from the plane and the aircraft was moved away from the terminal while authorities investigated. Reagan Airport is just 5 miles from the White House and U.S. Capitol, and the FAA imposes special security restrictions around the airspace. Flight Radar 24, a flight tracking site, said the issue was prompted by an unconfirmed threat against the United flight and had arrived from Houston. More than 190 flights have already been delayed at Reagan Airport, according to FlightAware. Hamas handed over what appeared to be human remains to the International Committee of the Red Cross in Gaza City on Tuesday after its armed wing had said it had found the body of an Israeli soldier who was being held hostage. Hamas said it would hand over the body at 8 p.m. Hamas said the body was found in Shajaa, an eastern suburb of Gaza City, in an area still occupied by Israeli forces, after Israel granted access to the location for teams from Hamas and the International Committee of the Red Cross. Under a ceasefire deal that took effect on October 10, Hamas turned over all 20 living hostages held in Gaza in return for nearly 2,000 Palestinian convicts and wartime detainees held in Israel. Hamas also promised to turn over the remains of deceased hostages, but says Gaza war devastation has made locating bodies difficult. Israel accuses Hamas of stalling. Before Tuesday, Hamas had turned 20 of the 28 bodies of the hostages that had been buried in Gaza in return. Israel handed over 270 bodies of Palestinians it had killed since the war began in October 2023, Gaza health authorities said. The U.S. brokered ceasefire has broadly held through repeated accidents in violence. Palestinian health authorities say Israeli forces have killed 239 people in strikes since the truce took effect, nearly half of them in a single day last week when Israel retaliated for a militant attack on its troops. More than 2 decades after the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq, citizens in Baghdad and Najaf expressed critical views of former U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney's role in shaping the country's recent history on Tuesday. Baghdad recently spoke of the lasting consequences of decisions made by Cheney.
Dick Cheney had a peaceful role in Iraq, and we experienced that firsthand. The consequences of the policies he pursued in Iraq are a major issue. Many of the positions he took were wrong, and he should have been held accountable for them. Or at least we Iraqis should have recognized them from the beginning. They were considering Jay Garner as the civilian administrator, but Dick Cheney brought in Paul Bremer, who was his associate and had a close relationship with him. Paul Bremer and Dick Cheney contributed to the issuance of over 100 decisions by Paul Bremer, decisions for which Iraq is still paying a heavy price. These decisions caused widespread destruction and devastation. What happened in Iraq was a direct result of the policies of Dick Cheney and Paul Bremer. As for American policy, especially former Vice President Dick Cheney, in 2003, during the war between us and the United States in general, he claimed that this Arab country, particularly Iraq, possessed weapons of mass destruction. This was one of the lies of American politics. Indeed, they played a major role in politics, especially in the destruction of Iraq through their repeated falsehoods. Cheney believed that the use of international force and direct, targeted wars would block competitors from establishing a multipolar world, making the United States the sole power capable of creating global balance and peace. For this reason, he has always been described as the architect of the war on terror and the chief engineer of the invasion of Iraq, both in a specific and direct sense. Cheney's legacy within the Republican Party today is seen as one that carries significant consequences and repercussions, many of them likely negative rather than positive. His policy of waging the war on terror had serious negative impacts on the United States, creating widespread hostility toward it among global populations, and leaving its key ally, Israel, in a state of constant war and danger within its regional surroundings.
Chene died at age 84 on Monday from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. His family said in a statement on Tuesday. Chene served 2 terms as vice president to U.S. President George Bush. He was a strong advocate for the 2003 invasion of Iraq and was among the most outspoken Bush administration officials, warning of the danger from Iraq's alleged stockpile of weapons of mass destruction. No such weapons were found. The 2 French citizens detained for 3 years in Iran, Cécile Copal and Jacques Paris, have been released from prison. President Emmanuel Macron announced on X on Tuesday. The release of Cécile Copal and Jacques Paris, arrested in May 2022, comes after France granted clemency in October to Iranian student Mahdia Esfandiari, who was detained earlier this year in Lyon for posting anti-Israeli messages on social media and prosecuted for apology of terrorism. The 2 French citizens were sentenced last month to heavy prison terms, notably for espionage on behalf of France and Israel and for plotting to overthrow the Tehran regime. France has consistently denounced the arbitrary detention. Cécile Copal and Jacques Paris were the last French nationals detained in Iran since the release of Franco-Iranian academic Fariba Adelka, Benjamin Beria, and Franco Ismail Bernard Felon in 2023, as well as young Franco-German cyclist Nanat Mantalos last month. Senator Ned Walker allegedly arrests brother and sister of his estranged wife, Regina Daniels. Nigerian musician Akin Sugar dies in Canada, and 7 Doors dominates the Bone Awards 2025 nominee list. Details are more with Queeneth Wonkota on Entertainment News.
Senator Ned Walker has allegedly ordered the arrest of the siblings of his 4th wife, Regina Daniels. This comes days after actress Regina Daniels allegedly filed for divorce, accusing him of domestic violence. In response to the allegation, Walker accused Regina of substance abuse. However, calling out the senator amid the messy marital crisis on Monday, Regina disclosed that her elder brother and sister had been arrested. While appealing to the general public for urgent help, the 24-year-old, in a series of posts on her Instagram page, attributed her siblings' arrest and detention to an alleged attempt by her husband to force her into a rehabilitation center. Rita Daniels, the mother of actress Regina Daniels, posted a video in which she publicly addressed her son-in-law Ned Walker with visible anger. In the clip, Rita Daniels accuses Ned Walker of being ungrateful and claimed that Regina spent about $50,000 to support his election campaign. She alleged that her family's resources helped boost his political image, and she warned him about the danger of biting the fingers that feeds him. The video sparked quite a stir, fueling speculation about family detentions and power dynamics within the couple's relationship. Popular live music band leader Akinloye Tofowomo, popularly known as Akin Sugar, has died at the age of 50. His death was confirmed in a statement released by his family on Monday. Akin Sugar died on October 30, 2025 in New Brunswick, Canada. The statement described the Sugar Band founder as a revered music icon, custodian of rhythm, culture, and the spirit of performance. The family also said details of funeral arrangement will be reviewed in due course. It also requested for privacy and quiet reflection at this deeply difficult time. Akin Sugar leaves behind his wife, children, siblings, and mother. The Best of Nollywood Awards has unveiled its 2025 nominee list featuring 25 categories, including the newly introduced Best Series category, reflecting Nollywood's growth and embrace of serialized storytelling. The News Agency of Nigeria reports that the grand ceremony held on Monday in Victoria Island, Lagos State, celebrated creativity, innovation, and excellence in Nigerian cinema. The unveiling ceremony attracted top filmmakers, actors, and industry stakeholders. It also highlighted the achievements that shaped Nigerian Nigeria's movie landscape over the past years. Leading the nominations are Seven Doors and Abanisete with 9 and 8 nominations. This production dominates major categories including Best Director, Best Actor, and Movie of the Year. They are closely followed by Farmer's Bride and My Mother is a Witch. Both films secured multiple nominations across creative and technical categories, cementing their place as audience favorites. The National Orientation Agency has hailed the rising success of Love in Every Word, the movie by filmmaker Omoni Oboli, after the sequel crossed 13 million YouTube views within 1 week of release. The sequel, which arrived 7 months after the original Love in Every Word, recorded 6 million views within its first 24 hours, placing it among the fastest climbing Nigerian film releases on the platform this year. Produced by Oboli, the title features Patience Ozokwo, Bamike Olawumi, Bam Bam, Uzo Arukwe, and several other Nollywood actors. In a post shared on X on Monday, the NOA described the growth of logical created films as a strong indicator of Nigerian creative value. The agency added that such milestones were a reminder that the creative economy remains one of Nigeria's strongest global exports. And that's the entertainment news. I'm Queenette Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thank you for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Dice for a Five. where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you don't see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children.
What a beautiful and bright day it is. We are happy to have you join us on Signature Morning. Today is Wednesday, November 5th, 2025.
Good morning,
Good
Uche.
Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm
Are you
okay.
sure? Well, yesterday during newspaper headlines, I came across a headline about those in the IDP camps and, you know, the increased rate of pregnancies in those camps. And it just, you know, made me start thinking about IDP camps generally and the state of those camps. What do you think about that?
IDP camp is supposed to be temporary. Anybody that goes there due to disaster, insecurity, flooding and all of that. For me, in Nigeria, it is supposed to be temporary. They are not refugees. They are internally displaced persons. But so far in Nigeria, I feel like some of them have been there for years.
That place is as good as their homes.
Right,
now,
their
they've been chased away
homes.
from their homes.
And the good question is, what is the government doing to move them there? Because whatever is playing out now is as a result of the disaster that they face. So it's basically not their fault. I mean, they are trying to,
Yes, and
you know.
I think, you know, we hear so much about aids coming to those in the IDP camps, but then when you see things like this, you know, you start to wonder what exactly is the true state of these camps and what are they doing to help those people who are there, properly help them, not just the figures and the numbers that they give. Well, it's something for us to ponder on and as we hope for a better country. But thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
And I am Lilian Wali. Give us a moment. Welcome back. Now it's time for our newspaper headline and review, and we will begin with the Vanguard newspaper. On the headlines, Trump, why we reject U.S. threat on Nigeria, says China. U.S. lawmakers blast Trump, says threatening military action against Nigeria irresponsible and reckless. Religious extremists plotting to divide Nigeria, FG raises alarm. Insists on genocide against Christians. Senate to discuss Trump's comments with executive arm. And genocide claim divisive and dangerous for region's cohesion, says ECOWAS.
Alleged terrorism, I have no case to answer, let me go, says Kanu. Strike, we've met ASU's demands, federal government.
Top banks record 4.1 trillion naira profit in 9 months. And court clears PDP to hold national convention in Ibadan.
Obaseki carpet Obebolo denies 600 billion naira debt, others. Troops kill Boko Haram terrorists during attack on military base in Borno.
And on page 20, budget deficit. Tinubu seeks fresh 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan as debt hits 152 trillion naira.
On the Nigerian Tribune, Court orders PDP Damagum to proceed with November 15th and 16th convention. Directs INEC to attend monitor proceedings. North Central meeting splits over resolution to back Damagum.
Trump's threat, China, EU, ECOWAS back Nigeria. We will emerge stronger, says FG. Tinubu declares state of emergency on security institutions. We oppose using religion as excuse to interfere in other countries' internal affairs, says China. And Nigeria's violence driven by multiple factors, says EU. No religious genocide in West Africa. This is coming from ECOWAS. And support Nigeria's fight against insurgency, Abdusalami tells US.
On page 16, court gives Nnamdi Kanu till today to defend terrorism charges. Police deploy 60,000 security personnel for Anambra election, on page 2.
And on page 5, CBN to raise 650 billion naira in first November Treasury bill auction. And DSS dismisses 115 personnel.
On health, walking, swimming, cycling, best exercises to ease knee arthritis pain, says scientists. And reps in rowdy session over Lagos Trade Fair probe.
On the Punch newspaper, U.S. eyes religious persecutors trial. China backs Tinubu.
Wike kicks as Oyo court lifts PDP convention ban.
NMPC eyes 20% stake in Dangote refinery. And Lagos policemen treated U.S. like criminals. Treated us like criminals, says tech workers.
15% tariff. Nigerians to pay 1 trillion naira extra for petrol yearly. Fuel marketers oppose petrol price increase. Otedola backs Tinubu's 15% tariff amid inflation concerns.
And Senate receives Tinubu's request for 1.15 trillion naira loan.
On the Daily Trust newspaper, misinformation behind U.S.-Nigeria tension, says experts. Allies declare support.
Eurobond remains stable amidst Trump's threat. Court okays PDP convention. BOT meets today.
Tinubu seeks NAS approval for 1.15 trillion naira loan. And DSS sacks over 100 officers.
And woman kidnaps self to extort money from husband. ACF Max Silver Jubilee seeks support for development initiatives.
Finally, on the Daily Trust, contractors protest at National Assembly over debt. And that is it for our headlines on the newspapers this morning. And over to our review with Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Lucia. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning, Chris.
And good morning, people of the world. We are here again. We thank God for His mercy. Let's shoot the shoot.
Now, on the Vanguard newspaper, China is rejecting the threat on Nigeria by the U.S.
On Vanguard newspaper, why we reject U.S. threat on Nigeria, China. China, like a sovereign nation like U.S., Nigeria, are free to reject or accept anything. So they are free. But I don't know why they are killing flies on somebody's leg and going to, to squeeze the fly on their own. You catch fly on somebody's leg, you go into your leg to squeeze it. That's the China. So China's response, when we get involved in so many talks concerning what the facts remains, then we get confused from the matter. Who is threatening what? For what reason? U.S. is not threatening Nigeria. U.S. said, we are going to help Nigeria to clean off bandits and terrorists that are killing Christians. Killing Christians and other Nigerians. Now we are turning into international politics. China has been there. What have they done for Nigeria? Nothing. China is exploitative. And we know them. They will creep under the nation, go back, and all the illegal mines in Nigeria are done by Chinese. What is their business? We and the Nigerians who are being killed, we are dying daily. And Chinese people are even, some of them have run into these same fireworks. Some of them have been kidnapped. There have been issues. But because they control a lot of money, Nigerian money, and what they do here, they have always been able to pay their ransom through. What happened to the farmers who could not pay ransoms and people who have been killed and raped? I don't know what their business is.
But it's not just China too, because on the Nigerian Tribune, we also see that EU and ECOWAS as well are supporting China to back Nigeria.
Yes. They are saying US should not attack Nigeria. Yeah, that is supportive. EU and ECOWAS has been there, and then where they see bandits and terror, what have they done to help Nigeria? That's what I want to hear them say. Okay, US don't have it hard on Nigeria. Nigeria, let's support you to clean up Nigeria. Let them stop killing us. For ECOWAS to come, this is the same useless politics ECOWAS come and play. How many people remain in ECOWAS? How many countries pulled out? What has ECOWAS been there? Toothless bulldog. It's only when it comes to Nigeria they will talk, because that's all of them are dependent on Nigeria. And the confusion and killings in Nigeria has fed ECOWAS. Nigeria is a free-for-all where ECOWAS working. It's even ECOWAS that is feeding Nigeria with these bandits. Let them come and prove it otherwise. That's why they're talking about. I've said, if their hands are clean, why are they worried? US said, stop killing these people. And there are evidences. All these ones they are talking about. And they have it. Negotiating and talking about at the high diplomatic level. The US, you have given this, you have seen this. This may be true, but let's approach it in a different way. That's what we want to hear. Of course, nobody is praying that US will bomb Nigeria and start attacking, because, like somebody told me yesterday, bullet or bomb do not know who is a terrorist or a bandit. That's why we have stray bullets at all that are happening. So in any situation, all these people are free to take their opinion. It's a democratic world.
Now, court gives Nnamdi Kanu till today to defend terrorism charges. And on the Vanguard, Kanu is saying, I have no case to answer, let me go.
They've kept Nnamdi Kanu for this long. And many courts, competent jurisdiction, courts of competent jurisdiction in Nigeria have set Nnamdi Kanu free. Now, what happened in Nnamdi Kanu's case that has, surprised everyone? If you have brought Nnamdi Kanu on a different charge and court set him free, you allow him go. If you find him going against another part of the constitution, you bring him back. But Nnamdi Kanu is kept for this long. This court will discharge him. They still kept him, and he will be kept, and they write a new charge, keeping him, and they start all over. And the young man has started saying for a long time that he doesn't have case to answer. If they have case to answer, let them convict him. Let them open up and write the judgment. Let the world see where Nnamdi Kanu has offended Nigeria. You don't just put word in somebody's mouth and say you're a terrorist and defend it. The man saying he's not a terrorist. It becomes his word against the judges and the biggest court in Nigeria, Ministry of Justice, and all the allied agencies that are in charge of justice and human rights. They kept quiet. Single Nnamdi Kanu. That's how I see one person issue that they will have sorted out. The President of Federal Republic of Nigeria has every power to have stopped this case. Won't go into all this where we are getting into now. If court says, Nnamdi Kanu, defend yourself, Nnamdi Kanu, I don't have a case, is it what we do and the man will be there? The people who held him felt that if he doesn't have a defense and all, they now say, okay, we are charging you for terrorism and you could not defend yourself with them. But in my place, They said, do not kill a man who did not say anything. It was in things fall apart. The Igbo man visited Umuofia. They went and captured the man. And they came back and told the elder said, what the man said, he said he didn't say anything. He said, I'm going to go leave the man. No. But because they were strong-hearted, they went and killed the Igbo man who didn't say anything. Hung his bicycle on top of the iroko tree. And the colonial people came for war. Now, do we liken Nnamdi Kalu's case to the man who said, he didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. Nigeria said you commit terrorism, and then with what? Where are the bombs? Where are the guns? Where are the soldiers? Committed terrorism with microphone. Then let's bring microphone and see whether microphone can explode or turn into bomb. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But 90 million flies cannot be wrong. Even if Nnamdi Kanu is found guilty in any of those things, and the world come together and said, leave him. Let him go home and repent. We're still holding him. But we clean open our eyes without even vetting and pardon 175 people until the world say, hey. They say, wait, they start reviewing. Nnamdi Kanu's name wasn't even mentioned there. Because he has not been convicted. They don't find him any offense. It's just alleged. And with Nigeria as a nation against one man, haven't they found it things? And they still need him to prove. If Nigeria as a nation said, Nnamdi Kanu, you're a terrorist, and they bring evidences, Nnamdi Kanu's case, people are looking at it as if there is something else the federal government is not telling us. And I rest my case there. I wouldn't even want to talk about it again, because sometimes this case will be going, people will begin to misinterpret it in different ways. I joined the group that said, allow Nnamdi Kanu to go. That's all I can add. Whatever the people interpret, whatever the federal government want to do with it, at this point, let them go ahead. This thing has dragged too long. But let them remember that if you use mallet to kill a fly, the fly might fly off and the mallet will not miss your legs.
Now, on the Vanguard newspaper, budget deficit. Tinubu seeks fresh 1.15 trillion domestic loan as Nigeria debt hits 152 trillion naira.
Yeah, a lot of people felt that we are overborrowing. But they have not been into Aso Rock. The President of Federal Republic of Nigeria probably have his own plan. The only thing is that we hear him borrow and tell us the reason why he wants to borrow. That's where it ends. When he borrows, we don't feel the effect. And we don't, what do we borrow to do? Because when he said borrow, it means we have to pay. Someday, somebody must pay. So if we borrow, the future of our 10th generation of children, and we are planning that Nigeria will be like Dubai, is going to plant seeds with a squirrel in your bag. There must be something we sacrifice today so that the people of tomorrow will enjoy. We just want to borrow anything they will depend on. And they will. Even the 20th generation of Nigerian children who are yet to, 20th generation, they've not even born their mothers and their fathers, are owing debt to international community. Are we as Nigerians feeling that Nigeria will one day not pay? It happened once in my lifetime during Okonjo Iweala. They said he got the G234 and they said debt pardon. And that debt pardon was full of complex issues we did not understand. Because the way I see people who borrow money, they are Shylocks. They don't forgive. They must get pound of flesh. The only thing is that the pound of flesh might not be up to a pound. They might get a penny of flesh. But they must scratch something. So, my friend, I keep saying that his nickname is Onyugwo Nuchog. You pay. You know, Onyugwo, if you're a debtor, after fighting, you must pay your debt. So Nigeria wish them good luck. Let them borrow. He's the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am not his Minister of Finance and Budget and Planning. We have retinue of advisors who are working with him. And they are eggheads, people that are qualified. If they feel that this borrowing doesn't cause any harm, who am I? But I am saying my opinion. Just I know many Nigerians will say, we have borrowed too much within a short time. This government has borrowed more than other government has been in their 8 years tenure. Within 2 years, he has borrowed what? Of course, Buhari was conservative. If you are talking about borrowing, he was shaking his head, I know. But this man came in, from the first day, he removed subsidy, brought back 15%. So I don't know. I'm getting confused. Somebody need to help me. We are now battling with 15% tariff on import. So, is he robbing Peter to pay Paul? Which way? Nigerian economy has surpassed the common people like us who are not economists want to bring 1 naira and be able to buy value of what 1 naira can buy. But these days, they are already tinkering the idea of having 20,000 naira note. And before you know it, Nigeria will print. That time, we have had African countries who were in that stage of what they called dangerous economic situation, where you change $1 with 1 naira, you go and look for wheelbarrow. You want to change $1, you look for wheelbarrow to carry Nigerian naira. That is where these things are going, because if 10 is not at home, when 10 enter, it go vanish. We are borrowing. The borrowers are in business. They borrow you for you to pay interest. If you don't pay interest in cash, you pay in kind or with your property. And they look, I don't want to believe that most of their leaders has borrowed almost all things we can depend on as a nation away. And we are here fighting ourselves. Very soon, somebody said they have even sold Nigeria and they collected the money. Because the way I see it, 1.15 trillion. Yes. If you want to calculate it, you won't wake up. They will write that you died of heart attack.
All right,
what are we doing with it?
Still talking on this economy, let's also look at this 15% tariff you mentioned. Nigerians to pay 1 trillion naira extra for petrol yearly. Fuel marketers oppose petrol price increase, and we are seeing that Otedola backs Tinubu's 15% tariff amid inflation.
Otedola is a marketer. And when you see a marketer talk, let's see the people who buy the fuel. Because these marketers, they throw away and jump out to catch. They have never, and God is, I keep saying it, everybody involved in the chain of importing and selling fuel in Nigeria have never been sincere. They have been eating, then they got to the point they were making so much gain that they can even buy the nation. Imagine what this means, and somebody is, if it does not favor them, they won't support it. So this is opportunity for them, because when you say 15%, they will tell you how much they imported and calculate 15% on it and sell it to you at a margin. That's what they are saying. They're only looking for a way to make sure that we sell fuel in Nigeria 5,000 naira. I've told them, we know where you guys are going. You bet me I was here and saying, listen, that's where they're going. Very soon you hear that a liter of fuel, refined petroleum product in Nigeria, PMS, is 5,000. But even at that, it will not still be enough for them. It would. They are insensitive to what we suffer. Is this the leg now? Now I'm going to take rich Umaya. Every day, this world. This is where our life centers. Every government run around it. The president of Nigeria, somebody said somewhere, did not see insecurity Minister of Defense to be the minister. The last one was the substantial minister of oil. All of them are ministers of oil. And they find defense empty. People are dying in insecurity. Other nations of the world are tagging us, say, country of a particular concern. They are talking from both sides of the mouth, agree. They should have taken over Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Finance, where instead of this petroleum, that means 90 million flies cannot be wrong. They know what they are doing, but it's blood money, because all these things we are doing and suffering and gnashing of teeth and all. I don't want to believe Nigeria is another hell on earth. Let them think about it.
All right.
DSS dismisses 115 personnel. When I heard it, my heart jumped. If DSS You know, the Bible said, no man, having put his hand to the plow, looking back is worthy for the kingdom of God. You know the kind of training DSS people have? And suddenly you dismiss 115 of them into Nigerian society. At this time, it's dangerous. So, you know why? These people, if they are disgruntled, can find easy service for all these bandits and terrorists looking at fighting Nigeria, or with their knowledge, what they know about security and all, because DSS should be the highest intelligent organization in Nigeria. When they dismiss and make it public, hey, wahala dey is like when you hear those rumors that Cameroon opened their, what they call it?
Border.
No, not border. They opened their water thing that hold water. They opened the dam, and Nigeria will be overflooded. Then the SS, I beg, look at this very well. Oh, I'm not a security, but when I know that Nigerian DSS, Nigerian police, it's like Nigerian army, all those the well-trained security organizations suddenly dismiss their people into this society that is already flooded with criminals. What other job are you providing them if they don't find positive energy to explore? They begin to explore this into negative energy. They have to look at it very well. I'm talking like ordinary Nigeria. But it doesn't mean that if they have to sack people and people who are not doing well, they must sack them. And that's it. So that's it.
That is it, Chris. Thank you.
It's time, eh?
Yes.
Okay. So may God bless all of you that have joined us this morning to watch, and managed to temper justice with mercy to accommodate my shouting and passionate approach. But then that's for Nigeria to be better. God bless you wherever you are. God bless my grown-up angels. God bless me too. But remember, in all this God blessing we ask for, God blesses those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you for being with us.
Okay, thank you to you too, Chris. And we have to wrap it up with that newspaper headline and review, but then we'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT 1600 hours GMT.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now, election peace accords have become a familiar scene in Nigeria. But the question most Nigerians are asking is, do these agreements, are they truly effective, or are they just political theater with no real consequence? Are they just smoke screen? We have on the phone with us this morning Kanayochukwu Obidibo. He is a public affairs analyst here to talk about the signing election peace accords in Nigeria. You're welcome. Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
To begin, how would you describe or characterize the idea of peace accord signing in Nigerian elections, and what relevance would you say that it has?
Well, I have to say one thing very categorical. This peace accord is unknown to democracy. I'm talking about an enduring world democracy. Peace accord is unknown as far as I am concerned. I am not a political student, but I have not read where nations have to go on peace accord before elections are held. So in Nigeria balance of peace accord, it is unfortunate that after 65 years and having tinkered with our present nascent political projects that we have not been able to settle and agree that credible elections will be conducted. Well, signing an accord is just like what they have been doing all over and again. And to an ordinary man, it is kind of a jamboree. It is kind of a rally of bringing all the political gladiators together, probably to meet themselves in one environment and then share pleasantries. And not that they are sharing peace accord towards an enduring democracy or a credible election. Because at the end of the day, we are going to witness, like before, what transpires during the electionary campaign and the election proper. By Saturday, which is the 8th of November, stories will be told of how boxes are snatched, how people are beaten up, how votes were bought. These are things that doesn't actually, support that the peace accord that was signed in hostility. It was not signed in hostility, but in this case, by Saturday, stories will be told. Different ugly stories about, how the vote were cast, how the electorate conducted themselves, how Togri was promoted, and the rest of them. So to me, peace accord is just a jamboree coming together, seeing themselves, and go back to their trenches.
Okay, now Mr. Obidibo, do you think peace accord should actually have legal binding that would make the candidates have some sort of accountability in election?
Well, I don't think our electoral act actually makes provision for peace accord. Like I said, it is unknown to the electoral act. These are things that Abdul Salami and co came up with, if you remember, that there should be peace accord among the candidates, so that we'll come together and we'll gather the police officers, the army officers, the road safety. I was once chairman of a party. I was part of a peace accord during the time of SMO, who was a candidate of PPA in Anambra State, and I went there, I witnessed it. So what I'm trying to say is, as an experience, I have not seen that after the peace accord that we maintain the tranquility. We didn't. All I'm saying is that peace accord or no peace accord is with the gladiators. You don't have to go all armed because you want to win an election. An election is supposed to be sports. If you lose today, you probably will win tomorrow. So to me, in the old good days of the NCNC, the APOGA and the rest of them, and NMPC, there was no peace accord signed by these gentlemen. And there were more of, few of them were, that have traveled. They have experienced, few of them experienced democracy outside the shores of this country. But today, we have beautiful, experienced young men and women. We have educated men and women all over the country, and yet look at the moral experience we are witnessing when it comes up to elections and the rest of them. In actual fact, ordinarily, intra-party primaries is mad with all these ugly stories. So what I'm trying to say is that it is, to me, not encouraging. Okay? All we have to do, like today, from what the police IGP has said, that 60,000 policemen has been drafted to Anambra State to man election. All we need is to have the security personnel and then have them all over the places without harm, so to say, so that people will conduct themselves. And I can tell you, in the recent time, Voters Party has actually, tripled as a result of people withdrawing from participating in electoral processes.
Now, you've said quite a lot about the integrity of the political gladiators and the conducting themselves in these electoral, in the election period. So what then does that say about the integrity and the quality of the politicians that we have and the political gladiators that we have when we cannot fully vouch for their comportment during election periods and their moral standing with keeping in line with these rules with or without a peace accord? What does that speak of our democracy and political system in Nigeria?
Okay. It is unfortunate that there are no consequences. If we have an enduring judicial system and there is electoral law, there is other judicial processes that actually, protects our democracy. And anyone, no matter who is he, says we believe that no one is above the law, and you contraverse the law, either knowingly or unknowingly, that you must face the consequences. Because our politicians doesn't face consequences. If you watch out and then go back to history, you will find out that nobody has been jailed as a result of electoral offenses. Nobody. I have not heard of anybody sentenced because he committed an electoral fraud. In most cases, they are let off the hook because one man somewhere will pick a phone and call either the police or the army or whoever must have held who contravened the electoral offense and say, hey, come on, he's my guy, you better leave him. Please, I will see you. And we say, the big Oga has spoken. And I had a call from their booth. Can you imagine? For instance, last night or yesterday, there was an election in New York. A late mayor of New York has been elected. And he won overwhelmingly, even though the president of America was actually not in support. He came up with several rhetorics of if he wins this will happen, with that will happen. But yesterday night or today's night, because I know I'm around the area, that the mayor is on the street jubilating, and the people are saying yes. So what I'm trying to say, and you can see the Democrats as a political party, they have won Pennsylvania, they have won several states. This is exactly what is going on. And what I'm trying to say is that when people are out to vote based on their conscience, please allow them. And if you lose, take it as a sport, have a handshake, and then go back to your drawing board. And probably you might win some other day. Some Buhari contested election four times and won. Let us take that as an example of how winners should take whatever contest they get into, or how losers will take. And then those who must have won should show some magnanimity in winning by accommodating. You see why the politicians are going head on and then trying to bring in the do or die attitude is because as soon as a political party wins, it becomes a winner take all affair, which is not proper in a democracy. For democracy to grow, there must be opposition, credible opposition of all the parties within the governance, and that will promote democracy. Okay?
All right. Now, from what you said now, part of the essence of this peace accord is for, political essence, issue-based campaign, and for violent free election. But then there is no structure, according to what you said when we started. Now, what do you think we should do to have a specific executive structure when it comes to implementation? And what measure do you think Nigeria should take to adopt, more binding and more credible peace accords when it comes to elections?
You see, Nigerians are very good in terminologies and going into the lexicon than to assume a particular phrase or whatever. Peace accord. During the MPN days, was there any peace accord? the parliamentary system of government, when we have the NCNC, there was no peace accord. People were allowed to canvass for vote, and you can find out that popular candidates win in their own areas. Popular candidates win in their districts. Popular candidates win within their wards. A situation where you want to override the ward, the local government, the states, and all the National Assembly offices is where the problem comes. For instance, in Anambra State, the Anambra South Senatorial District until the other day was held by one man who is popular, the late Ivan Yoba, the Senator late Ivan Yoba. He keep winning. And even though the Abuja government sits here in Oka, but still, when it is election, they know that this man is a very popular candidate, and therefore you don't go and throw in a violence spanner into the system there, because it's going to affect the people. So until we realize that whatever we are doing is against the people, these are few individuals, 109 senators, 360 members of Federal House, in Anambra State, 30 members of a state assembly. So is that what somebody's life? It isn't. So what I'm trying to say is that the peace accord should be holistic in the sense that we, or the politician, should be able to be civil. They should know that there is law guiding all these processes. They should know, like I said, there must be consequences. Not until all these things I have just enumerated are observed, and the consequences waiting for anybody that offends the Electoral Act or electoral law or any constitutional provision must face the consequences. Thank you.
Now, you've stated that you do not particularly see the peace accord as a something that is effective, but it's a smoke screen instead. And you've also mentioned that peace accord in a truly democratic society, there is actually no need for a peace accord. But I also want to ask you, this accord was created for a reason, and according to former head of state, he said that it's more of a moral commitment, not legal instrument. So don't you think that it has, in one way or another, helped in elections, or had any form of positive impact when it comes to the politicians and their conduct during elections, irrespective of the fact that you do not see it as something that is currently effective?
It has never been effective, if I may put it that way. It has never been effective. Tell me, one of the elections in the past that was conducted and there were no irregularities, there were no skirmishes, people were not ballot box snatching. You see, when you are talking about peace accord, peace means there should be tranquility. Peace means there should be, civility. But in most cases, once the election, is on, all manner of violence, I can tell you, I am not missing what to tell you. I am telling you as somebody who has participated. I'm telling you as somebody who have witnessed. And therefore, it will be very foolhardy of me to accept that peace accord has done any good to our democracy. None, in the sense that these are gentlemen that comes together like they came together here the other day in the International Conference Center in Oka, and then have a handshake and left. But when they go back to their trenches, they will encourage. When I mean encourage, they will encourage violence. They will encourage ballot snatching. I think it was in this country, probably the last presidential election, that people went for peace accord. But one of the presidential candidates said, snatch it and run. What does snatch it and run means in a democracy? That alone shows you that peace accord, they all gathered together and had a handshake and then exchanged pleasantries, is nothing. It does not permeate into their life. We are talking of our moral. We are talking of our moral dispositions in our everyday life. That is what it is. So, peace accord or no peace accord, I am telling you that it's unknown to law, and anybody that brought it up is a part of, Nigerian political joke. It's a joke. If not a joke, why would people think that after coming for one day or few hours of seeing themselves together, they have actually got committed, that we are now sportsmen, that we are going to the trenches for us to, have a contest. Whoever wins, we support. Our problem in this country. The problem is that all these gladiators have actually spent some money. Our election is so cost effective that these gladiators are spending so much money, and nobody invests and will not hope to recoup or hope to break even or hope to gain.
Mr. Willibo, just to get you correctly, so are you saying that the peace accord shouldn't even have been created in the first place, or are you saying that the purpose for which the peace accord was created has not been met?
Both. All of the above of what you have just said. The purpose has not been met. The peace accord is a harass in the first place. Because it is unknown to law. Let us be guided by the principles, by the letters, by the provisions of law. That's what I'm saying. We have constitution. Can't we look at that constitution? We have a electoral act. Let us amend the electoral act. If there are some, amendments we are, foreseen over time, because time changes everything, and let us amend it, and not that some gentlemen will sit together and then decide to come up with a proposal of peace accord, and it has become a norm that has not actually led us to anywhere, because before the election we will continue to witness no peace. A situation where there's violence on the day of election, is there peace? If I may ask you, my dear sister, there is none. So to me, I have to be very factual. I am not missing word to say it, because I have witnessed it. I have seen it over and again. I am over 65 years of old, which means I have witnessed Nigerian democracy, both the good, the bad, and the ugly side of it. So I am here continue to stand by that the peace accord is just a jamboree of meeting of minds of political parties as election draws nearer. Less than 100 hours to the election, that is when the peace accord is being fashioned, and you think that 2 hours, 3 hours of staying in conference center will now permeate into them for peace to reign? No. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Everybody has gone back. If you have a plan of trying to rig, you are on it. If you have a plan on trying to snatch ballot boxes, they are on it as we speak. So in less than 40, 45, or maybe 60 hours, you will see what will be happening in all our districts. I'm talking about Anambra as a whole. We have more than 300. We have more than 300 wards, 365 wards. You will see, and we have over 6,000 something polling stations in Anambra State. And I can tell you, within those period of time, you will see what will happen. There are a few places, let me tell you, from my experience, that in the next 48 hours, ballot materials are not there. At Anambra West, where we call Olumbadesi, Imolu. These are people you cannot access as it is now. The rain is actually, the rainy season is dropping, but you can access Olumbadesi through Hawaii in Delta State, Asaba. And then they are under Anambra West, and they have police stations there. And tell me, if the materials are not there and the elections are not conducted there, but results are what? Results must be shown. Are we actually telling ourselves the truth? So I'm being factual. I am very, very being, blunt to say all these things because of my little experience so far.
All right. Now, what would you say are the longest limitations and the misdemeanors that we currently face during Nigeria elections, and beyond all this peace accord and electoral act amendment? What would you say is what Nigeria needs to maintain a very good election and a democratic state?
Well, what I will suggest is very simple. Simple in the sense is that we have the ENUGU all over the places, and we believe with the ENUGU and the ad hoc staff, they are going to, man all our police stations, the units, and our collection centers, and that's it. But I can tell you one thing: the good thing would have been the technology. If we have actually deployed technology as it was, provided, there will be no glitch. Once you cast your vote, it transmits, no matter where you are, and that is result for you. Because as soon as you get there, and that is it, minus plus will be doing this, that's it. A situation where our technology has not been deployed or properly deployed with the quantum of money that the INEC was provided by the budget, and they were unable to do the proper thing, and the glitch came on. Today, we are in Anambra State, we are facing Anambra State election. Our INEC actually told us that there will be no glitch, that transmission of results will be swift. They have not done that until we do that. And technology is so enormous these days that every nation that deploys technology gets this right. Okay? Elections are being conducted all over the places. And funny enough, Nigerian big boys, like former president of Nigeria, Jonathan, was the chairman of ECOWAS monitoring election committee within the sub-region. He has been changed few weeks ago or a few days ago by the former vice president, Osibajo, Prof. So what I'm trying to say is that we deploy our own to go and oversee that credible elections are conducted. But we have not been able to deploy our own to see that credible election, free and fair, has been conducted in Nigeria, okay, without going to court. It is only in Nigeria that after the election people go to court. People don't go to court in America, people don't go to court in Britain, people don't go to court in all the sub-regions. I mean, I'm talking about that. Alassane Ouattara in Cote d'Ivoire has just won election for the 4th or the 5th time. The man in Cameroon is being propelled even though he's sick. And you can see the violence, you see what is going on. That is the African mentality. Not until Nigeria deploys technology. Man, all we are saying is just, balderdash. And I must tell you, we have all the money, we have all the resources, we have all the eggheads, we have all we have everything in totality to give Nigeria, to put Nigeria as the leader of democracy in the world. I'm not talking about only Africa. How we are only 260 million. How many is India? 1.something billion. And they conduct the election, the next day the result is announced. Nigeria takes days of manipulation. How can we provide such a amount of money for INEC and resort back to manual? When we are talking about glitch, what is glitch in the actual sense? A glitch in a system, I am not a technologist, but I can tell you that a glitch that caused a system to either malfunction must have been caused by somebody, and that somebody could be dictated at that material time when the glitch happened, because somebody is somewhere and technology will tell you that it was my duty time that it happened. Therefore, what did I press? What did I touch? What program did I change? It's as simple as that. And if I am caught, I should be punished. And if I am punished, it is a consequence, so that is sent out as a deterrent to any other person. But in our own case, INEC new chairman is here. He has promised that there's going to be credible election, but this is a new competence for him.
All right.
Let us see how it goes.
All right. We apologize, Mr. Obidibo. We have to cut you short there, but we hope to continue this conversation in a later date. Thank you very much for joining us.
That's all right. I appreciate your efforts to, educate Nigerians on issues like this. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. We just spoke to a public affairs analyst on signing election peace accords, whether it's effective or a smokescreen. Thank you for staying with us. Now we'll go on a short break. When we return, Signature Morning continues.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Senator Ned Nwoko has allegedly ordered the arrest of the siblings of his fourth wife, Regina Daniels. This comes days after actress Regina Daniels allegedly filed for divorce, accusing him of domestic violence. In response to the allegation, Nwoko accused Regina of substance abuse. However, calling out the senator amid the messy marital crisis on Monday, Regina disclosed that her elder brother and sister had been arrested, while appealing to the general public for urgent help The 24-year-old, in a series of posts on her Instagram page, attributed her siblings' arrest and detention to an alleged attempt by her husband to force her into a rehabilitation center. Rita Daniels, the mother of actress Regina Daniels, posted a video in which she publicly addressed her son-in-law Ned Nwoko with visible anger. In the clip, Rita Daniels accuses Ned Nwoko of being ungrateful and claimed that Regina spent about $50,000 to support his election campaign. She alleged that her family's resources helped boost his political image, and she warned him about the danger of biting the fingers that feeds him. The video sparked quite a stir, fueling speculation about family detentions and power dynamics within the couple's relationship. Popular live music band leader Akinloye Tofowomo, popularly known as Akin Sugar, has died at the age of 50. His death was confirmed in a statement released by his family on Monday. Akin Sugar died on October 30, 2025 in New Brunswick, Canada. The statement described the Sugar Band founder as a revered music icon, custodian of rhythm, culture, and the spirit of performance. The family also said details of funeral arrangement will be reviewed in due course. It also requested for privacy and quiet reflection at this deeply difficult time. Akin Sugar leaves behind his wife, children, siblings, and mother. The Best of Nollywood Awards has unveiled its 2025 nominee list featuring 25 categories, including the newly introduced Best Series category, reflecting Nollywood's growth and embrace of serialized storytelling. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the grand ceremony held on Monday in Victoria Island, Lagos State, celebrated creativity, innovation, and excellence in Nigerian cinema. The unveiling ceremony attracted top filmmakers, actors, and industry stakeholders. It also highlighted the achievements that shaped Nigeria's movie landscape over the past years. Leading the nominations are Seven Doors and Abanisete with 9 and 8 nominations. This production dominates major categories including Best Director, Best Actor, and Movie of the Year. They are closely followed by Farmer's Bride and My Mother is a Witch. Both films secured multiple nominations across creative and technical categories, cementing their place as audience favorites. The National Orientation Agency has hailed the rising success of Love in Every Word, the movie by filmmaker Omoni Oboli, after the sequel crossed 13 million YouTube views within 1 week of release. The sequel, which arrived 7 months after the original Love in Every Word, recorded 6 million views within its first 24 hours, placing it among the fastest climbing Nigerian film releases on the platform this year. Produced by Oboli, the title features Patience Ozokwo, Bamike Olawumi, Bam Bam, Uzo Arukwe, and several other Nollywood actors. In a post shared on X on Monday, the NOA described the growth of logical created films as a strong indicator of Nigerian creative value. The agency added that such milestones were a reminder that the creative economy remains one of Nigeria's strongest global exports. And that's the entertainment news. I'm Queenette Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. On Tuesday in Abuja, at an event hosted by a non-governmental organization, former Chief of Army Staff and Minister of Interior under former President Muhammadu Buhari, Abdurrahman Mbazao, said that the accusation by the US President Donald Trump that Christians in Nigeria were being subjected to targeted killings was only a strategic move towards establishing a military base in Nigeria. While Mbazao was speaking, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was holding a high-level meeting with the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris. After the meeting, the minister told reporters that the president was now armed to state Nigeria's position on the insecurity in the country, explaining that the country has opened multiple channels with the international community on the issue.
The issue of the US threat also came up, and we discussed that extensively with Mr. President. Mr. President is calm, is looking at the whole situation, and is looking at ways and means of ensuring that the international community understands what Nigeria has been doing. Only last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, in his own desire to rekindle the security architecture of the country, reinvigorated the hierarchy of the armed forces. A new chief of defense staff and other service chiefs were appointed. Now, this is all all the issues that came out of the United States. So that tells me that Mr. President has been working assiduously to ensure that Nigeria is a country that remains safer for all Nigerians to live in.
The minister further told reporters that the president understands the complexity of the country and has constantly engaged with stakeholders, including religious leaders, in a clear understanding of the constitutional provision of freedom of worship in Nigeria.
This is not who we are as a country. So for us to be characterized as a country that is not tolerant when it comes to religion is not accurate. This is absolutely false. Nigeria has Muslim and Christian and even those who do not believe in any of these religions. And our constitution guarantees that everyone should practice his faith without let or hindrance. And Mr. President is going to respect that to the letter.
The U.S. president had late last week listed Nigeria as a country of particular concern and subsequently threatened to intervene, guns ablazing, over what he said was genocide against Nigerian Christians, an accusation the Nigerian government says has no foundation in fact. In Abuja, I'm Nwabuoze Njoko for Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The incumbent, Governor Chukwuma Soludo, as the APGA candidate, was joined at the International Convention Center, Awka, by his opponent in a show of unity and shared commitment to democratic values. Governor Soludo emphasized the importance of peaceful elections, stating that the day marks a crucial step towards ensuring that democracy thrives in Anambra State. He said it is the culture of the Anambra people to fight and embrace the next day after the elections, expressing confidence that INEC will execute the assignment, which he described as onerous. The convener, National Peace Committee, Bishop Hassan Kuka, revealed that the event aims to ensure that democracy becomes believable, calling on INEC and other institutions to carry out their duties in fairness and honor. Earlier, Chairman of the Nigerian Peace Committee, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, represented by General Martin Luther Agwai, said Anambra holds a special place in the country, pointing out that democracy should always reflect the will of the people. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amupetan, expressed commitment to ensuring a peaceful, free, fair and credible elections, stressing that INEC can only succeed when they receive corresponding support from other stakeholders. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Ebetokun, represented by the DIG Operations, Ben Okolo, emphasized that the Nigerian Police Force stands prepared to ensure the promotion of calm and peaceful atmosphere as strategies have been mapped out in liaison with sister security agencies. The political parties and candidates also pledged to uphold the principles of nonviolence, urging their members and supporters to conduct themselves responsibly and respect the electoral process. From Oka, Lawrence Mwimo, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
For staying with us. Now we're still looking at Anambra State's governorship election update. I mean, we're just days away from the election coming up November 8th, and we're joined by our correspondent in Anambra State, Lawrence Wimo, who is here to give us an update on what is going on. Good morning, Lawrence.
Good morning.
So tell us, how is Anambra State preparing for the elections? I mean, we're just 3 days away, so what's going on?
Yeah, we are just 3 days away from having the election here in Anambra State. The coast is clear. Parties are going about their campaigns. The people are also getting themselves ready for we journalists. The INEC has made available the what is it called, the ID cards to enable us cover the elections. Also, the Inspector General of Police has deployed CP Abayomi as a Commissioner of Police to oversee the election in the state. Also, recently the Governor Soludo, alongside other governorship candidates, have signed a peace accord ahead of the global election. Also from INEC said that 6,879 beavers have been configured and they are ready for use in the election. So that is the few things that happened in a couple of days in Anambra State.
All right, Lawson, how would you analyze or assess the parties and the candidates so far?
Well, they have been doing their best, to canvass for votes. The election is 3 days away from today, and just before the candidate of the People's Democratic Party flagged off his campaign, just 3 days to the election date. Before that, other parties have been going about campaigning both on social media, in communities, in meeting relevant stakeholders in order to solicit votes for the election. So they are gearing up, they are strategizing, they are dotting all the I's and crossing the T's, in order to make this thing to win the election in the coming days.
Now, talking about the peace accord that was signed, what are your thoughts on the peace accord and, how it's going to be possibly implemented, after the election or during the election? What do you think about that?
Can you come again, please?
I asked, what are your thoughts on the peace accord that was signed by the candidates of the election?
Okay, it's a very good move. Just like it has always been done in the past election, both presidential and other top elections in the country. Peace accord is, as we all know, is a move for all the candidates to get all the candidates to sign that there won't be violence after the election. Let's say if Party A or Party B end up losing the election, that should not generate violence. So that is, I think, to the best of my knowledge, is the reason for that peace accord. And good enough, the 16.
Let's take a break. We'll be back in a moment.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Shirley Ayoko Botchway, will lead other world dignitaries and the Executive Board and board members of the Commonwealth Association of Nurses and Midwives at the Abuja Conference. The conference, which will be flagged off by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will hold between April 20th and 24th, 2026. The Chief of Staff of the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, said that Nigeria is in a strong position to host a successful conference and will not shy away from showcasing its achievements in healthcare delivery.
Health is one of the priority areas of this government. I cannot begin to reel out the very many accomplishments of this government in the health sector, many of which you yourself are aware, including the revitalization of health centers, our primary healthcare centers, the health insurance program, which has increased, astronomically from from 60 million to about 20 million in terms of coverage, and so many other areas where this government has prioritized in the health sector. We'll be more than happy, again, like I said, it bears worth repeating, to play a role. It is to be our pride that you showcase what we're doing and what we are still going to do.
The national chairman of the Nigeria Association of Nurses and Midwives, Comrade Haruna Maman, said that member associations from the United Kingdom, Europe and Africa will attend the Abuja conference.
I'm glad to inform you that the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives contested and won the hosting of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation Conference, West Africa region. The conference has been slated for 20th to 24th April 2026 here in Abuja. The Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation comprises of 58 countries. Nurses and midwives from these countries are expected to participate in this conference, particularly the West African countries.
The conference, beyond creating cordial trade and professional relations, serves as a platform for networking, training exchanges, and improving healthcare delivery at the nursing level. In Abuja, Chimeze Izedima for Signature TV News.
We're still speaking with Lawrence Wimu, our Anambra correspondent, on updates on the Anambra governorship election. Now, Lawrence, before we went on that break, you were speaking on the peace accord, so please continue.
Okay, I was saying that the peace accord is an avenue that governorship candidates come together to sign an agreement that there won't be violence after the election, whether party A or party B loses in the election, that should not generate violence. So it's a good move that they signed the peace accord, good enough, the 16 candidates contesting in the election, we are present to sign the agreement. So that was a good move in the state.
All right. Now, let's talk about the people. Do you think that they are ready and willing to come and cast their vote come November 8th? What is your assessment?
Well, the state is ready. As for the people, I cannot say if they are willing, because that is what the people that I cannot predict. But feelings, what I can feel that the state and the people will participate in the election. But whether they will be willing, that I cannot answer on their behalf. So, what if you look at the atmosphere in the state, is positive. The atmosphere is positive, both from the political actors and from the electorate. I know they said that from the last conversation we had with them, they said they are ready for the election. The materials that will be used for the election are on ground, and the beavers machine has been configured and will be used for the election. That is according to the INEC chairman, INEC in Anambra State. So everything is, to the best of my knowledge, is ready for the election.
All right, Lawrence Nwimo, we want to thank you for giving us that update about the upcoming election in Anambra State. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's take a quick break. When we return, Signature Morning continues.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, since the United States designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, it has sparked a lot of widespread debates and reactions, both in Nigeria and from the international community. And with us in the studio this morning, we have Igwe Chinedunwobodo, the traditional ruler of the Ugwaji community in ENUGU, here to discuss the U.S. sanction on Nigeria. You're very much welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, my hosts. How are you?
We're very well, thank you. And you?
Fine.
Good morning.
Good.
So, what are your thoughts on this U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern?
Yeah, of a truth, I'm always worried with when people live so much in denial. If you have a problem and you are living in denial, you certainly will not find solution. The beginning of solution to any problem is accepting that the problem is there. U.S. might have, or U.S. president might have said, the framing might be tailored towards Christianity. But of course, are we saying that Nigeria is calm? Are we saying that we don't have killings in Nigeria? I became more worried when a number of persons began to say it's not just Christians that they are killing. You know, a number of opinions have come up. It's not just about Christians being killed. Muslims are killed. Are those Muslims not Nigerians? Are the Christians not Nigerians? Are the people being killed who may not even just be Christian and Muslim? The African traditionalists, they are being killed. And in droves. What have we done? What are we going to do? What is our plan to get it stopped? So, I am particularly more worried because of a number of people living in denial. What is happening in Benue State is not palatable. What is happening even within our own state in the regions of Nimbo, Isuzu, and a number of places, they are not palatable. I think they should sit down and discuss with the United States. After all, a time was in the past when they went to buy Tucano jets to fight the insurgents. Where is that Tucano jet? Why are they not using it? Is it because Tucano jet was designated for certain areas? Was there an area they wanted to use it, and because that area was not part of the list by the United States, nobody is talking about the Tucano jets these days. So my worry is not even about the designation. Of course, we should have known that even by ourselves, we should have classified certain areas in Nigeria as areas of particular concern. In the Northwest, we have a number of cattle rostering. We have a number of, what do they call it, insurgents. In the Northeast, we have Boko Haram. In the North Central, it's about this herders-farmers clash, the way we define it. We ourselves in Nigeria would have on our own classified certain areas as areas of certain concern, or particular concern. So we have serious particular challenges that ourselves would have classified many portions as of particular concern and know how we tackle it. So instead of this kind of confrontation, I wonder, I had the former Minister of Aviation saying that they will fight back. How would you fight America back? You know, I would rather think that we better sit on a round table with them, discuss how they will be of help, and then we partner with them to resolve those particular concerns. It's very important we do it that way.
So generally, what would you say is the impact of these sanctions, or the impact of the potential sanctions on Nigeria's economy?
Well, when you have sanctions on any economy, it's really about making the government sit up to do a certain thing the international community have not been happy about. You get the thing. In Iran, there are some sanctions. At a time, America sanctioned Cuba. A number of other countries have been sanctioned area. Nigeria has been even partially sanctioned, targeting the political office holders. Of course, that mention is generating what should be done. At least I'm encouraging Nigerians, if they wouldn't want such intervention, because nobody lives on his own. Nobody is an island. No country is an island. You need the international relationship for our country to move. You say it. So, if what America observed and we are not comfortable with that, can we step up action? Let us step up action and stop this kind of killing. You know, a number of countries have had such, and they did what they should do. Look at what somebody was saying, and I was not comfortable with that. What about the black killings? In America, there are black killings. But was it targeted at a unit, section, or state to try to wipe them out? Are Americans not doing what they ought to do? We might not reduce criminality completely, but you must not just be fighting criminality. You must be seen to be fighting it. The level we forgive people, bring them into the system, and call them repentant, and they are coming in, obviously is affecting the performance of our defense and security apparatuses. It's worrisome too. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. You know, somebody will commit heinous crime today, tomorrow you give presidential pardon. It's an encouragement, sort of. So, and probably these are the things the international community has looked at and then began to say, let us do this.
Now, speaking about the international community, you mentioned earlier that America has made an observation, and it is important that we accept.
Canada is making the same observation.
Yes. But what I want to say now is, this morning on the headlines, we see that some countries like China is saying that they are rejecting this U.S. threat on Nigeria. We're seeing U.S. lawmakers are blasting Trump, saying that threatening military action is irresponsible. There are a lot of, talks from all sides. Even ECOWAS is saying there is no religious genocide in West Africa, the European Union as well. So what do you make of all these comments from all these
once a thing like this come up, the affected should be able to know exactly what is happening. This is international politics. And everybody speaks from the angle of who he has sympathy for. But let me come to talk about the condemnation. Nigeria per se should be a sovereign country. We are independent nation. Threat might not or should not have been the very first option. It shouldn't have been the very first option. There must have been a dialogue, or there should have been a dialogue. This is what is happening. This is what is happening. How do you intend to tackle it? There is never a time the international community will be on the side, depending on the economic interest of those countries speaking in that country. Let me tell you, America intervened in Iran. A number of persons condemned it, but some would also come back to say what we did was fine. If you had followed the speech of Netanyahu when he attended the United Nations conference about Gaza, he told them it's so unfortunate that some of you seated here. Let me reveal it. Some of you come in secret to tell me, well done, what you are doing is fine, and you are seated in public to condemn me. What kind of leaders are you? He said it to them, to their face. So let us not be looking so much at the public comments. We are the people involved. Is Nigeria the way it should be? If the answer is no, what do we do to bring Nigeria to where we should be? That is the concern. Are we having unacceptable rate of killing in Nigeria? How would somebody be sleeping in his house at night and another set of people will come and attack them and kill them? How do we stop it? Let me tell you, no matter the number of persons in support of falsehood, falsehood remains the falsehood. No matter the number of persons that attacks the truth, truth remains the truth. Even if one man alone says the truth, that truth is the truth. I want Nigerians to have an introspection. What is happening in Nigeria? How do we handle it? Are there people who take this criminality as businesses? Are these criminalities somebody or some people's businesses? Who is sponsoring this? What is he demanding? Why is this? You know, these are questions we should ask by ourselves. Even when man says the truth, there's certainly killing in Nigeria. We no longer travel. I recall with nostalgia when I was active in service, when I could start my car by 10 p.m. and start going to Abuja, and I would drive freely on the road at night. Does it happen again like that these days? What is causing it? We are not safe in the day. We are not safe at night. This is the truth. But, like I said, threatening direct intervention without discussion first on a sovereign nation could be condemned. But let us look at it. What they said, are there elements of truth in it? That is the concern.
All right. Now, beyond this interference from the international bodies and some countries trying to back Nigeria, when we come to Nigeria, we see that the Muslim Public Affairs Center called this particular designation as, they called it dangerous and politically motivated and divisive against Nigeria's unity. But the question is now to you, why does it seem like it is just the Christians that are agitating or, crying out or raising alarm for help? Why is it that the Muslims are not coming together with the Christians to say that this is what is actually happening?
Okay, look at why the Christians are saying it. And that's my personal assessment anyway. When you talk of Boko Haram, who are sponsoring it? Which sect? Which religious organization are they coming from? It's Muslim. When you look at ISIS, which religion are they claiming to belong to? Still Muslim. And we can only act together, the Muslim leaders and Christian leaders. The Muslim leaders should be able to condemn what is happening openly, secretly, and by any means they should condemn it. So, if you see the people perpetrating this, then when you look at the headers, when we say farmers headers clash, the sect or religious unit they are coming from, majority of them are more of Muslim. So when people say it, you now look at it critically. Are there reasons for what they are saying? I am not saying that it's about Islam. I'm not saying it's about Muslims. But the people who are perpetrating this claim to be. The Muslim leaders should be seen to be condemning them. Yes, I agree. There's a way you frame your story, it becomes more dangerous. You should understand that, you the media people. There's a way you frame your story, no matter how factual, it becomes sensational. And if it becomes sensational, the truth in it might be buried. The framing is the issue. Christian, how did he caption the thing?
Genocide.
Christian genocide. You get it? So, but there's an obvious genocide. When you come into a particular community, Muslims and Christians are living there, but you sack a whole community. If it is not a genocide, what do we call it? And when you look at who did it, to which religion is he belonging? So you don't blame people when they say it. And it becomes worse when the leaders of such religious group are not condemning it. I encourage the Muslim leaders to play a critical role in saying that what should not be, shouldn't be. That is the thing.
Now, while we're looking at this, the role of the religious leaders, I also want you to speak on this idea. Some people believe that the U.S. intervening or choosing now to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern has an ulterior motive or something else apart from wanting to help Nigerians combat this issue of security. Do you believe that?
Analysis will always come. There is no time you will take it and somebody will not find a reason to justify his statement. Yes, it's so unfortunate that we are just into mid-term and we're already canvassing about 2027. People could look at it as political. Well, let me share this story with you. When I was active in service, there was a particular strike we declared. And we declared strike asking for payment of rent arrears and how rent arrears and hazard allowance arrears. You have not paid it. And certainly I'm from ENUGU. The chief medical director of my institution where I was working from Anambra. They now colored it to be a fight against the CMD because I'm from ENUGU and CMD was from Anambra. A number of prominent Igbo people called us together. And when they asked me a question, I told them that that particular CMD was my witness. This person reported you. Yes, he reported me, but he's my witness. And they said, how? I said, okay. CMD, sir, we declared strike. And we made our reasons known. Rent arrears and hazard allowance arrears. And we had worked for it and the money has been released. Have you paid it? He said no. And I said, go and pay it. If I continue, then we'll talk the other one, Anambra and ENUGU. So instead of telling the people what was happening, and the people became angry with him. Now, this is 2025. We are yet to cross 2026. The next election is in 2027. We have forgotten everything we should be doing to progress Nigeria. Campaign has started. We will now be campaigning from 2025, 26 to 2027 instead of settling down to resolve issues. That is what people are saying. Yes, people will say it, but I'm encouraging us as Nigerians. Can we sit down and look at what is happening? Step up actions and try to resolve it. Very important.
Sorry, but just to clarify, I'm talking about ulterior motives from the United States, not from Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. The only persons that can clear that they have ulterior motive is the United States. But for me, they made a statement about killings in Nigeria, which are obvious. The killings are obvious. Have we addressed it before we begin to talk of whether we have ulterior motive? Let us do something. Let us take some actions. If we take some actions and it's obvious that such things are not there and they are still threatening, then we begin to look at, is there any other? That is the example I gave you here. We are quarreling over two issues: housing areas and hazard allowance areas. You've not paid them, and they are now trying to color it that I was fighting you because you were from Anambra and from ENUGU. This is exactly what is happening. What they said is happening, is it happening? That's the question. If it is happening, how do we address it? Address it. Let us see whether they will continue.
All right.
All right. So part of the reasons that the U.S. designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern is the Sharia law and the blasphemy law that is somewhat rampant in the northern part of Nigeria. Now, how do we address that issue? Does it have any effect on Christians? How do we create a balance?
If you are not a Muslim, you should not be subjected to Sharia law. Sharia law has always been there. I don't see Sharia law as issue. As long as Nigeria has been, Sharia law has always been there. But the time was when Nigeria was better. So the Sharia law is not my issue. My issue is, how do we make Nigeria workable? How can we restore our yesterday? I told you, I had driven from ENUGU through the night to Katsina. There was no fear. From time to time, I would stop, chat with people, rest. As much as that, let me tell you, a time was when if I had a meeting in Abuja by 10 a.m., I would still be sleeping in my house in the night. By 10:30, I would start my vehicle and drive to Abuja. The road would be free. But you get to Ajokuta, you see people. You get to Lokoja, you see people. You stop, you relax, you move on. Do we still move freely like that today? How do we handle it is the issue. Instead of putting up this kind of challenge, if you come, we will fight you back. They are more technologically advanced than us. Can we negotiate with them so that we can always, let me tell you, when people are kidnapped, they call the relations on phone. And those phones are being made from certain locations. What makes it impossible to track them? Can we improve on it? This is what we should be discussing. Let me tell you, I read a book, I may not remember that particular president, who told his aides, don't bring me issues where they are praising us. Tell me where they said we are not getting it right. When we fix it, they will become our disciples. Today, our political leaders are more interested in media hypes. When you criticize, because the proper and better ingredient for democracy is criticism. If you criticize, you become a problem. But It is good that we have constructive criticism that will make you improve. If somebody says that this is happening, yes, sit back. How do I tackle it? Than attacking the person.
All right.
Of course, I am even believing that there would be a way we would have treated it. It wouldn't generate what it is generating.
Okay.
And because of our approach to it, we are now attacking the ego of America. Even if they didn't want to come earlier than now, we are making them to begin to think seriously about it. But there was a way we would have treated it. This thing would have fizzled out by now.
All right, Igwe Chinedu Nwobodo, Nigeria is still looking for solution, but we want to thank you for coming to the studio and clearing the air on the U.S. sanction on Nigeria. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, we'll take a moment. When we return, the conversation continues.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We're still talking about the Anambra November 8th Guba elections and how ready the people are. We're joined by Honorable Ifeanyi Ibezi. He's a politician here to do justice to that topic. You're very much welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning.
Now, how would you assess, the preparations leading up to the elections on November 8th and also the readiness of the people of Anambra to participate actively in these elections?
Okay, thank you. Regards to the preparation, I think INEC as the umpire saddled with the responsibility of conducting elections in Nigeria is ready for the November 8th election, the governorship election in Anambra State. I'm very much aware that training for the ad hoc staff from the collection officers, the RACTED, the SEOs, the POs, and the APOs have been concluded by INEC. And I'm very much aware that non-sensitive materials have been moved to the LDK in preparation for this election. And also, the people of Anambra State is already in the mood for this election coming up on Saturday this week. We're already prepared for the election, and we're waiting for Saturday to come and go. We're ready for it.
We have 3 more days to the election. How would you assess the security situation right now, and what do you think it will look like on that day?
Day before yesterday, I was reading through the news, the print media news, and I read where the Inspector General of Police have deployed the law enforcement agencies that will secure the environment and monitor the elections across the 5,720 polling units and 326 wards in Anambra State. I noticed that the CP in charge of the November 8th election in Anambra State has been deployed to Anambra State and other law enforcement agencies. I think everything is on top here at the moment.
Can you give us an assessment in your view of... Can you hear me, Honorable Ibezi?
Go ahead.
Right. So, can you give us an assessment from your view of the candidates who currently, vying for the position of the governor of Anambra State? How would you assess, them so far and their campaigns, and who is currently topping, and who are the contenders, the major contenders of this election?
Well, in my view, as long as candidates have emerged from all the political parties in Anambra State, I think all of them are very much qualified to contest for the governorship election come this November 8th in Anambra State. But and they have done their best in their various campaign movements in Anambra State. But I can tell you that our own candidate and governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, is leading the way and is on top of it. And by the grace of God, if you look at the statistics and what is on ground, I think come November 8th, by November 9th, being Sunday, Professor Chukwuma Soludo will be announced the governor-elect of Anambra State. So I think he's leading at the moment, and you have only 2 days to the election. So there is no campaign or no statistic that will overrun what we have already put in place or calculated in terms of the analysis of the leading candidate moment.
The incumbent governor, Chukwuma Soludo, is likely to win the election. But I'd also like you to speak on how the people of Anambra are feeling about him at the moment, because from what we have gathered so far, it seems that the people of the state are a bit disillusioned with him and his governance in the recent past. So now you're saying that he is likely to win the election. So there is a bit of disparity between how the people are feeling and what you're saying right now. So can you clear the air on that as well?
First and foremost, I want to clarify that impression. That statement is wrong. Statement is a fact. What is on ground? The people of Anambra State are not deluded about the performance on the way the governor has governed Anambra in the last 3.5 years. That is a wrong impression, and I wouldn't know where you got that information or you got the statistics from. Professor Chukwu Soludo, as a governor of Anambra State in the last 3.5 years, have met all the requirements to seek for re-election in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of institutional reform, in terms of what he met on ground and what he has done in the last 3.5 years in Anambra State. Anambra State has never seen it this good in the last 3.5 years before he came on board. And I want to say that Professor Chukwu Soludo has done relatively well. Let me take you up on his infrastructural development, what he has achieved. Let me take road infrastructure, for example. In the last 3.5 years, Professor Chukwu Soludo's administration have embarked on massive infrastructural revolution. He has done more than 1,000-kilometer roads across the 3 senatorial zones in Anambra State, and over 800 kilometers of road has been affected, and the other ones are ongoing. Also, I want to take you on his achievement in terms of youth empowerment. The one skill youth empowerment scheme that he has embarked on is a wonderful one, and he has empowered over 2,000 youth across the state. It's a startup business plan and mobilization. He has also, in terms of employment, in the first 1 year of his administration, he employed over 8,000 teachers in our educational sector. So, in terms of infrastructural trajectory of our dear state, he has done more than 80% achievement in that area. Are you talking about health sector? He has embarked on construction of general hospitals in the mega hospitals in the 3 senatorial zones of the state and in the 179 communities.
Honorable Bezim.
Aspect of
Honorable Bezim, if you can hear me, I have to cut you short there, but before you continue what you were saying, how would you assess the peace accord deal that was signed in Anambra State? Do you think that it will ensure a violence-free election on November 8th?
Absolutely, absolutely. Anambra is not known for violence in any election in the past, in the last 1 decade. So witnessing the peace accord that was signed at the International Conference Center at Oka was a welcome development, and it will ensure that we have free, fair, and smooth governorship election from November 8th.
Now, I'd also like you to talk on the issue of vote buying or some form of inducement, because a while ago we saw on the headlines that Soludo offered about 1 million naira or so to voters in Anambra State to curb voter apathy, and this came from his party, which is APGA. So I'd like you to speak on that as well, and vote buying generally, or inducement, as the case may be.
I think people miss that statement from Mr. Governor, because I attended that rally where he made a statement. He was encouraging the party faithfuls to work hard on the day of election. And after the election, he said, after the election, not during the election, after the election, any ward that came first on the day of that election will have a reward. Any local government that came first will have a reward after the election, not during the election. So there is a great difference between during and after. So it's a word of encouragement for the party faithfuls to work very hard and ensure that they win in their various polling units, in their various wards, and in their various local governments. So I think the public misconstrued that statement from the governor of Anambra.
The police, or should we say Anambra State, said that they are going to redeploy about, say, 40,000 police officers for the election. Now, on the newspaper today, it has increased to 60,000 officers. From your opinion, don't you think it's too much? Is that what Anambra residents or voters really need at this point? And, you know, we heard the police also warning the Eastern Security Network and IPOB against interference on the election day.
It's a normal procedure in an election, especially as it concerns Anambra, where you have, in this particular election, Anambra State has 5,720 polling units. And it is expected that in every polling unit, we are going to have about one or two police officers at the polling unit station. So if you take at least one police officer in every polling unit, you have already 5,720 of them in the entire polling station, and you have 326 wards. You are expected to have police officers stationed at the ward collation center, and you have 21 local governments in Anambra State. You are expected to have law enforcement agencies in those in all the 21 local governments, and you have a state collection center at the state. So I don't think 60,000 is bogus for this kind of election we have in Anambra, putting into consideration that we have 5,720 polling units. So it's in order.
To ask you about the incumbent governor Soludo, whom you said is currently the lead person for this election, and his behavior and some of the comments he has made towards his colleagues and his fellow contenders, you know, within the course of the campaign and the elections long before now. There have been a lot of untoward comments and things that have been said, and now there is a peace accord being signed, or that has been signed, against all forms of negative comments and mudslidings and the likes. So I want you to speak on that as well, about his behavior and, you know, tying it to the peace accord that was signed.
Well, that is election campaign period for you. During campaign, that is a period where everybody have the liberty to speak about their manifesto, their party manifesto, what they have achieved as a government, and what the candidate intends to achieve if elected as a governor of the state. And it's also is a period to reply whatever statement your opponent has made or made as regards to during the campaign. And I have not really find fault in the statement, as you mentioned, that the governor made during the campaign. I'm not here to speak for the governor. It's a campaign statement, and he's the governor of the state. He understands the gravity of whatever statement he makes, and he's the person that will defend that statement. If you recall, about 2 days ago, he has a press conference with the media houses, and he has spoken about those statements, and I think he must have defended them. So I'm not in a position to defend or speak on those statements made by the governor, because he is the candidate of our party, and he has what it takes to defend or to say what he will do, what he has done, or speak against his opponents, because his opponents are also speaking against him. They have speaking against the governor in the last 1 year, criticizing his administration. So during the campaign, it's an opportunity for him to reply some certain statements made by other parties and candidates. So it is allowed during any political setting, and especially during the campaign period. Campaign will end in the next give and take in the next 48 hours, and nobody will have the liberty to say anything again. So it is allowed by law, by the Electoral Act.
Okay, I understand that you're not here to defend the governor, but you're also speaking about the candidates generally, and the incumbent governor is currently one of the candidates, and you mentioned that he during the campaigns it's only right to respond to things that have been said to him, as well as the same way other candidates are doing. So now, if the candidates are currently speaking against each other and replying comments made towards each other, don't you think that it shows some form of lack of sportsmanship, or some sort of decorum, political decorum with their campaigns in the election?
Well, I won't speak for them, because I'm not the one running for the campaign. But there are certain ingredients of campaign. During campaign, people have the freedom to say anything they feel will give them the mileage of getting the voters to vote for them, or something that will give them edge. I'm not aware of any statement made by the governor or any of the candidates that is detrimental to the smooth running of the governorship election from November 8th. But I feel that whoever that is making any campaign statement knows the gravity of the statement he or she is making, and they are in a right position to defend it. And it's for the period of the campaign.
So from what you're saying, are you saying that the candidates should be given the liberty to mudsling it, because some of the talks that they make during this campaign is mudslinging? Are you saying that they should be given the freedom to mudsling it? And why is it that the peace accord is not signed early to avert this mudslinging and thwart it at some point? Why is it that it's not made? And with the fact that there is no consequence or legal binding to the peace accord.
Well, let me also address you on this issue of statement talking about. I don't have evidence. I don't have evidence of what the governor has said or what other candidate A, B, C, D has said. I don't have evidence of that. So if you can furnish me with that evidence on my own personal analysis, I can say that whether those statements are expected of the campaign or not. I cannot quantify the gravity of their statement. I cannot do that in this interview because I don't have the facts. Secondly, when you talk about the timing for the signing of the peace accord, usually in every election, even if it's a presidential or governorship election. If you recall, the last presidential peace accord that was signed, I think that was signed almost a week or few days to the general election in 2023. So I think it's a procedure that peace accord is usually signed few days to the election when all the talks, all the election campaign promises or statements have been made by the candidate. So it is expected that they will sign a peace accord few days to the election so that everybody will go for that election in a peaceful manner.
All right. Now, how would you assess the zoning that has been carried out in Anambra State? Is everybody well imputed?
Are you talking about issue of zoning?
Yes.
Well, zoning have come to stay in Anambra State. The last governor of the state, Governor Willie Obiano, spent 8 years, and he's from the North Senatorial Zone. During his handover, during his last lap of his administration, he announced that power is going to the North-South Senatorial Zone, and that every candidate in that election emerged from the South Senatorial Zone. That was how Professor Tupu Machas emerged as the candidate of the party, of our party, being ABGA, and became the governor of the state. Soludo is contesting for his second term in office, and after his 4 years in office, power will move to the Anambra Central Senatorial Zone. So zoning, there is no written document about zoning in Anambra State, but in principle, zoning have come to stay in Anambra State, and the people of Anambra State is enjoying zoning today.
So far, do you think that the INEC will depend on electronic transmission for the election in on 8th November?
Absolutely yes, because when we started this program, I told you that INEC have trained all the ad hoc staff that will conduct this election, starting from the election officers, the RACTEC, the SPOs, and the POs, and the APO 1 and 2. And also during their training, they made use of the Viva. It's part of their training tool, which they use for the training. So I think INEC is readily prepared for the election, and the result will be transmitted electronically, and even accreditation will be done electronically according to the Electoral Act.
So, how would you explain the mood of the Anambra people and how they are reacting to the candidates of this election? Would you say that they are tilting towards one particular candidate, or what would you say that the Anambra people are feeling towards this election? Are they excited about it, or are they indifferent? Are we seeing cases of voter apathy? What is it like?
I think this is an election that the people of Anambra State will come out in mass to vote. Everybody in Anambra State, both Anambrarians outside the state, are all coming back to the state to vote on Saturday. So the awareness is there. The people, all the political parties are ready. My own party, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, we are also ready to vote for the governor on the November 8th, being Saturday. And if you go to all the communities, the 179 communities in Anambra State, you will see that everybody is already looking forward to November 8th, being Saturday, to come out in mass to vote for the candidate of their choice. So the mood in Anambra State is election, election, election. And for our own party, we are absolutely ready to vote for our candidate, which is the governor of the state. And the people of Anambra State is also ready to vote for him.
Right. Now, finally, before we go, what do you think will be the outcome of the election on Saturday, and what is your own expectation?
The outcome of the election is already known. It's already known to the people of Anambra State. So I don't need to say that. The incumbent governor, who has done so well, will emerge victoriously on Saturday. So, and Anambra people are looking forward to that. That is the mood of the state, and that is the mindset of the people of Anambra State at the moment.
Understand that, like you said, the incumbent is going to come out victorious. But is there any other candidate that you can say is a strong contender of Soludo, or that has, that potential to possibly overthrow Soludo in the election? Any of the candidates apart from Soludo, who is a strong contender at the moment?
I'm not in their political party, but like I said in the beginning of this program, I said that all the candidates that have emerged from their various political parties are qualified to contest this election. So it is left for the people of Anambra State to choose among all the candidates their own preferred candidate. And I'm not in a position to analyze them. Who is stronger, who is in a better position to give our party a run for our readiness for the election, and the support that the governor have gathered in Anambra State. All of them are qualified. But let us wait on Saturday, when the people will start voting. You will see what will happen on that day, and the candidate the people will vote for. That's all I can say. So as far as the candidates are concerned, they are all qualified, and they have all campaigned. So let's wait and see what happens on Saturday.
Honorable Ifeanyi Bezim, thank you very much for joining us in the studio today. All right, now we're going to short break. When we return.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Quiet is overrated, and they even overrated themselves. And when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Still on Anambra State Guba election countdown and how ready the people are. We're bringing you an interview we had with Caleb Okeke Enyobi. He's a journalist and a public affairs analyst who gave us some insight on what's going on in Anambra State. Enjoy. The Anambra State Guba elections is just days away, and how ready are the people? You know, there's been a lot of conversations and controversies around this election. So we're joined this morning via Zoom by Caleb Okeke Enyobi. He is a journalist and is also a public affairs analyst here to give us an update on what is going on in Anambra State this morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
and thank you for having me. Good morning, Nigerians.
So tell us, I mean, the elections are just days away. So how is Anambra State? What is going on? Give us an update, an overview of how the state is at the moment, and the people as well.
Well, Anambra State is very calm, very cool. Here in the Nnewi North local government where I live, we are just celebrated the 100 years birthday of Igwe Orizu, Igwe Kenneth Onyema Najo Orizu III, who is the Igwe of Nnewi. And he's 100 years old, and he's also 62 years on the throne this year. So he's the longest serving monarch in the known world. So from Nnewi to everywhere in Anambra since over the weekend, he turned 100 on 30th of October. There's been a lot of joy everywhere celebrating this monarch that has led the first self-built billionaire city, you know, in the Black World in modern times. And it was under his reign that Nnewi was transformed from a mere village into a city with the most viable automobile industry in West Africa. So I want to say that because that's the mood of Anambra, is celebratory, and that's also the mood going into the election on October, on 8th of November. I want to say that it appears that the ruling of Progressive Alliance is coasting home to victory already, because usually in election cycles in Anambra, by the week of the election, you should be able to tell if it will be a closely fought election or it will be a landslide. And from every echo I'm hearing on the street now, the opposition parties have not been able to put up a very good robust campaign. In fact, it appears the sitting governor is campaigning more than the opposition parties. And that's something to be seen, as I know that in the Anambra, they are loud people. They are not afraid to say their mind. And for what they are saying, and what they have gathered in the street now, I think Apuga is the party to beat on Saturday. It's unfortunate that the late Senator Patrick Ifeanyi is no longer there to charge up the atmosphere. And so I wouldn't know the kind of energy that the contending parties have brought to the arena is very low. And I dare say that they have given Governor Soludo a very soft landing by not campaigning as much as you expect them to campaign. I mean, people who would want to take over power. So that also lends credence to the fact that the people of Anambra may be saying something in this, that they are comfortable with the status quo. So I just say that Anambra is going to have his election, and I know that the government of Anambra State has said time and again that they want a peaceful atmosphere. They signed a peace accord yesterday, and I'm hoping that we would have that peace into the election. But as far as the feelers in the streets goes, it doesn't look like there's much competition in the way of Governor Soludo on Saturday, from what we are seeing, the tempo of the campaigns on the streets.
Mr. Ainobi, before we go on to the peace accord in Anambra State, let's talk about the readiness of the people. How ready do you think the citizens are with the process? You know, do they know their polling units, and are they ready to participate?
Okay, well, Anambra State happens to be one of those politically exposed states in Nigeria. As we all know, I want to give kudos to the INEC. The INEC, they have done very, very, very well. They conducted the continuous voter registration, and they were able to deliver the new voters card in record time. I think the end of the collection was just 2 days ago, on 2nd of November. For example, myself, I transferred my voters card just to know if the process works seamlessly. I transferred my voters card from one polling unit to the other in the same voting center, just to see how well the process works. And of course, to see if I could also replace my almost faded voting card, because I don't know the quality of that card is not so that it can last for a long time. So I'd say that INEC should improve the quality of the voters card that they produce, because they call it permanent voters card, yet The texts are not permanent, they are fading. So suffice to say that the people are key, because I think that there was a spike in registration in this CVR, and those who registered in my ward, over 80 of them. I think the last time I checked on those who are sharing voters card, almost everyone has uploaded their voters cards. That it goes to show that they are not just willing, they were not just willing to register, but also to be able to be there to vote. On the other hand, I also feel that the voters are not really motivated because of the lack of contest in the election. There is no much motivation on their own part, but as to say whether they are ready, I believe that those who want to vote are ready, for the voting once Saturday comes. But I must comment that because of the lack of competition in this particular round of the cycle of election, I believe that there may not be a very high turnout. For example, in Newi North, where I live, usually the turnout is always between 30,000 votes, over 30,000 votes, 35, 32, 33,000 votes, in an election cycle. But if we are to judge by the by-election, the Senate by-election happened on November 16th, barely 9,000 people voted in the election in Newi North. So that tells you that there was voter apathy. And not just that there was voter apathy, that people may not be as motivated as they were, when there was still competition in Anambra State political arena. Now it seems like every stakeholder, everybody, is standing on one side, and that's it to the voters. I think the voters know where they are meant to vote. Anambra State voters are very much educated. Apart from the only issues we may have will be the fact that some people, where there was flooding, some people's voters' cards were destroyed due to the floods and all that. The flooding that happened this year, even in the Newi North and elsewhere. So we may have people who are looking for their voters' card due to displacement of property and all that. But I believe that all in all, those who want to vote, who are motivated enough to vote, who understand what voting means in a democracy like ours, I think they are ready to vote, because, of course, we have to give kudos to the governor towards the end of this year. I mean, since the election was announced, there's been a very renewed approach to security, and we have had less kidnappings and less arrests, and even some communities who have for 3 years not been able to go back to their community are now opening up. I wonder. Some people say it's because he was pandering to the election. There's just theatrics. Some people say, well, it was genuine effort that just materialized just in time before the election. Whatever it is, I just believe that safety in Anambra State, as we have it today, will be a very big encouraging factor, to see in readiness of people to come out to vote on Saturday.
You mentioned that it seems as if the other candidates are not measuring up to Soludo in terms of the campaign and how they are pushing for themselves in this election. And I'd like to ask, why does it seem so? Would you say that it's power of incumbency at play here, as opposed to the other candidates not doing enough? And you also mentioned that it seems that the Anambra State people are comfortable with the status quo. Why do you think all of this is happening?
Okay, that's a very good question. Very good question, because it will help me to x-ray what I think is really happening in Anambra State. The first is that there has been a kind of a shift in the psyche of the average voter in Anambra State, where he votes according to his inducement, the level of inducement. People have commercialized votes. During the last election, there was a lot of money exchanging hands, a lot of things happening before elections. So you find that the citizenry who were benefiting rights, nobody's sharing rights this time around. Nobody's sharing campaign materials. Nobody's sharing all those materials anymore. Politicians themselves seem to know that the people no longer really value the process, and so because people are not feeling an incentive to participate, we are going to likely see a low turnout in terms of votes. Because if you look at it, I wouldn't say it's because people are trusting, the process of Soludo's, being the governor. I don't think it's most likely that they are comfortable with the status quo. It's more likely that they do not have any incentive, to move from where they are. The other politicians are not trusted. because Anambra has a unique system where if you want to be governor of Anambra State, you have to be seen around. You know, you don't have to be an Abuja-based politician or something. You have to be somebody who goes for funerals, who goes for weddings. You have to be seen around by people so that they can trust that you're not just going to come and grab power and run away. That's how Anambra works. The elites in Anambra are looking at candidates and saying, Oyenka, will he be able to use power, as it ought to be used? Will he not just grab power and run away? So most of the other candidates are not seen as grassroots based, because they don't live, most of them don't live and don't come around when they are campaigns. Because it happened to Soludo before he became governor. In 2010, he lost woefully because he was seen as an Abuja politician. So the grassroots and the electorate in Anambra State are very sensitive, to how grounded a candidate is in terms of trusting them with their votes. And I think that is what is working in favor of Soludo. The other candidates are not seen as grounded enough. Assuming a candidate who is seen as grounded enough, we are on the ballots. We'll see a much change in attitude in terms of the activity in the states. For example, in APC, Ekunife was the card bearer, was the flag bearer, you will see more activities because people can relate to her more. I can give examples of other parties too. But it appears that those who are flying the flags are mostly Abuja politicians. And then Anambra can connect to that.
All right. Now, Mr. Enyobi, we have seen that the police is trying to tell the IPOB and the Eastern Security Network not to tamper with the election on November 8th. Now, how would you assess the security situation in Anambra State, seeing that about 25,000 officers were said to be available for that election? How feasible is that declaration?
Well, I want to say that I'll give kudos to the Commissioner of Police Anambra State, Orutugu. It's been up and about. I rarely give kudos to the police. I'm one of the biggest critics of police, Nigerian police force. So for me to be on national TV and giving kudos to Orutugu is because he's done a good job. Orutugu has been in all the 21 local government areas in all the commands. He has followed, his visit to all the commands, and he had not just engagement with the police hierarchy. He also, with the police force, men of police force, he also conducted town halls with stakeholders. I saw when he came to Neo, I monitored how it all went. I saw when he went to Onitsha. I saw when he went to virtually every command of police. It means that the police are hands-on, and because usually before now you don't see commissioners of police out there doing their duty. And that's why I have a problem with the police, because they look very complacent in the face of national exercises. But Orutugu has shown that the police can also be a proactive force. So with regards to their preparation, I believe that with what we have seen, they are prepared. What we would not want to hear is that they were hijacked by any of the contending parties. The police should be a neutral force and be able to uphold justice and uphold the processes, as enshrined in our constitution. I hope that this whole showing of their professionalism and readiness for election will translate on election day into a force that will be stabilizing for Anambra State, and not a force that will be compromised by any candidates. I'm hoping that CP Orutugu, who has shown his hand as a competent police officer, would go the long way into bringing us an election that none of the candidates will accuse the other of using the police against them.
Now, earlier on, you also mentioned the issues around voter apathy and how the number of registered voters seems to have dropped from what it usually was. Why is that? What would you say is causing the voter apathy among the people of Anambra State?
Well, the voter registration did not reduce. What I said that was that the voters, the voting population reduced. I gave an example with Nnewi North where I live and where I'm conversant to the data. Before now, in 2021 election, what we had was about 31,000 votes. Now, the latest election was the by-election. Even though we can say the by-election, the numbers from it is just 9,000 votes. Remember that INEC has improved a lot, and today it's very difficult to inflate figures in terms of votes in Nigeria, especially with the introduction of beavers. Every vote has to be beaver verified. So suffice to say that the actual voters in the last election in the Anambra State showed a gross low turnout. And the reasons I may attribute to it is one, in last year, there was the local government elections. And the governor of Anambra State promised to people that he was going to have elected, what's it called? Democratically elected local government chairman. But what happened? There was virtually no election in most parts of Anambra State. The government wrote their results and announced. For example, in the North, it was announced that 96,000 votes, were casted on a day where nobody can swear, even cast a single vote. So when people see this kind of processes, see how the processes are bastardized, they become very lethargic process. So I wouldn't blame those who don't want to come out again to vote after seeing what happened. So the idea is that whether we vote or not, it will not count. But at the end of the day, we have to remember that INEC has made a lot of improvements with the beavers, and it was not INEC that conducted the election. The election was conducted by ANSEC, and ANSEC, just came and did wayo to every Indian Anambra saying they conducted the election. So people should not judge the last election in Anambra State with what is going to happen on 16th. They should understand that INEC is a different body, and INEC has proven itself to advance. And I know that every vote that would count on today will be a vote that went to the beavers. I want to believe that the new INEC chairman, Amiton, will do his best to present himself in his very first outing as somebody who is worthy of the trust of Nigerians, because this is going to be the litmus test against what he could do or offer Nigerians as we look up to 2027 general elections.
Okay, and now Joash Amopiton has been stressing the need for electoral offences commission. But I would like you to assess that, and also yesterday the candidates signed the peace accord. So what is your assessment? Do you think it is the solution to the inadequacies and gaps when it comes to elections in Nigeria?
Yes, of course. Electoral Offences Commission is a necessity that should be done immediately, because you see what's happening. Politicians know what is against the law. They go out during election day and commit electoral offenses, whether by them or their agents. If nobody punishes those crimes, how are they going to stop them? So Amopiton is a professor of constitutional law, and you should know that as a professor of constitutional law, he understands what needs to be done constitutionally, to make sure that elections go well. I want to agree with his calls. There needs to be, for example, let me cite a very common electoral offense, which is vote buying. People who are caught sharing money on election day should be apprehended immediately. The Nigerian police force should be on hand to apprehend anybody cited, to be sharing money. But they don't do that because most times Nigerian police even compromise itself on election day. And you find that because nobody is arrested, you see people going about on election day sharing money. So if there's an electoral offences commission that would make sure that every reported electoral offense is punished, prosecuted and punished, it will help to serve as a deterrence, to people who would want to bastardize the electoral processes in Nigeria by maybe sharing money, or even, I don't know, balance tracking is no longer an issue in Nigeria now, and inflation of votes and age voting. These issues, if there's people who should be able to investigate this crime, it will help. So I support Amopiton in that direction, and Nigeria should look to setting up, such a commission to ensure that that people who commit offenses, electoral offenses, are punished as due and demanded. Then the other point you raised was about the peace accord. The peace accord held yesterday. You know, the funny things that came out of that peace accord is that you find that the candidates are not even in sync with each other. We saw a video of the deputy gubernatorial candidate of the ADs of the APC coming out of the room in a tantrum. So you see, when candidates cannot even be united 2 days or 4 days to election, barely the week of election, you wonder what quality of, what emotional maturity and quality of leadership that those kind of people can offer to the people. So yesterday we saw the governor, he was seated. We saw Nicholas Okashio was seated. We saw every other person who should be there. They were there. You know, there's 16 candidates, but of the 16 candidates, only 4 are vibrant, are viable, so to say. Only the ADC, the APC, the Labour Party, and APOGA. You know, the PDP is missing in action in terms of the campaign, and you know, the candidates showing up at events or even conducting any rally whatsoever. I don't think he has flagged up his campaign up till now. You know, so there's a lot of issues with regards to the quality of campaign that we are seeing from political parties in this particular election cycle. I'm not sure I know all the reasons responsible for this, but of course, all I can say is that that has made, you know, way for a more peaceful election, because it doesn't look like there is much contest going on. So I hope that the peace accord fine will be lifted out, you know, on Saturday, so that citizens will go out and cast their votes in peace without any incidents. We don't want any loss of life anywhere in Anambra State on Saturday. It's not worth it. I can barely hear you.
Who seem to be making moves in the state. But I remember that you also mentioned that Soludo is currently topping the charts. Now, apart from Soludo, who do you think among these candidates that have, you know, that have the potential to spar, you know, with Soludo coming in this election? You know, who is the strong contender or the strong opposition to Soludo at the moment that has the potential to possibly beat him at this election? What do you think of? What do you see happening in the election?
Soludo's closest rival is Nicholas Okashio of the APC, the closest rival. But what I mean closest rival is that, let's say Soludo is at 10 or a 9, Nicholas Okashio is at a 2. Others are 0 point something. I mean, it's not even, it doesn't look like a contest in Anambra State, and we are on the week of election. If you ask me what I forecast for Saturday, APOGA is probably going to win in 21 local government. It's not probably, it's going to win in the 21 local government areas. I don't see what these politicians are doing. I mean, even the Nicholas Okashio, I'm disappointed in the type of campaign they've mounted. It appears they are not keen on talking to the people. Like I told you, this is the first campaign I'm seeing. The governor, who is incumbent, is campaigning more than the opposition. You should expect that the opposition will spend more energy on campaign. So I don't forecast any change in governance in Anambra State on Saturday. It's appalling what we are.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now all eyes are on Anambra State as we gear up for the elections on November 8th. And we're joined via Zoom this morning by Chibike Mbahurike. He is the election consultant, Center for Democracy and Development, West Africa, here to talk on the Anambra State Guba elections, facts and fictions. You're very much welcome. Good morning. Seems our guest is yet to connect with us, but we'll go on a break for now. We'll be back soon.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Yes, Mr. Chibike Mbahurike, the election consultant of Center for Democracy and Development, West Africa, joins us now via Zoom to discuss the Anambra State Guba elections. You're welcome. Good morning. Can you please unmute your microphone? We can't hear you from here.
Yeah, good morning. I'm happy to be here with you.
Thank you for joining us. Now,
Yeah.
from your vantage point, how would you describe the general mood among the voters in Anambra State and also the atmosphere as Anambra heads to the polls? How would you describe it?
Well, from what we've seen so far, of course, we've been going back and forth, visiting and coming out of the state. I think with the interventions and the interactions we've done so far, I think the people are ready to make a difference. They are ready to build on the efforts of the past because, Anambra is noted for poor voter turnout. And each time we see this kind of preparatory reactions, it is never enough for us until we get to the point where people will actually take steps to come and cast their votes. So it's a different ballgame to prepare the people, sensitize the people, and then for them to show good expectation and willingness to participate. But it's also a different ballgame to actually take that personal step on election day to come and vote. So generally speaking, they have expressed willingness. They are willing to make the change by casting their votes. They are in high spirits. They are responding with in line with the activities of civil society and other stakeholders who it is their responsibility to actually sensitize the people of Anambra State. So I would think they are ready.
Note, how would you assess elections in Nigeria, not just Anambra State? What is your assessment? But apart from that, what is your assessment of the candidates, their campaign, their manifestos presently?
Okay, talking about election generally in Nigeria, of course, your guess yeah, is at mine. I think I have the privilege of seeing elections in Nigeria since 1999. And well, I can say for sure that, as most people usually say it, I'm an election observer. My responses to that will be different from the general, reaction of other people. But from what I've seen over time, um, you know, the people are always willing. Our population is high. There have been times in the past we recorded over 93 million people, registering to vote. At some point, we've done that. But at the end of the day, those that will actually determine who governs them, the numbers seem to be poor each time. So, like, that's what I mean by it's a different ballgame to do the best you can do to get people ready to cast their votes. And then on election day, people make choices, take decisions in the comfort of their rooms, and they will not never come to cast a vote. But the truth is that you cannot assess election in Nigeria without focusing essentially on the electoral commission, who over time we've seen them, it's been an undulating kind of performance. Some low, high, medium sort of. It is never consistent, but I know that on Anambra, we've had opportunity to relate very closely to with the REC, and we've continued to interact with her. She's been very open-minded and been very, willing to listen to people to make the required amendment that will ensure that our election in Anambra State is considered very credible, very fair, and a level playing field guaranteed for every stakeholder. Nigeria election, to discuss it now, to take a whole lot. There are a lot of indices to look at if you want to assess Nigeria election. Like I said, we have the Electoral Commission, we have the security personnel, we have civil society, we have the media, we have the women, we have youths. We have different stakeholders that bring together their efforts that synergize to ensure our elections are free and fair. But at the end of the day, our reports have not always been consistently positive. We assess it in its merit by assessing the Electoral Commission differently, assessing the performance of security people differently. At the end of the day, you see that some are doing well, some are not doing very well. Some need to improve and all of that. But cumulatively, it has not been, it's less than 60%, if you ask me, of Nigerian election performance since inception.
But beyond that, you're yet to answer your opinion on the candidates, the political parties, and their manifestos.
Okay. So, yeah, the candidates. Usually we do a pre-election analysis, and we also produce a background paper for Anambra in this case. We also produce information assessment for the Anambra election. So from what we have, of course, we know that we have about 16 political parties. We also have the front runners. We know the incumbent governor is also on the ballot. So the issue is all of them have their chances. I've observed their campaigns. Not all the political parties are enabled to do requisite preparatory campaigns towards this election. I cannot tell you that all the political parties that are on the ballot have doing their utmost best in terms of campaigning. And campaigning takes a lot more. It's more of media, engagements, going to the nooks and crannies of the over 21 local governments that make up Anambra State. And it is something that takes a lot of resources, a lot of resilience for them to do. But having said that, I wouldn't say this candidate has more chance than the other candidate, but I think there's a level playing field for each and every one of them to express their willingness to govern Anambra State and canvass votes from the people. And then, if you do the right thing, have the right messages, and reach and go across the 21 local governments, speak to people, do your bits. I think they have all the chances in the world to be heard by the people and to be favored by the people. But as an independent observer, I can only say that the equal opportunities, equal chances for each and every one of them. But I know that some candidates more enabling, more enabled in terms of resources and in terms of opportunities than some other ones. And that is always how it is in election day. You cannot have all the candidates showing evidence, equal evidences of all the indicators we look at. Some will be much better in one area, some will be less in other areas. And that's how it is. So each and every one will have equal chances to carry the day. But we look more on the side of the people who we want a popular outcome for this election. And what makes election to be popular is, participation, inclusiveness. Let everybody come out to vote once you are over 18, once you are registered, once you have your permanent voter's card, you can always come and vote. We don't want a situation. The sensitization we did with Anambra people is we're pleading with them that at least let us, out of the 2.8 million people that are supposed to vote in this election, can we even expect 1 million people to vote so that we can regard it as a popular outcome? And that's where our concerns are more largely.
Now, Mr. Mbahurike, you are the election consultant of Center for Democracy and Development. Tell us about CDD and the role that the organization is playing, particularly in this Anambra State election.
Okay, yeah. So CDD, as you know, is policy and research-based think tank. We've been doing this work since 1998. We observed general elections. For Anambra particularly, we have done quite a bit. There are different components of intervention. First of all, we're going to deploy as much as 193 observers across the 21 local governments. Among this number, we're also going to deploy some mandate protection observers, which is a bit different from the regular observation. We're also going to monitor disinformation and hate speech in the system, which we have been doing ahead of the election. So CDD have doing tremendously well. Over the last few weeks, we've been everywhere in Anambra State, and our presence was very, widespread and very reported across. So this election have made us a household name in Anambra State because we've been going, to and from Anambra, and our advance team are already there since 2nd of, November. The last team will leave on Thursday to Anambra. So during this period, we have interfaced with all the stakeholders. We interfaced with the stakeholders. We interfaced with the Electoral Commission, that is the INEC in Anambra State and the REC. We have also interfaced with the Interagency Committee on Election Security. We also interfaced with civil society, the media. We've done just a lot to make sure that this election is inclusive, that every stakeholder does what is required of them as allowed by the Constitution, so that at the end of the day, the people will be happy with the outcome. All the onlookers, we that are observers, will be happy with the outcome. We have not left any stone unturned. We continue to observe the process. We continue to engage the people. Particularly, let me tell you a little bit about the mandate protection I talked about. And that was why we interfaced the Interagency Committee on Electoral, Security, Election Security. The idea of the mandate protection is, of course, as you know, it is not just about observing the election and reporting later. It is about ensuring that if you see any infraction in the election field, you will have the opportunity to actually call the attention of the security agencies or other stakeholders that are in a position to respond or intervene. For instance, if we observe transactions in the system or in the polling units, we have engaged the EFCC and the ICPC, for instance, that are members of the Interagency Committee on Electoral Security. We reach out to them, say, look, there are infractions, there are transactions going on in this part of the electoral landscape that they needed to respond to. That is the much we have done, building that partnership to make sure that when we see these things happening, it is not just about reporting it when you leave the scene, but it's like calling attention to those responsible for them to do something while it is happening. So that's mandate protection for you. Then disinformation, as you know, even prior to this election, you would have seen as a media platform, you would have seen that people are bringing in a lot of personal issues in the matter. We continue to preach about issues, campaign on issues, not about personalities. People are beginning to introduce, criticizing people, running down, persons and all of that. That is not what we expect. We expect people to tell the people what they want to do for them. Why must they choose you over another candidate? And those are about issues. It's not about individuals or personalities. But we have seen a lot of lies and people churning out fake news and all of that. And CDD is also have a strong component of fact checking. They fact check issues and messages that come, especially those that have a motive of causing disaffection in the system. We promptly fact check them and counter those misinformation, push them back. We've had opportunity to also talk with the media in Anambra State to discuss more on this information and the ravages it does in the electoral landscape. We do not want to see it, but of course it has happened. There's no how it will not happen. So what they're doing is to make sure they promptly push back on those hate speech and fake news that ravage the system to inform the public appropriately and properly. So that's what we've been doing. Done so much about it, and we'll continue to do until the election is over. Of course, we have a electoral analysis center in Anambra State that will be located in Regina Cheli Road in Oka. And that's where our situation room will be located. We'll be working with these observers that are on the field. We'll be connecting with them. They'll be feeding us through our instruments, our information gathering instruments, which we have trained them to use. And so those information that are coming in out of the field is what our election analysis team will be, analyzing in such a way that at the end of the day, we'll be feeding the Anambra public, accordingly with requisite information, legitimate information that are coming out of our observations. So suffice it to say that we have an election team in our situation room, and we have connectivity with the election observers on the field. They'll be feeding into our system. We'll be verifying and analyzing what they are sending. And we have these observers, all the components. We have them in the senatorial district. We have them in local government level. We have them, all across. We also have those who will focus essentially on the ward collection centers. Our experience has showed that when we finish our observation at the polling units, we focus less on the ward collection centers, and that's where politicians are now focusing, because they are also re-strategizing in the same manner we are re-strategizing to have clean elections. They are also re-strategizing to cause disaffection in our elections. So ward collection centers, which is spread across 326 wards in Anambra State, we are unable to deploy across board, but we have selectively deployed to very critical areas. And some of the indices we look at is, and that also informed our observation methodology. We focus on local governments that have flashpoints, because the background paper we produce, which is in the public domain now, will tell us early enough that where the flashpoints are. We also know there are local government. These politicians belong to certain local governments. Some of them will vote in certain polling units. Some have a history of violence. I'm talking of local governments. Some have large followings. These are indices we look at to also inform the way we deploy observers, so that at the end of the day we'll have better results.
Now, beyond the roles of the CDD in the election of Anambra State, now we are aware that CDD has actually conducted a lot of research and reports. Now, we would like you to highlight on the findings, what areas the CDD focused on, what is the content of this research, and how does it affect governance and democracy in Nigeria?
Okay, so what we looked at is, like I said, we interacted with the Anambra public. We also listened to them. We don't just analyze in a vacuum. We interact with the people. So our background paper, as bulky as it is over 70 pages. A lot of things was discussed. We looked at the candidates, looked at political parties. We looked at the implications of the landscape itself, the enlightened, populace, and the influence of businesses in Anambra State. We also looked at zoning, and the place of religiosity in the whole, situation. We know that there are different, colorations of religion in Anambra State. Each of them bring a lot of influence in the system. These candidates have affiliations. We looked at all of that. We looked at the place of, like I said, the place of identity. We look at the place of personalities. There's some personalities that make more impact than others and what they bring to bear. And we also look at the networks, they have. We also looked at the influence of the national politics and the Anambra election. We also looked at the utterances of candidates and their followers. We look at incumbency factors, which is also very critical. Multiple factors that we looked at, which we analyzed in this report. And this report is being, distributed accordingly. We will have a way. I think I will send you guys the soft copy of both documents, both the information assessment and the background paper. So a lot of things, all of these things I mentioned and much more informed the position we're taking. For instance, we also looked at different senatorial districts that have some flashpoints. We also looked at the fact that there are unconventional security arrangements in Anambra State, which of course we have been told, and it is now clear that the unconventional security outfits will not feature in this election, which is also okay. Our interaction with the people revealed that they will constitute some kind of challenges in the system. We also have some opinions, strong opinions that why it is not expected that they should be used in the polling units, they can also be used in remote areas where the bad people can also, do their stock in trade. So I think we saw a lot of things in the landscape, and all of these are contained in now this report, which I will eventually share with you. But I cannot speak on a document that is up to 70 pages. There's so much, it's very, very rich, and the best to do is to allow you access to it so that you scrutinize it and report more on it.
All right. Now, you are focused on Anambra State election, but beyond Anambra State election, what findings or reports, what does your research say about elections, governance, and democracy in Nigeria?
Okay, so you quickly taking me back to the last election, general election, 2023 election, which the CDD report was very revealing. In fact, we dwelt on what we called six eyes, and I hope I'll remember most of them. We have information, how information played a lot of role in that 2023 election. We would have intra-party politics, intra-party bickerings, how it's also played part in that election. We also have identity. Identity, if you remember very well, that 2023 election, there was a lot of stuff that happened in Lagos, if you still remember, and some other places. Then institutions, which includes the electoral body, the security people, different stakeholders, that participated in that election, the judiciary. These are agencies, the integrity organizations. These are agencies that made the election what it was. Institutions. We also have infrastructure. Of course, you know that INEC introduced some technology. To what extent those infrastructure helped us or failed us, caused a lot of disaffection in that election too. So, I mean, about six eyes. I don't know if I mentioned all the institutional infrastructure, identity, inter-party politics, and information. Yeah, information disorder. So our focus on that election was basically on these areas I mentioned, who are very, very critical, very very unique way of approaching a general election. And if you can remember, all of these things I mentioned were the reason the election became what it was. You understand? So we analyze all of those areas in depth, and we produced a report on it. That report, I can only describe it as a bestseller, but that is general elections for you. It is much more because of the fact that we have 36 states and Abuja. We have 774 local government, areas where these elections happen. We also know that logistics is a serious matter for the Electoral Commission. We also noted that INEC is not alone in determining the outcome of election, because a lot of stakeholders play a lot of roles. If you agree with me, are not immediately under their supervision per se. We also know that they engage road transport workers to ease logistics. All of these people who have been made we get involved in our elections do a lot of things that INEC may not even know. So we're beginning to see that while INEC has their own challenges, and which we appreciate as civil society, and we're always willing to assist. In fact, all the recommendations we do, we share it across stakeholders. We don't model it up. We say for the security outfits, these are areas you faltered, and this is areas can improve. You understand? And for INEC, we get a multiple recommendation. This is what we do. The concern with CDD is we expect the Electoral Commission after each election to reconvene, interface these people who observe election every now and then, to look critically at what failed and what worked, and be prepared to make amends. It is not enough that you did election, conducted election anywhere is challenging. It's cost intensive, but it's something we must take very seriously. We also know that CDD also thinks that appointment principle for electoral commission and all the critical agencies should be very transparent and in line with the constitutional requirements. For instance, CDD holds very dear the 2008 electoral reform report that was produced under Ways. That report has everything we needed to conduct very clean elections in Nigeria. For instance, because we see every aspect, we can tell you clearly that if we fail in appointing the IG of police properly, it will have some repercussion in our election. If we fail to sanitize the judiciary, it will have repercussions on our elections, and we are seeing all of that. If we also fail to appoint the guy in charge of the Electoral Commission properly, and accordingly, people with principles, it also have a tendency to affect our elections. And then every stakeholder have a role to play. And we acknowledge that the Electoral Commission is not alone. The REX, there are people we call the REX in INEC, they are independent, they work in the states, they are part of the Electoral Commission. They are very powerful and very instrumental in what happens in INEC, And we have retinue of a strong workforce in INEC with different kinds of human beings. We don't know how they act on elections and all of that. So there's so many things to sanitize. And CDD each time, this last election, our report was very rich. We touched on every aspect of this thing. And recently, we also did a review. We revisited the WAYS report, picked out the aspect that talked about appointment principles and the models suggested for these appointments. For instance, we thought that South African model, which expect willing people to apply for the INEC job, INEC chairman's job. That means there's a vacancy in INEC for the highest position, and you make it open for people to apply, and they go through the normal routines, to be considered for that position. We also do another one, which is civil society and other stakeholders will present 3 names to the president, because we know the president has prerogative too, so that among the 3 he can choose who becomes the head of INEC. And anyone he decides to choose, Nigerians will be happy because civil society involvement is very in-depth. So that general election in Nigeria is a big issue. You see how expensive it is. And we don't want to be going the route that each expensive election will leave us wondering what has happened to us. Our election is supposed to produce a very good outcome where people, all the players and actors will be happy, they were part of it.
All right.
But I have to say that it is.
I want to ask you. Now, you mentioned earlier that your reports and your research, you share them with the relevant stakeholders to point out the areas where they were lacking and needs improvements for the next time. Now, I want to ask, how has the response been from these stakeholders involved? When you share this information with them, how has it been received? And would you say that over the years, and the research and the reports you've done, would you say you've seen any significant improvement, with all the areas that you have pointed out so far that have been lacking?
Okay, so like I mentioned, when we recommend specifically, targeting certain stakeholders. For instance, in these reports, we have a number of recommendations for the Electoral Commission. We have a number of recommendations for each stakeholders. Yes, for the Electoral Commission, I can tell you that there has been some new introductions into our electoral system. And you also remember that recently, just before the last INEC chair left office, the INEC has actually, pushing for a lot of reforms, and expecting some tinkering to happen to our constitution. Of course, the constitutional amendment was still going on before he left. So to that extent, I can say that they've taken some steps to do something, and even some of the technology we are using today, BVAS and the IREC, these are function of suggestions and recommendations by civil society and CDD, as a matter of fact. But they know that they are also not alone. For you to introduce some of these innovations, we also have the National Assembly to contend with. And I tell you that is a more difficult area to have a free ride. But of course, we're building partnership along with other civil societies to ensure that some of these recommendations that require constitutional tinkering, see the light of the day. It's not been easy. But I tell you, the areas we have not been seeing improvement is on the part of the actors themselves, the politicians. The politicians. We recommend that they should play down on violence, play down on introducing too much money in our elections and in politics, vote buying and vote, trading. These are infractions that emanate from politicians who want to, win by all means. We also have recommendations for people, for the electorate, some of whom are also willing to accept these things, sell their votes for peanuts. If you are willing to buy vote, you should also be willing to sell. So we recommend all of those things, but I tell you, we are still seeing those things happening. Some are doing well, some are not doing well, some need to improve. But even in logistics, which is a major concern on each election, right now, we know that there's no how they can do away with ad hoc staffs, regardless of some of the things we see from time to time. And that is because they need a lot of personnel to execute these things, especially in general elections. They can't easily leave out road transport workers, for instance, because they need to transport these materials across, which is also, but the real issue there is not that we are engaging in this priority areas. The actual problem is the human side of it. People can actually conduct themselves, responsibly, patriotically, to make sure we deliver on the promises of conducting good elections. But a lot of people who are in sensitive positions are
All right, it seems we lost Chibuike Waharike due to glitches, but this is where we round up that conversation on Anambra State Gubernatorial election, the facts and fictions. Now, a very big thank you for staying with us so far.
Yes, a very big thank you to you for staying with us, and a very big thank you to our guests for joining us in that conversation. And we've come to the end of the show this morning. It's a pleasure to have you join us. I am Uchenna Chindi Oluoha.
And I am Lilian Wali.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves. I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora. Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finish the thing. Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, President Bola Tinubu requests Senate approval for 1.15 trillion naira domestic borrowing. Local contractors stage protests over federal government indebtedness. Mamdani's New York victory sparks hope among young Ugandans. And South Sudan's blind football team wins debut tournament in Kampala. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has written to the Senate seeking approval for a fresh 1.5 trillion naira borrowing from the domestic debt market to finance the deficit in the 2025 budget. The president emphasized that the funds will help bridge the fiscal gap and ensure full implementation of government programs and projects planned for the year 2025. The Senate president referred the borrowing request to the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt, chaired by Senator Aliyu Wamako of Sokoto North.
I write to kindly request for the approval of the National Assembly to establish a 1,150 billion naira, that is 1.150 trillion, borrowing program in the domestic debt market to close the unfunded deficit gap created by the increase in the budget size over and above the prior approved revenue and borrowing plans. This request is pursuant to the provisions of Section 44, subsection 1 to 2 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, FRA, of 2007.
The committee has been given 1 week to review the requests and report back for further legislative action. There was heavy traffic around the National Assembly complex on Tuesday as aggrieved local contractors staged a protest over alleged non-payment of accumulated debts by the federal government. The demonstration, which began in the early hours, caused gridlock as staff, visitors and lawmakers struggled to access the complex. During plenary, the minority leader of the House of Representatives, Kingsley Chinda, raised a motion of urgent national importance on the development. He recalled that the leadership of the House had earlier intervened in the matter and met with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who reportedly directed that all debts owed the contractors be settled.
The House further notes that the non-payment of local contractors has worked severe hardship on both the local contractors and indeed the Nigerian populace, and that this has brought tension and increased poverty in our country.
that this House should adjourn for 1 week. Sitting of plenary should.
The motion received overwhelming support from other lawmakers who showed solidarity with the contractors.
That this House should adjourn for 1 week. Sitting of plenary should adjourn for 1 week. After 1 week, when we hear from the side of the executives about this issue of non-payment and implementation of 2025 budget, then we will continue sitting, Mr. Speaker.
The contractors promised that during this 1 week they will continue to demonstrate, make this place inconducive for us and inaccessible for us. So we won't be fighting with them at the gate to come in. So it's sensible for us to keep away and give the government, the executive, the opportunity to do the needful. I agree very much with the motion and I second it.
Motion that has been moved by Honorable my Palace and seconded by the Chairman Rules and Business, that based on the fact that the road is blocked by these contractors and that we will not be able to access here easily within the week, that we adjourn till next week to enable us consult with the executive and rectify this within 1 week. Those in support of that motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Also, during Tuesday's plenary, the House of Representatives went into a rowdy session over which committee should investigate alleged irregularities in the allocation and management of the Lagos International Trade Fair Complex. Lagos lawmaker Ademorin Kuye, who moved the motion, proposed that the Committee on Public Assets, which he chairs, should handle the probe.
Concerned that the master plan for the development of the International Trade Fair Complex have been significantly altered, and land belonging to the federal government is being balkanized by the current management of the complex.
Some lawmakers disagreed, insisting that the Committee on Commerce or an ad hoc committee take charge. When the motion was put to vote, the nays prevailed, prompting protests from some members and forcing the House into an executive session that lasted about 30 minutes.
Section 10, sub 2 has not been activated at all. So I will ask the question. Based on the original motion, those in support of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
Spokesman of the House, Akin Rotimi, later told the press corps that the decision to adjourn plenary was taken in good faith.
Of course, as representatives of the people, we've done this in good faith. I must emphasize that it's not taking up arms against the executive. It's simply responding to the agitations that we are also facing from our various constituents and stakeholders across the country, that they want to see the very, very well-intentioned budget of Mr. President fully implemented.
There was a mild drama at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on Tuesday when Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan confronted immigration officials who allegedly seized her passport. The senator, who went live on social media during the incident, said she was traveling abroad after events marking her second year in office. In the viral video, Akpoti-Uduaghan accused the officials of repeatedly embarrassing her, recalling that her passport had previously been withheld for political reasons. She claimed President Bola Tinubu had already ordered that all politically motivated cases against her be dropped. The situation was later resolved when a male officer returned her passport, ending the standoff.
Have I committed any offense? Why are you withholding my passport?
Hello, fellow Nigerians. Good morning. This is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan.
having completed my celebration of my second year in office, I decided to take a week off. So I'm at the airport here, and my passport is being withheld again. The same thing happened last time where my passport was seized. I have committed no offense, and there is no order from the court to withhold my passport and deny me traveling. The last time this happened, the officer in charge told us that the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, instructed them to withhold my passport and prevent me from traveling because he said each time I travel out of the country, I smear the country's image by granting interviews out in international media. Please, can you tell them to release my passport and this embarrassment should stop? So there is no reason why my passport should be withheld at the international airport. There is no reason why. You have no right to do that, madam. You have no right. You are taking laws into your hands. There is no court order. I have not missed any of my court appearances. I have attended all my court sessions. I am not a flight risk. I am not a risk to my country. So why are you treating me like a criminal? Can I have my passport, please? Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Immigration Service has said that it did not withhold the passport of the Senator, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. Spokesperson for the immigration, Akinshola Akinlabi, made the rebuttal in an interview on Tuesday. Akinlabi explained that the incident was part of routine immigration procedures, clarifying that officers were only performing their statutory duties. According to the immigration spokesperson, the Kogi senator made her video during the routine process but did not post an update after being cleared to fly. Up ahead, Kebbi residents lament recurring abductions as insecurity deepens. DSS sacks 115 officers over misconduct and corruption. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The wave of bandit attacks sweeping across Kebbi State, particularly in areas like Danko Wasagu, Sakaba and Shanga, have left residents gripped by fear, deepening concerns over the government's ability to restore peace in the communities. This renewed wave of attacks has triggered more concern, coming just days after the abduction of the Deputy Speaker of the Kebbi State House of Assembly, Alhaji Mohammed Samaila Bagudo, a development that further exposed the fragility of security within the region. The insecurity has worsened despite repeated rescue operations carried out by the police and troops of the Nigerian army, as the bandits continue to operate with near impunity in remote areas. While security forces have recorded some successes in intercepting criminals and rescuing victims, locals say these efforts have not translated into lasting peace. Many believe that without a firm and coordinated response, the crisis may push more communities into displacement. Residents are appealing to both the state and federal governments to intensify efforts and deploy more security personnel to vulnerable areas to end what they described as a cycle of recurring tragedy. Troops of Operation Wellstroke have foiled a kidnapping attempt and rescued 10 hostages, including a military personnel from armed kidnappers in Benue State. This is following a tip-off about the kidnappers' activities along the Zaki-Biam-Wukari Road in Benue State. The operation took place when troops deployed at Kiado received reports about suspicious activities around a location known as Quarantine Checkpoint, where the kidnappers were attempting to abduct unsuspecting travelers. The soldiers, acting swiftly, arrived the scene and the criminals fled into nearby bushes on sighting them. Those rescued by the troops include Warrant Officer John Richard, a personnel of 6th Brigade Band, Jalingo, while 2 other victims are still unaccounted for as search operations continue. Commending the troops for their professionalism, the Force Commander of Operation Wellstroke, Major General Moses Gara, lauded their swift response and dedication to duty. Traders at the Makurdi Modern Market in Benue State on Tuesday staged a protest over what they described as the unending incidents of car theft within the market premises. The aggrieved traders shut down business activities, lamenting that the rate at which vehicles were being stolen had reached an alarming level. They appealed to the government to urgently probe the frequent cases of missing cars and strengthen security in the market. According to the traders, the market would remain closed for 2 days as a form of protest and to draw attention to their plight, particularly the continuous disappearance of cars and other valuables. Reacting to the development, the Commissioner for Industry, Trade and Investment, Orpin Alumo, stated that the ministry had not been officially informed about any protest. He said the only correspondence received from the market union indicated their plan to observe fasting and prayers, but without a specified date or time. Alumo acknowledged that there were indeed security challenges in the market, but the government was collaborating with the traders' union and other stakeholders to curb the spate of thefts. President Bola Tinubu has been holding high-level consultations following the threat by the U.S. presidency to stage a military intervention in the country because of its alleged genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Correspondent Nwabeze Njoku tells us more.
On Tuesday in Abuja, at an event hosted by a non-governmental organization, former Chief of Army Staff and Minister of Interior under former President Muhammadu Buhari, Abdurrahman Dambazau, said that the accusation by the U.S. President Donald Trump that Christians in Nigeria were being subjected to targeted killings was only a strategic move towards establishing a military base in Nigeria. While Dambazau was speaking, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was holding a high-level meeting with the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris. After the meeting, the minister told reporters that the president was now armed, that the country has opened multiple channels with the international community on the issue.
The issue of the U.S. threat also came up, and we discussed that extensively with Mr. President. Mr. President is calm, is looking at the whole situation, and is looking at ways and means of ensuring that the international community understands what Nigeria has been doing. Only last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, in his own desire to rekindle the security architecture of the country, reinvigorated the hierarchy of the armed forces. A new chief of defense staff and other service chiefs were appointed. Now, this is all all the issues that came out of the United States. So that tells me that Mr. President has been working assiduously to ensure that Nigeria is a country that remains safer for all Nigerians to live in.
The minister further told reporters that the president understands the complexity of the country and has constantly engaged with stakeholders, including religious leaders, in a clear understanding of the constitutional provision of freedom of worship in Nigeria.
This is not who we are as a country. So for us to be characterized as a country that is not tolerant when it comes to religion is not accurate. This is absolutely false. Nigeria has Muslim and Christian and even those who do not believe in any of these religions. And our constitution guarantees that everyone should practice his faith without let or hindrance. And Mr. President is going to respect that to the letter.
The U.S. President had late last week listed Nigeria as a country of particular concern and subsequently threatened to intervene, guns ablazing, over what he said was genocide against Nigerian Christians, an accusation the Nigerian government says has no foundation in fact. In Abuja, I'm Nwabuoze Njoku for Signature TV News.
The Department of State Services, DSS, has dismissed a total of 115 personnel as part of its ongoing internal reforms aimed at sanitizing the service and upholding professional standards. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the service explained that the dismissals occurred over a period of time and formed part of broader efforts to rid the organization of misconduct and corruption. The DSS also cautioned members of the public to be wary of some dismissed officers who continue to parade themselves as active personnel. It further advised Nigerians to avoid any form of official dealings with the affected individuals, stressing that their identities have been published on the agency's official website. Major General Abdullahi Muhammad, retired, a former chief of staff to ex-presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Umaru Yar'Adua, is dead. Muhammad, who hailed from Ilorin, Kwara State, reportedly died around 1 a.m. on Wednesday in Abuja at the age of 86. Family sources confirmed the development in Ilorin, describing his passing as a huge loss to the Ilorin Emirate, the nation, and the military community. Throughout his career, Muhammad was widely regarded as a disciplined officer, an influential administrator, and a silent power broker in the Nigeria's political and security landscape. Meanwhile, the Ilorin Emirates Descendants Progressive Union has described the death of the retired general as a monumental loss to the Ilorin Emirate and Nigeria at large. In a condolence statement issued by the union's National Publicity Secretary, Naruddin Ibrahim, on behalf of the national president, Alhaji Abdul Mumini Abdullahi, the IEDPU said the death of the elder statesman was even more painful at this critical time when the nation needs the wisdom of tested patriots to navigate its challenges. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says the federal government has met virtually all the demands of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. The minister was speaking at the presidential villa after the launch of the Tertiary Education Transparency Platform and conferring with President Bola Tinubu on the latest developments in the universities. Correspondent Nwabuoze Njoku reports.
The minister told reporters after his meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that the president was determined to address all issues warranting the threat by the academic union and to keep Nigerian universities open.
The president has mandated us that he doesn't want ASU to go on strike. And we're doing everything humanly possible to ensure that our student stays in school. The last strike they went on for 4, 5, 6 days was not really needed. We're talking to them. We've met literally all their requirements. Now, we've gone back to the negotiation table. We're talking, I still spoke to the leadership this morning. We will resolve this.
Thursday last week, the federal government released the sum of 2.3 billion naira to begin the payment of unpaid salaries and promotion entitlements of lecturers in Nigerian government universities. After conferring with the president on Tuesday, the Minister of Education told reporters that there was not much reason for the university lecturers to continue with any strike. Besides, he said, the ministry was engaging with different unions within Nigeria's tertiary education system to resolve challenges that have affected education at that level.
The problem in the past was that even at the Ministry of Education, the problem was created. We had one negotiating committee dealing with universities, ASU. We had another one dealing with Polytechnic, ASUP, and we had another one dealing with colleges of education, COESU. And they're not talking to one another. What we've done now, we've expanded one single committee called Alhaji Yayale Ahmed Federal Government Negotiating Committee with tertiary institutions. They're dealing with both academic and non-academic unions. As I'm talking to you, they're talking to polytechnics. The same committee is talking to the polytechnics, talking to the College of Education, as well as ASU, both academic and non-academic union. And with all due respect, there's no ultimatum. I still spoke to the president of ASUB yesterday. I'm on first line call to them. Everything is calm, and they all understand. This is a listening government. We would resolve all their problems.
Efforts to get the position of the Academic Union of Nigerian Universities failed, as our calls to the national president of ASU, Professor Chris Piwuna, did not connect, and messages to his phone number indicated not read as at the time of this report. In Abuja, I am Nwabuozen Njoku for Signature TV News.
Oyo State High Court has granted the People's Democratic Party approval to proceed with its elective national convention, scheduled for November 15th to 16th, 2025, in Ibadan, the state capital. The court also directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to attend and monitor the exercise. Delivering the ruling, Justice A.L. Akintola issued an interim order permitting the party to continue its convention plans without obstruction. The decision came after an ex-party motion filed by Folahan Adelabi against the PDP, its acting national chairman, Umar Damagum, Governor Umaru Fintiri, who heads the National Convention Organizing Committee, and the INEC. Adelabi had approached the court to stop any attempt by the defendants to alter or disrupt the timetables, guidelines, or schedule for the planned convention. In his ruling, Justice Akintola held that the claimants presented a compelling case that warranted immediate judicial intervention. The judge subsequently adjourned the hearing of the substantive motion for an interlocutory injunction till November 10, 2025. The interim order, issued on November 3, 2025, was sealed by the Oyo State High Court and endorsed by its principal registrar, S.O. Hamid. The Edo State Governor, Monday Okpebholo, has signed into law a bill prescribing a 10-year jail term for anyone who violently or forcefully gains entry into state-owned property. The governor also assented to another provision stipulating a 5-year imprisonment for individuals involved in the unauthorized sale or transfer of government property without the governor's consent. This was contained in a statement issued by the governor's chief press secretary, Fred Itwa, and made available to journalists on Tuesday in Benin. Okpebholo said the new legislation underscores the administration's zero tolerance for corruption, impunity, and the misuse of public assets. Okpebholo reaffirmed that public assets belong to the people of Edo State, not private individuals. Under the new law, unauthorized sale or transfer of government property without the governor's consent attracts a 5-year prison term, while violent or forceful entry into state-owned property could result in up to 10 years imprisonment, depending on the gravity of the offense. It stipulated that professionals who aid or abet illegal land transactions involving state property will also face sanctions, including prosecution and possible referral to their professional regulatory bodies for disciplinary action. The statement further warned that false petitions or fraudulent claims relating to government lands will attract severe penalties aimed at deterring abuse of process. All attention will focus on the nursing profession in Nigeria in the context of healthcare delivery as Nigeria hosts nurses from the Commonwealth. The National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, while on a courtesy call to the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, on Tuesday, said the world attention will focus on the profession in Nigeria as the country is the first African nation to contest and win the right to host the professional body. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma reports.
The Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Shirley Ayoko Botchway, will lead other world dignitaries and the Executive Board and board members of the Commonwealth Association of Nurses and Midwives at the Abuja Conference. The conference, which will be flagged off by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will hold between April 20th and 24th, 2026. The Chief of Staff of the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, said that Nigeria is in a strong position to host a successful conference and will not shy away from showcasing its achievements in healthcare delivery.
Health is one of the priority areas of this government. I cannot begin to reel out the very many accomplishments of this government in the health sector, many of which you yourself are aware, including the revitalization of health centers, our primary healthcare centers, the health insurance program, which has increased, astronomically from to about from 60 million to about 20 million in terms of coverage, and so many other areas where this government has prioritized in the health sector. We'll be more than happy, again, like I said, it bears worth repeating, to play a role. It is to be our pride that you showcase what we're doing and what we are still going to do.
The national chairman of the Nigeria Association of Nurses and Midwives, Comrade Haruna Maman, said that member associations from the United Kingdom, Europe and Africa will attend the Abuja conference.
I'm glad to inform you that the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives contested and won the hosting of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation Conference, West Africa region. The conference has been slated for 20th to 24th April 2026 here in Abuja. The Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation comprises of 58 countries. Nurses and midwives from these countries are expected to participate in this conference, particularly the West African countries.
The conference, beyond creating cordial trade and professional relations, serves as a platform for networking, training exchanges, and improving healthcare delivery at the nursing level. In Abuja, Chimeze Izedima for Signature TV News.
Justice Mojisola Dada of the Lagos State Special Offences Court, Ikeja, on Tuesday, dismissed a no-case submission filed by social media celebrity Ismaila Mustafa, popularly known as Mumfa, in his alleged 6 billion naira money laundering trial. Rather than open their defense, Mumfa's lawyer, Kolawole Salami, filed a no-case submission, arguing that the prosecution had failed to establish a link between his clients and the alleged offences. Delivering a ruling on Tuesday, Justice Dada held that the EFCC had established a prima facie case against the defendants and ordered Mumfa and his company to enter their defense. The matter was adjourned to January 27th and 28th, 2026 for the defense to commence. Coming up next is business news.
The Nigeria Customs Service and Ghana Revenue Authority (GRA) are set to deepen collaboration to curb illicit trade through enhanced border control and intelligence sharing. During a visit to Accra, the Ghana Revenue Authority Commissioner, General Anthony Sapong, and Nigeria Customs Controller, General Bashir Adeniyi, agreed to humanize custom procedures in line with the African Continental Free Trade Area framework. The meeting also aimed to strengthen ties ahead of the upcoming Custom Partnership for African Cooperation in Trade Conference in Abuja. Nigeria's naira and equities dropped on Monday after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened possible military action against Nigeria over alleged religious persecution. The naira fell 1.03% to 1,436 naira 34 kobo per dollar at the official market and 1,455 naira per dollar at the parallel market, reversing last week's gains. The decline followed Trump's comments on Truth Social, where he labeled Nigeria a country of particular concern and warned of possible action over alleged attacks on Christians, a statement that rattled investors and heightened geopolitical fears. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service posted a record 304 billion naira revenue in October 2025, the highest ever by any command. This marks a rise from 264 billion naira in October 2024, bringing its 10-month total to 2.4 trillion naira, surpassing 2024 full-year collection. Comptroller Emmanuel Oshoba credited the feat to enhance compliance, trade reforms, and tech-driven operations. He said a new drive-through scanning system set to process 150 containers per hour will soon launch to boost efficiency and transparency at the ports. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority plans to impose an $11.50 levy on all international tickets, expected to generate over $1 billion in 20 years, sparking protests from operators. The new Advanced Passenger Information System fee, added to the existing $20 security charge, raises total security-related costs to $31.50 per passenger. While the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority says the levy will boost aviation security and data management, airlines warn it adds to multiple taxation and could further hike airfares amid economic strain. The Nigerian exchange extended its losing streak on Tuesday, November 4, 2025, as the market capitalization fell to 96.9 trillion naira. Investors traded 683.9 million shares worth 20.37 billion naira in 33,257 deals, showing a 9% rise in volume, but a 19% decline in value from Monday's session. Market sentiments remained negative, with 17 gainers and 41 losers from the 128 equities which participated. Unicel Interlinked led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 64 naira 90 kobo per share, from an opening price of 59 naira per share, followed by Sunu Assurances Nigeria, which surged 9.98% to close at 4 naira 96 kobo per share, while Honeywell Flour Mill rose by 9.72% to close at 19 naira 75 kobo per share, and Livestock Feeds gained 7.25% to close Tuesday's trading session at 7 naira 50 kobo per share. On the losing side, National Salt Company came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 99 naira per share from an opening price at 110 naira per share, followed by Skyway Aviation Handling dropping 10% to end Tuesday's trading session at 89 naira 55 kobo per share from an opening price of 99 naira 50 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index dropped 387.35 points to close at 153,739.11, representing a one-week loss of 0.25% and a four-week gain of 4.41% and an overall year-to-date gain of 49.37%. This is business news in Global News. Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, Cuomo concedes defeat to Mamdani in NYC mayoral race. Malaysia remands rapper as Taiwan influencer's death reclassified as murder. These and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Young people in Uganda's capital are expressing hope that Zoran Mamdani's leadership in New York could inspire a shift in attitude among their generation back home, where unemployment and political stagnation remain pressing challenges. Some residents say Mamdani's rise sends a powerful message to Ugandan youth.
I'm very vocal about my biggest challenges with Uganda, especially the young people, being the attitude, the discourse, the conversations we have. We are not serious as a nation like we need to do. And I really hope having people like Mamdani taking leadership in big cities like New York could change something among the young people in Uganda to actually come to the understanding that, being born in Uganda, you can actually make good things. And if there's anyone who's going to change this country, it really has to be us, the younger generation. What the young people can pick from his story is that there's no time limit to becoming a leader and taking up these big positions. A lot of young people in Uganda sort of leave leadership to either the generation ahead of them, but now is the time for us to also step up and be part of the conversations, especially those that are going to shape the future of our country, Uganda.
Our biggest challenge as the youth of Uganda is unemployment, and seeing Mamdani advocating for the same, advocating to create more opportunities for the youths in the US, should now inspire our leaders back home here to create more opportunities for the youth in Uganda.
Mamdani, who was recently elected to public office in New York, is the son of renowned Ugandan academic Mahmoud Mamdani. His win has drawn attention in Uganda, where many young people face limited opportunities and feel excluded from political decision-making. In New York City, Zoran Mamdani, a 34-year-old democratic socialist, won the mayoral race on Tuesday, defeating former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo, 67, who ran as an independent after losing the nomination to Mamdani earlier this year. Cuomo, who resigned as governor 4 years ago after sexual harassment allegations that he has denied, portrayed Mamdani as a radical leftist whose proposals were unworkable and dangerous.
This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. 2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line.
Cuomo's supporters expressed sadness and disappointment, but Yuno Martinez, a New York City DJ, said he will now support Mamdani.
I'm very sad, and I'm just curious and how the city is going to move on from this, and I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I know this is somewhat expected, and we'll just have to see what happens.
You know, it's bittersweet because they were expecting to win and high hopes. But next year, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future.
Well, I feel disappointed. I was really supporting Cuomo. I was here during the pandemic. He guided us through that. He was a very strong governor, and I felt he has the experience to be a very strong mayor.
I mean, I'm definitely a little bit upset and concerned about the city moving forward, but I think that the Cuomo team put up a good fight.
Where he did wrong, I think maybe not getting as close to the social media as he should have with the platform. You know, I think maybe it's as simple as trying on, getting on more podcasts would have been a great help. You know, this is just where we are today to connect. It's just where we are now, and that's what I think he lacked, of showing that he's part of today's world,
Some residents in northern Afghanistan are calling for the government to help rebuild and restore a historic mosque that was damaged after Monday's powerful magnitude 6.3 earthquake. The Hazrat Ali Shrine, also known as the Blue Mosque in the city of Mazar-e-Sharif, suffered visible damage following the quake, with tiles broken off and cracked minarets. No repair work has begun so far, and it remains open to the public. Aid groups said the figure was concerning just ahead of the Afghan winter, when temperatures drop below freezing.
The earthquake that struck that night was truly very dangerous. In my 55 years of life, I had never seen such an earthquake. It caused massive damage to the people of Bork, Samangan and Qum. Moreover, the Rosary Sharif, Hazrat Ali's shrine, the historical symbol of Mazar-i-Sharif, also suffered serious damage to parts of its minarets. Rosary Sharif is a historical symbol of the city of Mazar-i-Sharif, where people always gather to visit. Considering the parts that have been damaged, we call for serious attention from national traders and the government to help rebuild and restore it.
Malaysian rapper Wee Meng Chi, popularly known as Name Wee, has been remanded by police for 6 days, starting Wednesday, in connection with the death of a Taiwanese influencer. Taiwan national Iris Siayu Sin was found dead in a Kuala Lumpur hotel bathtub on October 22nd. Malaysian authorities had initially ruled Say's death as sudden death, but later reclassified the case as murder. Say was reportedly working on a video project with Wee before her death. Wee voluntarily handed himself over to the authorities at the Dang Wangi police station in the Malaysian capital at 1:10 a.m. local time on Wednesday and will be remanded until next Monday. Wee was last month charged with drug use and possession in connection with the case. Recent drone footage shot on October 25th showed widespread destruction in Gaza City after a ceasefire began between Israel and Hamas. Huge swaths of Gaza have been reduced to a wasteland by Israeli bombardments over 2 years that killed some 68,000 people, according to Gaza health authorities. Up next is sports news.
Welcome to Sports News on Signature TV. In tennis, Novak Djokovic powered into the Hellenic Championship quarterfinals following a straight sets win over Alejandro Tabilo in Athens on November the 4th. The top seed, who had lost his only 2 previous encounters against the Chilean, edged a tight opener in a tiebreaker before easing to a 7-6, 3-6-1 victory. With his debut win in the Greek capital, the 38-year-old Serbian, champion of 24 Grand Slam titles, advanced to his 225th tour-level quarterfinals in 25 different countries. In football, Liverpool were back to their best as they dominated Real Madrid with an outstanding performance to secure a crucial Champions League victory at Anfield. And Slot's Premier League champions ended a spell of 6 defeats in 7 games with a win against Aston Villa on Saturday, and the revival continued as Real were overpowered. Liverpool's victory was far more convincing than the scoreline suggests, with Alexis McAllister finally breaking the deadlock in the second half as former Reds defender Trent Alexander-Arnold watched from the bench as his new side strictly second best. Alexander-Arnold came on late in the game amidst a storm of booing from the Liverpool fans who once idolized him, but he was unable to fashion a breakthrough as Real, with Jude Bellingham and Kylian Mbappe subdued, unable to deny Slot's team an important 3 points. It was an unhappy return to Anfield for Alexander-Arnold, who was given a fierce hostile reception when he came on as substitute, while it was also a night of frustration for Real coach and former Liverpool midfielder Xabi Alonso, who could also watch on powerlessly as his team was offside. Bayern Munich made it 16 wins from 16 games this season to underline their credentials as early Champions League favourites, beating holders Paris Saint-Germain 2-1 away as Luis Diaz scored 2 goals and was shown a red card on November the 4th. The Colombian winger struck twice before being sent off for a violent tackle on Achraf Hakimi on the stroke of half-time. PSG, who reduced the areas through Joao Neves, dominated possession after the break but failed to make it fully count and slipped to their first defeat in the competition since last season's quarterfinal second leg against Aston Villa. The result kept Bayern top of the 36-team league on a maximum 12 points, with PSG in third, 3 points adrift. Al Ittihad secured a big 3-0 win over Al Sharjah in the AFC Champions League Elite in Jeddah on November the 4th. Goals from Steven Bergwijn, Karim Benzema and Roger Fernandez led the Saudi Pro League team to their victory over Sharjah from the United Arab Emirates as the Saudi champions completed back-to-back wins in the league phase. Al Ittihad lost their opening 2 matches in a competition they last won in 2005, but Bergwijn gave them the perfect start with a well-placed header from 12 meters out in the 8th minute. Benzema hit the second goal in the 66th minute when the former Real Madrid forward arrived unmarked in the penalty area to side foot in Moussa Diaby's center from the left, and Fernandez slid in to score the third 4 minutes into stoppage time. Al Ahly snuck past Al Sadd with a 2-1 win in the Asian Champions Elite in Doha on November the 4th. Al Ahly captain Riyad Mahrez was first on the board for the visitors in the 34th minute, with the first half closing out at 1-0. Al Sadd's Claudinho leveled for the home side with a high boot off the crossbar in the 63rd minute. But just 4 minutes later, Al Ahly's Galeno fed the ball to Matheus Goncalves, who scored the winner from a tight angle with a shot off the goalkeeper's gloves. The top 8 finishers in the 12-team table advanced to matches knockout rounds, with the quarterfinals, semis and finals to be played on a centralized basis in Saudi Arabia in April. And that's the size of our package on Sports News on Signature TV. I am Raymond Ken Mbata.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm, of course, your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta. Of course, it's another Wednesday. Surprisingly, it rained here in Enugu. Not too heavy, but yeah, it actually rained here. So the weather is quite cold, quite cozy. So yeah, here we tend to give interesting stories, top chatting drama from the world of art, fashion, music, movie, and of course, social media. I have interesting guests today, and of course I have interesting stories. And today, which is Wednesday, is Playlist Pal / TikTok trend. But first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. The Federal High Court in Lagos has ordered the interim forfeiture of a nightclub owned by socialite Mike Wali, popularly known as Pretty Mike, over allegations that the property was used for drug storage and distribution. Justice Musa Kakaki issued the order after hearing an ex parte motion by NDLEA counsel Buhari Abdullahi, who described the nightclub as an instrumentality of crime under NDLEA Act. According to the agency, Pretty Mike and co-owner Joshen Hilary allegedly used the venue to plan a large-scale drug party. Acting on a tip-off, NDLEA operative raided the premises on October 26, 2025, seizing 169 cylinders of nitrous oxide, 200 grams of cannabis, and arresting over 200 persons. The NDLEA claimed the nightclub had a history of drug-related activities. Justice Kakaki granted the agency's request, ordering the interim forfeiture of the property to the federal government and suspending all activities there pending investigation. The case was adjourned to January 28, 2026 for further hearing. He's going to be losing money. Because this December, Oble is supposed to be happening in his club, but unfortunately, it's going to be pending till the court calls for the hearing. Now, it's unfortunate. Honestly, it's unfortunate because people tend to do things and think that they cannot be caught. That's why you tend to see in some eateries, some restaurants, some clubs, you see them say no smoking, no drug, no, things like that. But some people that come there with ulterior motive. They come there to say, oh, we're here to chill, have fun, and you see them with drugs, right? But this one is a different case. They're actually part of the fact, I think they sell the drugs to those people. So it's more like they're in collaboration with people that does drugs and, things to just make them feel jiggy and happy and all that. So unfortunately for them, NDLEA came into the premises unknowingly. That's so heartbreaking. Oh my God. Just the way EFCC comes to people's apartments and pack all of them and take them to their quarters, So yeah, unfortunately, that club is going to be pending from now till January after the hearing of that particular case. Now, moving forward, music executive and producer Michael Collins Ajere, popularly known as Don Jazzy, has opened up about his views on love, marriage, and religion, revealing that despite his success, he still harbors fears about relationships and commitments. The 42-year-old who was previously married in 2003 was divorced 2 years later. Spoke candidly during an interview with Habi FX on YouTube on Monday. He discussed the ideology of relationship, personal growth, and how his perception of love has evolved over the time. He, however, noted that negative experiences from others often make people more cautious. The Marvin Records CEO also revealed that financial concerns play a role in his hesitation to marry. especially after seeing how some men lose much of their wealth in divorce. Despite his fears, Don Jazzy's honesty and humor have once again earned him praise from fans who continue to admire his humility, openness, and consistency in an industry often defined by pressure and perfection. And I think it's not just him, in as much as we actually want him to. Like, please get married, sir. But he has cleared the air that even though that, oh, he has done this, he's so scared of commitment and the whole buhaha that comes with divorce case. But you shouldn't be thinking in that angle. You should think about the better side of it. Yes, most people get married now and get divorced, and sometimes the men tend to be at loss, right? Even though you shouldn't be thinking of the negative, you should be thinking of the positive. Who said that you're gonna be divorced the second time? I think he has this whole PTSD because of the first case of his marriage. You know, the whole feeling of, oh, I just got married and 2 years after I got divorced. Then you're coming on social media, people are complaining about domestic violence, people are complaining about assault, people are getting divorced for irreconcilable differences and all that. So it's more like, marriage is not the way it used to be. It's not just him that have this kind of mindset. A whole lot of young people that have not even experienced marriage before tend to feel this same way because it's getting worse. It's getting more serious, and it makes most of us scared about marriage because it's not the way our parents used to be. It's not the way our grandparents own used to be. We are now in a different generation. We're not even in Gen Z again, just so we know. We are now in generation better. So the more you grow, the more things tend to change, mindset tend to change, and character tend to change. I mean, technology tends to even make things more broader, more I won't say confusing, but tend to change some ideology of how people see things, right? So, but at the end of the day, we shouldn't be thinking of the negative side of it. You need to pray that, oh, I'm going to marry once and marry right. In fact, that's some people's national anthem on most comment section these days. Okay, Nigerian music artist and activist Folarin Falana, popularly known as Falz, has said the increasing tribal and religious dichotomy in the country has been depressing for him. The music star disclosed this while reacting to a tweet by his colleague Nasboy, urging Nigerians to put their tribal and religious differences aside and hold their leaders accountable. Reacting to the tweet, Falz said Nigerians need to start thinking for themselves and stop letting politicians divide them along tribal and religious lines. He made the call against the backdrop of the recent supremacy debates between Christians and Muslim youths on social media following US President Donald Trump's threats to take military action against Nigeria to rescue Christians from alleged genocidal attack by Islamic terrorists. And I mean, that's the truth. We should come in unity. But would that ever happen? This is two different religions. This is not about what is it called now? Denomination. It's not about denomination again. It's about different religion. They believe in Allah, we believe in God and all that. But they tend to forget that at the end of the day, whether you are a Muslim, a Christian, you're what do they call it, traditionalist, Buddhism, name them, whatever religion you tend to worship, at the end of the day we have just one supreme being. Just one supreme being. In as much as people tend to pray to whatever, you know, that they feel gives them or answers their prayers. For instance, the Indians, they can tend to pray to a human being that they molded, right? They can tend to pray to cows, elephants. That's how they envision their God. But at the end of the day, we have just one supreme being that answers all prayers. So what is Falz saying? Stop fighting against yourself and come together. Let's forget about, oh, he's a Yoruba guy, I'm an Igbo girl, or he's a Yoruba girl, I'm an Igbo guy. Let's tend to come together. We are one Nigeria at the end of the day. But I don't know how possible that is going to happen. I don't know how that would work. Because even in the same tribe, they tend to hate themselves. They tend to work against themselves. Talk more of different tribe. But of course, let's just try to come together. Let's forget about this whole tribalism, religion, you know. Let's focus on ourselves and build Nigeria together, if that would ever happen. I mean, the change begins with us, with you. Okay. Visitors gathered on Tuesday around the golden mask of King Tutankhamun at Egypt's Grand Egyptian Museum, as the long-awaited Tutankhamun Gallery opens to the public for the first time. While part of the museum had been accessible earlier, this marks the first time visitors have been able to enter the Boy King's chamber. The centerpiece of the museum is located near the Giza pyramids. The 7,500 square meter hall displays more than 5,000 artifacts from Tutankhamun's tomb, brought together under one roof for the first time since their discovery over a century ago, including the iconic golden mask, throne, chariots, coffins, and personal items such as sandals and jewelry. According to Issa Zidane, Director General of Restoration and Transportation Antiquities at the museum, British archaeologist Howard Carter discovered the tomb of the 18th dynasty king in the Valley of the Kings in ENUGU in November 4th, 1992. The Tutankhamun Gallery's opening follows the museum's official inauguration on November 1st, marking the end of a two-decade construction effort hampered by the Arab Spring uprisings, pandemic, and wars in neighboring countries. The gallery remains the museum's most anticipated attraction, showcasing one of the most iconic archaeological finds in history. Take a look.
We are here today in the King Tutankhamun Halls, an area of 7,500 square meters, where the entire collection is being displayed for the first time under one roof. More than 5,000 artifacts are on display here, using all modern museum display technologies, including multimedia, graphics, and explanatory labels. There are artifacts that visitors and specialists will see for the first time under one roof from the King Tutankhamun collection. Like the gilded coffin that was found in the tomb, and which was transferred from Luxor to the Grand Egyptian Museum to join the other coffins, such as the solid gold coffin, which weighs 110 kilograms, the middle coffin, and the golden mask. Of course, the display is simply stunning and magnificent. It's something everyone should see.
Chamber. Oh, very elaborate. All the gold and the details and how they treated the kings and how apparently they loved him and worshipped and how they treated the life and the afterlife and the family. It was just, it's amazing.
not my first time. I visited this beautiful country several times, and I've been to the former museums, to the pyramids, and it's really amazing. But now, this time, the situation is exceeding all expectations, because this is a marvel that you have built here. Congratulations.
English actor Jonathan Bailey, who returned to movie theatre this month in the musical film Wicked for Good, was named this year's Sexiest Man Alive by People magazine. The 37-year-old Bailey said it was a huge honor to receive the pop culture accolade previously awarded to stars including Chris Hemsworth and George Clooney. The selection of Bailey, also known for his role as Lord Anthony in the steamy period drama Bridgerton, was announced on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon. Bailey played Prince Fiyero, the last year's blockbuster Wicked, a prequel to The Wizard of Oz, and will reprise the role in the coming sequel Wicked for Good. The actor also starred in dinosaur flick Jurassic World Rebirth this summer. Other actors and singers who have been given the title by People magazine's editors include Blake Shelton, Adam Levine, Idris Elba, and Channing Tatum. Take a look.
Straight ahead, please, Jonathan. Jonathan, here, please, right. House photographer. Straight ahead, please, Jonathan. And just eyes this way, thank you. Just man for us for this afternoon. Just up the width side. One for James at the back here. James, one more here, please, Jonathan. And just. This way, please, eyes this way. And it's eyes this way. Central, they're not looking. And then all to the left-hand side, please. Oh, this way. And all to the left, please. Jonathan, to your left, please. To your left. Jonathan, to your left. To your left, Jonathan. Guys, one next to her. Thank you.
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news hour this moment. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, up next is the novelty match, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
You that entertainers cannot play football. I mean, you're going to be surprised because the Association of Movie Practitioners and the Rangers International Club are here in the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, ENUGU State, for a novelty match. They're not just here for sport, they're here for entertainment, community growth, and of course, relationship. According to them, they said they're here for more than sport. But of course, let's go hear what they're saying and let's get entertained with this football match.
I don't know why Rangers will invite our actors here to beat them clearly. Of course, I'm happy, but on the other hand, I'm not happy that Rangers did that this type of thing to us. Why? We just came here to have fun. That's it. To meet brothers, you know, show that we are not enemies. We like what they do and they like what we do.
Collaboration. You're the one winning.
Yes, I know.
And I'm warming up to go in to play my own because I'm going to play.
Okay.
Anyhow I give the goal, whether like this, carry it in my hand, using my leg or using my head, now go. A team like ENUGU Rangers International playing with the entertainment industry in Hollywood. So it's more than football. It's a thing of joy. It's something of peace and unity. You know, this kind of thing doesn't happen often. So it's part of building the relationship and community, you know, with the entertainment industry and all that. So we take every game vital, not looking at this, we are playing in the entertainment industry. We see this as a part of our preparation for our next home limit game. So being that we that at home that didn't travel with the team, so we use this kind of game to boost up the team spirit again for our next coming home game.
I'm excited because the match is going well. Even though we are yet to score, but my team is on it. They are working hard. We are playing so well that Rangers forgot that this is a novelty match. They are now playing us real football. The thing is, we want creative entertainment and sports entertainment to work together We want to be able to bring communities together, bring youth together, engage them in entertainment and in activities in Enugu State, and see how we can keep entertaining Enugu people.
We came here as movie practitioners to play Rangers Football Club. So what do you expect? 9-0, I mean, they are so lenient. It should have been 2 goals to a player. But all the same, I mean, we came here for fun and all of that. It's a novelty match, you know, to establish that love and unity amongst whatever you do. The team, the aim, and the goal, which we have established, is what matters. So I'm happy we are here. Though we won them. Yes.
Emotionally.
We won.
Emotionally.
We won. We won. Nollywood won.
I've been a follower and a big fan of Rangers. So it's a fantastic atmosphere to be here and be playing a novelty match with Rangers Football Club. We never expected to beat Rangers, even though we had the impression, you know, we have it written down in the script, but we could not, you know, act it out. We also have professional footballers, and our footballers are playing very well. The truth is that the referee is not helping us. We got to the penalty, we got to the 18-yard box, they will chase us back. Even when we manage to fall, they will not give us penalty. This one that is happening now, are you not seeing it? It's not a penalty. Is it because we are in their home? AMP is not going to accept this. We are going to write to ANFF. Either they cancel this match or we'll play it again. If it's for fun, it's supposed to be for fun. Whereas, if you have a penalty, you give it to us.
We're just really speaking to the secretary of the AMP, right? I mean, that's what you get when you play with professionals. I don't know what he expected to see when Nollywood and Rangers come together. It's always going to be the Rangers to win. If you reach your turn, they really win you. Because Rangers gave them 10-0. Alright, up next is Playlist Power. So on today's edition of Playlist Power, we are taking a way back with one of Africa's biggest stars, Davido. As a hitmaker himself lights up stages across Nigeria on his tour, we are rewinding the clock to celebrate the songs that made us fall in love with his sound. From Damiduro to Aye to Gobe, and so many more classics that defined an era. So let's get right at it. So first on the list is Fall. Fall is based on its music video, which shows Davido in a luxury car after an argument with his lover. He then spends the rest of the video daydreaming about a ballerina he sees through a window, which symbolizes his lyrics about no longer wanting to be a player. At the end, he appears to turn away from the ballerina's temptation and return to the car to reconcile with his partner. All right, take a look.
Banana follow you, paparazzi follow you, 'cause I'm in love with you. Yeah, are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. 'Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. 'Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you.
Follow you, 'cause I'm in love with you, yeah? Okay, up next is Aye. Aye is about a poor farmer who falls in love with a princess. The song's music video, directed by Clarence Peters, visually represented the lyrics by filming in a rural Nigerian setting. Davido plays the farmer who is more interested in true love than the material wealth in the princess's family, which the princess's family might have. So let's listen to it.
a Ferrari. She said, I'm my love. Oh. You belong to me, and I belong to her. Oh, baby, you go kill somebody. They say love is blind, but I did see her for your eyes. Oh. For your eyes. Oh. She past that ego. She did do like Ronaldo. My sweetie Porero. Eminado. She like my song. She like my song. Her favorite dance is not David.
Up next is Gobe. The song Gobe, which in Yoruba means trouble, by Davido, is fun, energetic track where he expresses his strong attraction to a girl whose dancing on physique caused him to be in trouble or fall deeply for her. So let's listen to it.
I can see you sensual. The way you wriggle and waver, you must be intentional. Don't want any baby, baby. I can tell your every action is a block to get down with this bubble. Yes, I know you feeling the bug. See go baby, I'm a see go baby, see go baby, I'm a see go baby, see go baby, I'm a see go baby, see me see go baby, yeah, what about me go baby? Girl, I love the way you look tonight. I wanna put my hands on your waist, 'cause I'm loving your sexy body. Wouldn't mind her.
Alright, up next is Fire. This song Fire, titled Fire, F-I-A, is about a man who feels used in a relationship due to a partner's materialism, but ultimately declares his unwavering loyalty, even if it means facing fire for love. The lyrics also reference his real-life struggle, including being wrongly accused and dealing with the public drama that followed, as seen in the line, Caroline, save your drama. So listen to it.
I want $1 million. Say make a wire. Tell me to wanna cover my girl. He say all our friends are living la vida loca. I from me my lover. Oh, yeah, you for there for me. You for there. When the boy they hunger, I for try for you. Oh, yeah. But you say if you no get money, hide your face. Hide my face. Make another man picking on my race. I love you, no mean say. If you say make I put one hand for fire, fire, burn. I go put one for fire. You know mean say. If you say make I put one leg for fire, fire, burn.
Caroline, save your drama. Alright, up next is Holy Ground featuring Nicki Minaj. Holy Ground by Davido featuring Nicki Minaj is a love song where both artists praise their partners, likening the relationship to a sacred space that provides comfort and happiness. The song in highlights from Davido's 2020 album, A Better Time, and was born from the drunken direct message Davido sent to Minaj. So let's listen to it.
She said, come if you wanna. I say, I know myself, I'm gonna wanna activate undercover. So let me know. She say, one big go. Activate if you wanna. Let her know it's not the normal size. This kind thing don't make your ship capsize. So let me know if you wanna. She call me brother, I call her sister too. Mama so fine, she got like 6 tattoos. If she was a city, she be Timbuktu. My holy ground with me I run to brother. I call her sister too. Mama so fine, she got like 6 tattoos. If she was a city, she be Timbuktu. My holy ground with me I run to.
All right, next is Assurance. Assurance by Davido is a love song dedicated to his then girlfriend Chioma, in which he pledges his loyalty and love, promising her lifetime insurance. The singer's declaration of love, the lyrics which features the line "I give you my baby, assurance," and a playful double meaning related to safe sex, and a music video portrayal of a luxurious vacation. Listen to it.
You're the one I want, oh. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. Before cassava start to hail, and if I ever leave, oh, make what I carry me, they go far away, far away. So I am looking for the sister, Chioma, my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she dey wear designer. So I am looking for the sister. My lover, oh. She got the dollar, she dey wear designer. So give me assurance, assurance. I give my baby assurance, I give my baby lifetime insurance.
Alright, that's all we have for you in the playlist pile this hour. Go on a short break, and up next is a conversation we'll be having with the pageant queen. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back from that long short break. Yeah, you're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here with me is Precious Christopher. She is Miss ENUGU International. And we'll be talking about confidence, culture, and courage, the story of Miss Nigeria International Culture. And she's actually the 3rd runner-up. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
How do you feel? I know the last time you came, you were, oh, I'm going for this. And I said, okay, go there and make us proud.
Yeah. And I am back making you guys proud.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So walk us through the whole journey. How was it, and how did you come up being the 3rd runner-up?
Oh my God, oh my God. I honestly am excited sorry, for the whole journey.
Okay.
It's been a journey of growth, a journey of impact in my life, because I mean, this is one of the major pageants I've been to. You know, it was really one that tried to question my, you know, mental health to some extent, because I was like, can you do this?
Yeah.
You know, there was a whole lot of backlash from some persons.
Yeah.
That, oh, pageants are so, you know, the whole stereotype. Pageants are supposed to be this, pageants are supposed to be that. Oh, she's not slim and slanty. And I'm like, I asked people around me, my manager, everyone, should I go? And they are like, are you even asking that question? You just have to. Because I'm this person that I am about putting yourself out there regardless, regardless of whatever it is. So at that point, I was like, okay, we just have to do this. We've started, there's no going back.
Yeah.
Following the first interview I did, the first one I came, I was like really, really motivated, because you guys gave me the opportunity to really talk about pageantry, the power of pageantry, and like the essence of it all. And I'm like, wow, if I really said this, then I should go for it, you know. I mean, we have to work with what you believe in, because I said everything I believed in about pageantry. So I was like, you just have to work with what you believe in. And here we are, we did it. It was really amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
So that was what inspired you to push harder, right? So how do you feel, you know, did you ever feel like, oh, you would eventually become the 3rd runner-up at some point?
Not really. Not really. You know, every person that goes for something like this expects to win. If you do not expect to win, that means you're not even ready. Like, that means you didn't go there prepared. I went there prepared. I went there bearing the flag of ENUGU and waving it up high, really proud, and, you know, all of that. But, I mean, there are criterias, you know, which voting is part of it and all that. So I was kind of low in votes, you know. I don't know if you followed up, you would see that I was really one of the top contenders. Like, I put in my best, you know. You can't go for a national pageant and go mid. You understand? You have to go and go prepared and go ready. That's the word. You just have to go ready, you know, regardless. So I went there ready. I went there prepared. I mean, my game was top notch. Oh my God, I am so proud of myself. Because, like I said earlier, I didn't know that was something I could pull off, you know. But I went there and I really did amazing for myself. I really did amazing for ENUGU State. And, I mean, everything that happened. We were low on votes, like I said. But if it was something that we were kind of doing well in the voting aspect, we would have, you know, come maybe 2nd runner or maybe 1st place too.
Yeah, actually.
You know, but we are getting there, you know.
But what part of the competition challenged you the most?
You know, in as much as I went prepared, there are certain things you won't foresee that, oh, okay, I didn't really know that this was going to happen. You know, okay, for the particular pageant I went for, we were, there was a designers competition going on alongside. So we were all assigned to these designers and all that. So the whole competition, the whole classroom of the competition, made us to stay up late at night.
Okay.
You know, it made us to stay up late at night. And aside that, you know, we used to rehearse for our catwalks and every other thing. Okay. You know, that was really, I don't know, it was really stressing for me. Yeah. Following that, you know, it wasn't something I was used to. We had to wake up middle in the, like we did, there's something they call it, all-night rehearsal. We did an all-night rehearsal, and that particular one drained me because I was walking to the extent that my legs were shaking. You know, when you're on a 6-inch heel and you're, oh my God, you're walking for over an hour and your leg is shaking and you just can't, you know, sit because this is the standard. They are trying to train you to be better in your catwalk and all of that. So, but regardless, it was a really amazing journey, you know, a journey that shaped me. I mean, I got better with my work, though I was better, but I got really better with my work and all of that. So,
all right. So, let's talk about the cultural impact of being a pageant queen. So, walk us through it. What's the cultural impact? I mean, you went to represent ENUGU State. Yeah. Part of the Southeast. So what's the cultural impact as an ENUGU State, Miss ENUGU State, going for that pageant, meeting other states? What cultural impact do you think that this particular crown can bring to the state?
Okay, that's been a very beautiful question. You know, Nigeria is a very diverse country when it comes to culture, and one of the ways to stand out is to showcase your culture in particular. You understand? When we went there, we had Edo, we had Akwa Ibom, we had Calabar, we had, you know, the Yorubas, Oshun and Oyo. You know, it was, you know, Nigeria is a kind of country where if you don't try to be distinct in your culture, they might mistake you for another culture. You understand? But you know, the cultural costume, that's the essence of the cultural costume we wear on the stage, to be able to, like, you know, oh yeah, this person is really from ENUGU, this is an ENUGU girl, you understand? This person is really representing ENUGU. So like that cultural essence is like the importance, you get the importance of like the whole cultural costume and everything is for the, like, for you to show the essence of what ENUGU is made. Like me, I represented one of ENUGU's masquerade, and you know, when you see it, you're going to know that this is an ENUGU masquerade. You understand? That's the essence of. So like it is really a beautiful thing, you know. And actually, I really love that part of pageants wearing cultural costume, because aside we being Nigerian and watching it, those outside are really seeing the beauty of Nigeria's culture. You know, other tribes too wore for the Akwa Ibom, she wore their dancers costume. The Uyo person, Oyo, that's the Yoruba land, wore a costume of a warrior, and like it was really beautiful. Like personally, I was really amazed, because like I didn't know I could see the beauty of Nigeria's culture like that. So that shows that like the essence, one of the essence of culture or wearing or putting on the cultural costume is to like show not just Nigerians but those watching from outside the country the essence and the beauty of Nigeria's culture. Nigeria's culture is very beautiful, very, very beautiful. You see, I really hate that the whole cultural discrimination is going on. If not, like, the culture is if we come in oneness and show the beauty in our culture,
we'll do exploits.
We'll do exploits to put ourselves out there for real.
I agree with you. So yeah. What's next? I mean, you know, what's next from here? What's the next aspiration? What's the plan after getting the crown of the third runner-up of Miss Nigeria International Culture 2025?
Man, there's a whole lot coming up. You guys should just, you know, sit and watch. Turn on your notification on me And watch out, because this girl is a fire that, you know, is going to continue burning. Like I told you earlier, I faced some kind of discriminations and all that. And, you know, at some point it wanted to stop me, but I said, nah, never, it can't. Because this is something I've worked all my life for. I really want to do this. So there's no how I can just stop because of the discrimination. So what I'm saying in essence is, I am not stopping anytime soon. I'll keep burning. I have a whole lot to achieve, particularly with this office, with this crown that I have gotten for myself and Enugu State. I intend to do exploits with it. You know, it's not always about going into pageantry. It's always about what you intend doing with that position you're trying to vie for. You understand? That position you're contesting for. So right now, I'm working on, you know, looking at collaborating with the Enugu State government to host something huge, something that's going to clap out our culture, you know. Miss Nigeria International Culture is not just a title. I want it to be an office of impact, an office that will do impact. No, an office like when you see that this office has really done something, you know. So that's what we're doing, and we're not stopping now. We're not stopping tomorrow. We're not stopping next year.
Impressive, impressive. So what legacy do you tend to like keep as the fourth runner, the third runner-up now? What legacy do you tend to keep?
The legacy, like I said, is to use this office to do something impactful. Because one thing some pageant queens forget is that the title is an office. The title is not just a title. The title is an office to which you're expected to work with, right? To do impact with. So working with this office, I think is a legacy I want to put out there. I really want to work with this office so that the coming generation of pageants will look up to it and say, oh wow, she really did amazing with this office. So I have to keep up with this. She has done this. Let me do something better. You understand? She has done this beautiful work. Let me do something better or something, you know, close to it. You know, that's the legacy we are trying to keep up with.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, our time is up. Our time is up. I'm so sorry. But I love the fire in you. I love the enthusiasm in you to do great and better. I don't think anyways, there are more pageant queens that have said things like this and all. And once again, let's wish you well in that particular aspiration and dream and legacy of yours. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's clock it. All right, the show has come to an end. I'm sure you had a great time today on today's episode. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and always tune in on SLTV channel 265 for E-Vibe, interesting stories, interesting conversations, top chatting drama on social media. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, President Bola Tinubu requests Senate approval for 1.15 trillion naira domestic borrowing. Local contractors stage protests over federal government indebtedness. Mamdani's New York victory sparks hope among young Ugandans. And South Sudan's blind football team wins debut tournament in Kampala. Details shortly.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has written to the Senate seeking approval for a fresh 1.5 trillion naira borrowing from the domestic debt market to finance the deficit in the 2025 budget. The president emphasized that the funds will help bridge the fiscal gap and ensure full implementation of government programs and projects planned for the year 2025. The Senate president referred the borrowing request to the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt, chaired by Senator Aliyu Wamako of Sokoto North.
I write to kindly request for the approval of the National Assembly to establish a 1,150 billion naira, that is 1.150 trillion, borrowing program in the domestic debt market to close the unfunded deficit gap created by the increase in the budget size over and above the prior approved revenue and borrowing plans. This request is pursuant to the provisions of Section 44, subsection 1 to 2 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, FRA, of 2007.
The committee has been given 1 week to review the requests and report back for further legislative action. There was heavy traffic around the National Assembly complex on Tuesday as aggrieved local contractors staged a protest over alleged non-payment of accumulated debts by the federal government. The demonstration, which began in the early hours, caused gridlock as staff, visitors and lawmakers struggled to access the complex. During plenary, the minority leader of the House of Representatives, Kingsley Chinda, raised a motion of urgent national importance on the development. He recalled that the leadership of the House had earlier intervened in the matter and met with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who reportedly directed that all debts owed the contractors be settled.
The House further notes that the non-payment of local contractors has worked severe hardship on both the local contractors and indeed the Nigerian populace, and that this has brought tension and increased poverty in our country.
This House should adjourn for 1 week. Sitting of plenary should.
The motion received overwhelming support from other lawmakers who showed solidarity with the contractors.
This House should adjourn for 1 week. Sitting of plenary should adjourn for 1 week. After 1 week, when we hear from the side of the executives about this issue of non-payment and implementation of 2025 budget, then we will continue sitting, Mr. Speaker.
The contractors promised that during this 1 week they will continue to demonstrate, make this place inconducive for us and inaccessible for us. So we won't be fighting with them at the gate to come in. So it's sensible for us to keep away and give the government, the executive, the opportunity to do the needful. I agree very much with the motion and I second it.
Motion that has been moved by Honorable my Palace and seconded by the Chairman Rules and Business
that based on the fact that the road is blocked by these contractors and that we will not be able to access here easily within the week, that we adjourn till next week to enable us consult with the executive and rectify this within 1 week. Those in support of that motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Also, during Tuesday's plenary, the House of Representatives went into a rowdy session over which committee should investigate alleged irregularities in the allocation and management of the Lagos International Trade Fair Complex. Lagos lawmaker Ademorin Kuye, who moved the motion, proposed that the Committee on Public Assets, which he chairs, should handle the probe.
Concerned that the master plan for the development of the International Trade Fair Complex have been significantly altered, and land belonging to the federal government is being balkanized by the current management of the complex.
Some lawmakers disagreed, insisting that the Committee on Commerce or an ad hoc committee take charge. When the motion was put to vote, the nays prevailed, prompting protests from some members and forcing the House into an executive session that lasted about 30 minutes.
So Section 10, Sub 2 has not been activated at all. So I will ask the question. Based on the original motion, those in support of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
Spokesman of the House, Akin Rotimi, later told the press corps that the decision to adjourn plenary was taken in good faith.
Of course, as representatives of the people, we've done this in good faith. I must emphasize that it's not taking up arms against the executive. It's simply responding to the agitations that we are also facing from our various constituents and stakeholders across the country, that they want to see the very, very well-intentioned budget of Mr. President fully implemented.
There was a mild drama at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on Tuesday when Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan confronted immigration officials who allegedly seized her passport. The senator, who went live on social media during the incident, said she was traveling abroad after events marking her second year in office. In the viral video, Akpoti-Uduaghan accused the officials of repeatedly embarrassing her, recalling that her passport had previously been withheld for political reasons. She claimed President Bola Tinubu had already ordered that all politically motivated cases against her be dropped. The situation was later resolved when a male officer returned her passport, ending the standoff.
Have I committed any offense? Why are you withholding my passport?
Hello, fellow Nigerians. Good morning. This is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. I haven't completed my celebration of my second year in office. I decided to take a week off. So I'm at the airport here and my passport is being withheld again. The same thing happened last time where my passport was seized. I have committed no offense and there is no order from the court to withhold my passport and deny me traveling. The last time this happened, the officer in charge told us that the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, instructed them to withhold my passport and prevent me from traveling because he said each time I travel out of the country, I smear the country's image by granting interviews out in international media. Please, can you tell them to release my passport and this embarrassment should stop? So there is no reason why my passport should be withheld at the international airport. There is no reason why. You have no right to do that, madam. You have no right. You are taking laws into your hands. There is no court order. I have not missed any of my court appearances. I have attended all my court sessions. I am not a flight risk. I am not a risk to my country. So why are you treating me like a criminal? Can I have my passport, please?
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Immigration Service has said that it did not withhold the passport of the Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. Spokesperson for the immigration, Akinshola Akinlabi, made the rebuttal in an interview on Tuesday. Akinlabi explained that the incident was part of routine immigration procedures, clarifying that officers were only performing their statutory duties. According to the immigration spokesperson, the Kogi senator made her video during the routine process but did not post an update after being cleared to fly. Up ahead, Kebbi residents lament recurring abductions as insecurity deepens. DSS sacks 115 officers over misconduct and corruption. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The wave of bandit attacks sweeping across Kebbi State, particularly in areas like Danko Wasagu, Sakaba and Shanga, have left residents gripped by fear, deepening concerns over the government's ability to restore peace in the communities. This renewed wave of attacks has triggered more concern, coming just days after the abduction of the Deputy Speaker of the Kebbi State House of Assembly, Alhaji Mohammed Samaila Bagudo, a development that further exposed the fragility of security within the region. The insecurity has worsened despite repeated rescue operations carried out by the police and troops of the Nigerian army, as the bandits continue to operate with near impunity in remote areas. While security forces have recorded some successes in intercepting criminals and rescuing victims, locals say these efforts have not translated into lasting peace. Many believe that without a firm and coordinated response, the crisis may push more communities into displacement. Residents are appealing to both the state and federal governments to intensify efforts and deploy more security personnel to vulnerable areas to end what they described as a cycle of recurring tragedy. Troops of Operation Wellstroke have foiled a kidnapping attempt and rescued 10 hostages, including a military personnel, from armed kidnappers in Benue State. This is following a tip-off about the kidnappers' activities along the Zaki-Biam-Wukari Road in Benue State. The operation took place when troops deployed at Kiado received reports about suspicious activities around a location known as Quarantine Checkpoint, where the kidnappers were attempting to abduct unsuspecting travelers. The soldiers, acting swiftly, arrived at the scene and the criminals fled into nearby bushes on sighting them. Those rescued by the troops include Warrant Officer John Richard, a personnel of 6th Brigade Band, Jalingo, while 2 other victims are still unaccounted for as search operations continue. Commending the troops for their professionalism, the force commander of Operation Wellstroke, Major General Moses Gara, lauded their swift response and dedication to duty. Traders at the Makurdi Modern Market in Benue State on Tuesday staged a protest over what they described as the unending incidents of car theft within the market premises. The aggrieved traders shut down business activities, lamenting that the rate at which vehicles were being stolen had reached an alarming level. They appealed to the government to urgently probe the frequent cases of missing cars and strengthen security in the market. According to the traders, the market would remain closed for 2 days as a form of protest and to draw attention to their plight, particularly the continuous disappearance of cars and other valuables. Reacting to the development, the Commissioner for Industry, Trade and Investment, Orpin Alumo, stated that the ministry had not been officially informed about any protest. He said the only correspondence received from the market union indicated their plan to observe fasting and prayers, but without a specified date or time. Alumo acknowledged that there were indeed security challenges in the market, but the government was collaborating with the traders' union and other stakeholders to curb the spate of thefts. President Bola Tinubu has been holding high-level consultations following the threat by the U.S. presidency to stage a military intervention in the country because of its alleged genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Correspondent Nwabeze Njoku tells us more.
On Tuesday in Abuja, at an event hosted by a non-governmental organization, former Chief of Army Staff and Minister of Interior under former President Muhammadu Buhari, Abdurrahman Mbazao, said that the accusation by the U.S. President Donald Trump that Christians in Nigeria were being subjected to targeted killings was only a strategic move towards establishing a military base in Nigeria. While Mbazao was speaking, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was holding a high-level meeting with the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris. After the meeting, the minister told reporters that the president was now armed to state Nigeria's position on the insecurity in the country, explaining that the country has opened multiple channels with the international community on the issue.
The issue of the U.S. threat also came up, and we discussed that extensively with Mr. President. Mr. President is calm, is looking at the whole situation, and is looking at ways and means of ensuring that the international community understands what Nigeria has been doing. Only last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, in his own desire to rekindle the security architecture of the country, reinvigorated the hierarchy of the armed forces. A new chief of defense staff and other service chiefs were appointed. Now, this is all all the issues that came out of the United States. So that tells you that Mr. President has been working assiduously to ensure that Nigeria is a country that remains safer for all Nigerians to live in.
The minister further told reporters that the president understands the complexity of the country and has constantly engaged with stakeholders, including religious leaders, in a clear understanding of the constitutional provision of freedom of worship in Nigeria.
This is not who we are as a country. So for us to be characterized as a country that is not tolerant when it comes to religion is not accurate. This is absolutely false. Nigeria has Muslim and Christian and even those who do not believe in any of these religions. And our constitution guarantees that everyone should practice his faith without let or hindrance. And Mr. President is going to respect that to the letter.
The U.S. president had late last week listed Nigeria as a country of particular concern and subsequently threatened to intervene, guns ablazing, over what he said was genocide against Nigerian Christians, an accusation the Nigerian government says has no foundation in fact. In Abuja, I'm Nwabeze Njoku for Signature TV News.
The Department of State Services, DSS, has dismissed a total of 115 personnel as part of its ongoing internal reforms aimed at sanitizing the service and upholding professional standards. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the service explained that the dismissals occurred over a period of time and formed part of broader efforts to rid the organization of misconduct and corruption. The DSS also cautioned members of the public to be wary of some dismissed officers who continue to parade themselves as active personnel. It further advised Nigerians to avoid any form of official dealings with the affected individuals, stressing that their identities have been published on the agency's official website. Major General Abdullahi Mohammed, retired, a former chief of staff to ex-presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Umaru Yar'Adua, is dead. Mohammed, who hailed from Ilorin, Kwara State, reportedly died around 1 a.m. on Wednesday in Abuja at the age of 86. Family sources confirmed the developments in Ilorin, describing his passing as a huge loss to the Ilorin Emirates, the nation, and the military community. Throughout his career, Mohammed was widely regarded as a disciplined officer, an influential administrator, and a silent power broker in the Nigeria's political and security landscape. Meanwhile, the Ilorin Emirates Descendants Progressive Union has described the death of the retired general as a monumental loss to the Ilorin Emirates and Nigeria at large. In a condolence statement issued by the union's National Publicity Secretary, Naruddin Ibrahim, on behalf of the national president, Alhaji Abdul Mumini Abdullahi, the IEDPU said the death of the elder statesman was even more painful at this critical time when the nation needs the wisdom of tested patriots to navigate its challenges. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says the federal government has met virtually all the demands of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. The minister was speaking at the presidential villa after the launch of the Tertiary Education Transparency Platform and conferring with President Bola Tinubu on the latest developments in the universities. Correspondent Nwabweze Njoko reports.
The minister told reporters after his meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that the president was determined to address all issues warranting the threat by the academic union and to keep Nigerian universities open.
The president has mandated us that he doesn't want ASU to go on strike, and we're doing everything humanly possible to ensure that our students stays in school. The last strike they went on for 4, 5, 6 days was not really needed. We're talking to them. We've met literally all their requirements. Now, we've gone back to the negotiation table. We're talking, I still spoke to the leadership this morning. We will resolve this.
Thursday last week, the federal government released the sum of 2.3 billion naira to begin the payment of unpaid salaries and promotion entitlements of lecturers in Nigerian government universities. After conferring with the president on Tuesday, the Minister of Education told reporters that there was not much reason for the university lecturers to continue with any strike. Besides, he said, the ministry was engaging with different unions within Nigeria's tertiary education system to resolve challenges that have affected education at that level.
The problem in the past was that even at the Ministry of Education, the problem was created. We had one negotiating committee dealing with universities, ASU, we had another one dealing with Polytechnic, ASUP, and we had another one dealing with Colleges of Education, COESU. And they're not talking to one another. What we've done now, we've expanded one single committee called Alhaji Yayale Ahmed Federal Government Negotiating Committee with tertiary institutions. They're dealing with both academic and non-academic unions. As I'm talking to you, they're talking to Polytechnic. The same committee is talking to the Polytechnics, talking to the College of Education, as well as ASU, both academic and non-academic union. And with all due respect, there's no ultimatum. I still spoke to the president of ASUP yesterday. I'm on first line call to them. Everything is calm, and they all understand. This is a listening government. We would resolve all their problems.
Efforts to get the position of the Academic Union of Nigerian Universities failed, as our calls to the national president of ASU, Professor Chris Piwuna, did not connect, and messages to his phone number indicated not read as at the time of this report. In Abuja, I am Nwabweze Njoko for Signature TV News.
Oyo State High Court has granted the People's Democratic Party approval to proceed with its elective national convention scheduled for November 15th to 16th, 2025, in Ibadan, the state capital. The court also directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to attend and monitor the exercise. Delivering the ruling, Justice A.L. Akintola issued an interim order permitting the party to continue its convention plans without obstruction. The decision came after an ex-party motion filed by Folahan Adelabi against the PDP, its acting national chairman, Umar Damagum, Governor Umaru Fintiri, who heads the National Convention Organizing Committee, and the INEC. Adelabi had approached the court to stop any attempt by the defendants to alter or disrupt the timetables, guidelines, or schedule for the planned convention. In his ruling, Justice Akintola held that the claimants presented a compelling case that warranted immediate judicial intervention. The judge subsequently adjourned the hearing of the substantive motion for an interlocutory injunction till November 10, 2025. The interim order, issued on November 3, 2025, was sealed by the Oyo State High Court and endorsed by its principal registrar, S.O. Hamid. The Edo State Governor, Monday Okpebholo, has signed into law a bill prescribing a 10-year jail term for anyone who violently or forcefully gains entry into state-owned property. The governor also assented to another provision stipulating a 5-year imprisonment for individuals involved in the unauthorized sale or transfer of government property without the governor's consent. This was contained in a statement issued by the governor's chief press secretary, Fred Itwa, and made available to journalists on Tuesday in Benin. Okpebholo said the new legislation underscores the administration's zero tolerance for corruption, impunity, and the misuse of public assets. Okpebholo reaffirmed that public assets belong to the people of Edo State, not private individuals. Under the new law, unauthorized sale or transfer of government property without the governor's consent attracts a 5-year prison term, while violent or forceful entry into state-owned property could result in up to 10 years imprisonment, depending on the gravity of the offense. It stipulated that professionals who aid or abet illegal land transactions involving state property will also face sanctions, including prosecution and possible referral to their professional regulatory bodies for disciplinary action. The statement further warned that false petitions or fraudulent claims relating to government lands will attract severe penalties aimed at deterring abuse of process. All attention will focus on the nursing profession in Nigeria in the context of healthcare delivery as Nigeria hosts nurses from the Commonwealth. The National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, while on a courtesy call to the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, on Tuesday, said the world attention will focus on the profession in Nigeria as the country is the first African nation to contest and win the right to host the professional body. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma reports.
The Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Shirley Ayoko Botchway, will lead other world dignitaries and the Executive Board and board members of the Commonwealth Association of Nurses and Midwives at the Abuja Conference. The conference, which will be flagged off by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will hold between April 20th and 24th, 2026. The Chief of Staff of the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, said that Nigeria is in a strong position to host a successful conference and will not shy away from showcasing its achievements in healthcare delivery.
Health is one of the priority areas of this government. I cannot begin to reel out the very many accomplishments of this government in the health sector, many of which you yourself are aware, including the revitalization of health centers, our primary healthcare centers, the health insurance program, which has increased, astronomically from to about from 60 million to about 20 million in terms of coverage. The and so many other areas where this government has prioritized in the health sector. We'll be more than happy, again, like I said, it is worth repeating, to play a role. Just to be our pride that you showcase what we're doing and what we are still going to do.
The national chairman of the Nigeria Association of Nurses and Midwives, Comrade Haruna Maman, said that member associations from the United Kingdom, Europe and Africa will attend the Abuja conference.
I'm glad to inform you that the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives contested and won the hosting of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation Conference, West Africa region. The conference has been slated for 20th to 24th April 2026 here in Abuja. The Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation comprises of 58 countries. Nurses and midwives from these countries are expected to participate in this conference, particularly the West African countries.
The conference, beyond creating cordial trade and professional relations, serves as a platform for networking, training exchanges, and improving healthcare delivery at the nursing level. In Abuja, Chimeze Izedima for Signature TV News.
Justice Mojisola Dada of the Lagos State Special Offences Court, Ikeja, on Tuesday, dismissed a no-case submission filed by social media celebrity Ismaila Mustafa, popularly known as Mumfa, in his alleged 6 billion naira money laundering trial. Rather than open their defense, Mumfa's lawyer, Kolawole Salami, filed a no-case submission, arguing that the prosecution had failed to establish a link between his clients and the alleged offences. Delivering a ruling on Tuesday, Justice Dada held that the EFCC had established a prima facie case against the defendants and ordered Mumfa and his company to enter their defense. The matter was adjourned to January 27th and 28th, 2026 for the defense to commence. Coming up next is business news.
The Nigeria Customs Service and Ghana Revenue Authority (GRA) are set to deepen collaboration to curb illicit trade through enhanced border control and intelligence sharing. During a visit to Accra, the Ghana Revenue Authority Commissioner, General Anthony Sapong, and Nigeria Customs Controller, General Bashir Adeniyi, agreed to humanize custom procedures in line with the African Continental Free Trade Area framework. The meeting also aimed to strengthen ties ahead of the upcoming Custom Partnership for African Cooperation in Trade Conference in Abuja. Nigeria's naira and equities dropped on Monday after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened possible military action against Nigeria over alleged religious persecution. The naira fell 1.03% to 1,436 naira 34 kobo per dollar at the official market and 1,455 naira per dollar at the parallel market, reversing last week's gains. The decline followed Trump's comments on Truth Social, where he labeled Nigeria a country of particular concern and warned of possible action over alleged attacks on Christians, a statement that rattled investors and heightened geopolitical fears. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service posted a record 304 billion naira revenue in October 2025, the highest ever by any command. This marks a rise from 264 billion naira in October 2024, bringing its 10-month total to 2.4 trillion naira, surpassing 2024 full-year collection. Comptroller Emmanuel Oshoba credited the feat to enhance compliance, trade reforms, and tech-driven operations. He said a new drive-through scanning system set to process 150 containers per hour will soon launch to boost efficiency and transparency at the port. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority plans to impose an $11.50 levy on all international tickets, expected to generate over $1 billion in 20 years, sparking protests from operators. The new Advanced Passenger Information System fee added to the existing $20 security charge raises total security-related costs to $31.50 per passenger. While the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority says the levy will boost aviation security and data management, airlines warn it adds to multiple taxation and could further hike airfares amid economic strain. The Nigerian exchange extended its losing streak on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, as the market capitalization fell to 96.9 trillion naira. Investors traded 683.9 million shares worth 20.37 billion naira in 33,257 deals, showing a 9% rise in volume, but a 19% decline in value from Monday's session. Market sentiments remained negative, with 17 gainers and 41 losers from the 128 equities which participated. Unicel Interlinks led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 64 naira 90 kobo per share, from an opening price of 59 naira per share, followed by Sunu Assurances Nigeria, which surged 9.98% to close at 4 naira 96 kobo per share, while Honeywell Flour Mill rose by 9.72% to close at 19 naira 75 kobo per share, and Livestock Feeds gained 7.25% to close Tuesday's trading session at 7 naira 50 kobo per share. On the losing side, National Salt Company came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 99 naira per share from an opening price at 110 naira per share, followed by Skyway Aviation Handling dropping 10% to end Tuesday's trading session at 89 naira 55 kobo per share from an opening price of 99 naira 50 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index dropped 387.35 points to close at 153,739.11, representing a one-week loss of 0.25% and a four-week gain of 4.41% and an overall year-to-date gain of 49.37%. This is business news in Global News. Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, Cuomo concedes defeat to Mamdani in NYC mayoral race. Malaysia remands rapper as Taiwan influencer's death reclassified as murder. These and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Young people in Uganda's capital are expressing hope that Zoran Mamdani's leadership in New York could inspire a shift in attitude among their generation back home, where unemployment and political stagnation remain pressing challenges. Some residents say Mamdani's rise sends a powerful message to Ugandan youth.
I'm very vocal about my biggest challenges with Uganda, especially the young people, being the attitude, the discourse, the conversations we have. We are not serious as a nation like we need to do, and I really hope like having people like Mamdani taking leadership in big cities like New York could change something among the young people in Uganda to actually come to the understanding that, you know, being born in Uganda, you can actually make good things. And if there's anyone who is going to change this country, it really has to be us, the younger generation.
What the young people can pick from his story is that there's no time for
there is no time limit to becoming a leader and taking up these big positions. A lot of young people in Uganda sort of leave leadership to either the generation ahead of them, but now is the time for us to also step up and be part of the conversations, especially those that are going to shape the future of our country, Uganda.
Our biggest challenge as the youth of Uganda is unemployment. And seeing Mamdani advocating for the same, advocating to create more opportunities for the youths in the US, should now inspire our leaders back home here to create more opportunities for the youth in Uganda.
Mamdani, who was recently elected to public office in New York, is the son of renowned Ugandan academic Mahmoud Mamdani. His win has drawn attention in Uganda, where many young people face limited opportunities and feel excluded from political decision-making. In New York City, Zoran Mamdani, a 34-year-old democratic socialist, won the mayoral race on Tuesday, defeating former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo, 67, who ran as an independent after losing the nomination to Mamdani earlier this year. Cuomo, who resigned as governor 4 years ago after sexual harassment allegations that he has denied, portrayed Mamdani as a radical leftist whose proposals were unworkable and dangerous.
This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. 2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line.
Cuomo's supporters expressed sadness and disappointment, but Martinez, a New York City DJ, said he will now support Mamdani.
I'm very sad, and I'm just curious and how the city is gonna move on from this, and I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I know this is somewhat expected, and we'll just have to see what happens.
You know, it's bittersweet because they were expecting to win and high hopes. But next year, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future.
Well, I feel disappointed. I was really supporting Cuomo. I was here during the pandemic. He guided us through that. He was a very strong governor, and I felt he has the experience to be a very strong mayor.
I mean, I'm definitely a little bit upset and concerned about the city moving forward, but I think that the Cuomo team put up a good fight.
Where he did wrong, I think maybe not getting as close to the social media as he should have with the platform. I think maybe it's as simple as trying on, getting on more podcasts would have been a great help. This is just where we are today to connect. It's just where we are now, and that's what I think he lacked, of showing that he's part of today's world,
Some residents in northern Afghanistan are calling for the government to help rebuild and restore a historic mosque that was damaged after Monday's powerful magnitude 6.3 earthquake. The Hazrat Ali Shrine, also known as the Blue Mosque in the city of Mazar-e-Sharif, suffered visible damage following the quake, with tiles broken off and cracked minarets. No repair work has begun so far, and it remains open to the public. Aid groups said the figure was concerning just ahead of the Afghan winter, when temperatures drop below freezing.
The earthquake that struck that night was truly very dangerous. In my 55 years of life, I had never seen such an earthquake. It caused massive damage to the people of Bork, Samangan, and Koom. Moreover, the Rosary Sharif, Hazrat Ali's shrine, the historical symbol of Mazar-i Sharif, also suffered serious damage to parts of its minarets. Rosary Sharif is a historical symbol of the city of Mazar-i Sharif, where people always gather to visit. Considering the parts that have been damaged, we call for serious attention from national traders and the government to help rebuild and restore it.
Malaysian rapper Wee Meng Chi, popularly known as Name Wee, has been remanded by police for 6 days, starting Wednesday, in connection with the death of a Taiwanese influencer. Taiwan national Iris Siayu Sin was found dead in a Kuala Lumpur hotel bathtub on October 22nd. Malaysian authorities had initially ruled Say's death as sudden death, but later reclassified the case as murder. Say was reportedly working on a video project with Wee before her death. Wee voluntarily handed himself over to the authorities at the Dang Wangi police station in the Malaysian capital at 1:10 a.m. local time on Wednesday and will be remanded until next Monday. Wee was last month charged with drug use and possession in connection with the case. Recent drone footage shot on October 25th showed widespread destruction in Gaza City after a ceasefire began between Israel and Hamas. Huge swaths of Gaza have been reduced to a wasteland by Israeli bombardments over 2 years that killed some 68,000 people, according to Gaza health authorities. Up next is sports news.
Welcome to Sports News on Signature TV. In tennis, Novak Djokovic powered into the Hellenic Championship quarterfinals following a straight sets win over Alejandro Tabilo in Athens on November the 4th. The top seed, who had lost his only 2 previous encounters against the Chilean, edged a tight opener in a tiebreaker before easing to a 7-6, 3-6-1 victory. With his debut win in the Greek capital, the 38-year-old Serbian, champion of 24 Grand Slam titles, advanced to his 225th tour-level quarterfinals in 25 different countries. In football, Liverpool were back to their best as they dominated Real Madrid with an outstanding performance to secure a crucial Champions League victory at Anfield. And Slot's Premier League champions ended a spell of 6 defeats in 7 games with a win against Aston Villa on Saturday, and the revival continued as Real were overpowered. Liverpool's victory was far more convincing than the scoreline suggests, with Alexis McAllister finally breaking the deadlock in the second half as former Reds defender Trent Alexander-Arnold watched from the bench as his new side strictly second best. Alexander-Arnold came on late in the game amidst a storm of booing from the Liverpool fans who once idolized him, but he was unable to fashion a breakthrough as Real, with Jude Bellingham and Kylian Mbappe subdued, unable to deny Slot's team an important 3 points. It was an unhappy return to Anfield for Alexander-Arnold, who was given a fierce hostile reception when he came on as substitute, while it was also a night of frustration for Real coach and former Liverpool midfielder Xabi Alonso, who could also watch on powerlessly as his team was subside. Bayern Munich made it 16 wins from 16 games this season to underline their credentials as early Champions League favourites, beating holders Paris Saint-Germain 2-1 away as Luis Diaz scored 2 goals and was shown a red card on November the 4th. The Colombian winger struck twice before being sent off for a violent tackle on Achraf Hakimi on the stroke of half-time. PSG, who reduced the areas through Joao Neves, dominated possession after the break but failed to make it fully count and slipped to their first defeat in the competition since last season's quarterfinal second leg against Aston Villa. The result kept Bayern top of the 36-team league on a maximum 12 points, with PSG in third, 3 points adrift. Al Ittihad secured a big 3-0 win over Al Sharjah in the AFC Champions League Elite in Jeddah on November the 4th. Goals from Steven Bergwijn, Karim Benzema and Roger Fernandez led the Saudi Pro League team to their victory over Sharjah from the United Arab Emirates as the Saudi champions completed back-to-back wins in the league phase. Al Ittihad lost their opening 2 matches in a competition they last won in 2005, but Begwin gave them the perfect start with a well-placed header from 12 meters out in the 8th minute. Benzema hit the second goal in the 66th minute when the former Real Madrid forward arrived unmarked in the penalty area to side foot in Moussa Diaby's center from the left, and Fernandez slid in to score the third 4 minutes into stoppage time. Al Ahly snuck past Al Sadd with a 2-1 win in the Asian Champions Elite in Doha on November the 4th. Al Ahly captain Riyad Mahrez was first on the board for the visitors in the 34th minute, with the first half closing out at 1-0. Al Sadd's Claudinho leveled for the home side with a high boot off the crossbar in the 63rd minute. But just 4 minutes later, Al Ahly's Galeno fed the ball to Matheus Goncalves, who scored the winner from a tight angle with a shot off the goalkeeper's gloves. The top 8 finishers in the 12-team table advanced to matches knockout rounds, with the quarterfinals, semis and finals to be played on a centralized basis in Saudi Arabia in April. And that's the size of our package on Sports News on Signature TV. I am Raymond Ken Mbata.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I'm not bothered about the existence of law. I'm only bothered about the willing power of the power that be to fight and eradicate corruption, which is a constitutional duty. But are we doing so? My answer is yes, because the anti-corruption agencies appears to be hamstrung by so many factors.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on addressing complex development challenges in Africa. Now, one of those challenges is how to drive sustained socioeconomic development. Some scholars situate the discussion on institutions. Indeed, this year's Nobel laureates, Darren Acemoglu, James Robinson, Samuel Johnson, wrote this fantastic book on inclusive institutions and extractive institutions and how they affect development in Africa. But the question really is what are these institutions? Where do they come from? How are they formed? Why do they take the form that they do? What can governments and the people do to get the form of institution that works for them? My guest today has spent decades thinking of these types of questions. Professor Peter Lewis is the Warren Weinstein Chair of Africa Studies at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. He's one of the world's leading Africanists, having spent decades living or visiting the continent, and has written several impactful books on the subject. His most recent book, Coping with Crisis in African States, examines sources of resilience and fragility across African countries, and presents a series of critical cases. His previous book, Growing Apart, Politics and Economic Change in Indonesia and Nigeria, is concerned with the institutional basis of economic development. He has published several other co-authored and edited books, numerous book chapters and articles in World Politics, World Development, the Journal of Democracy, the Journal of Modern African Studies, etc. His research and teaching focus is on economic reforms and political transitions in developing countries, with particular emphasis on governance and development in sub-Saharan Africa. Written extensively on economic development, economic adjustment and democratization, and civil society in Africa, democratic reforms, and political economy in Nigeria. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the editorial board of the Journal of Democracy. He's consulted for several leading development organizations, MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, the World Bank, Freedom House, etc. His bachelor's degree is from UC Berkeley, and his master's and PhD are from Princeton University. Peter, welcome.
Thanks so much, Patrick. Nice introduction. It's great to be with you and to be with your audience.
Fantastic. And I hear you've had many decades of experience working with and living in Nigeria. Indeed, I hear you've lived in Nigeria probably 30 years ago, 40 years ago in Ohofia. How did you come to Nigeria? How did Nigeria come on your radar, and how did this relationship start?
Well, it was a happy accident. I was interested in Africa as a very young student because of the anti-apartheid movement and the liberation of the Portuguese colonies in the mid-70s. And so we were all very focused on Southern Africa, and I was interested also in East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania. There were debates about development and socialism, capitalism versus socialist economies and so forth. Those were the debates of the day. And in the midst of all this, in graduate school, in my early years, I had an opportunity to be an intern with the U.S. State Department. This was a summer program that they had. And we had no choice of assignment. And so I was fortunate to be selected, and they sent me straight to Lagos, which at the time was, before Abuja, it was the capital, the commercial capital. And so I was in Lagos at the time of the Second Republic, the last elections for the Second Republic. People will think I was 10 years old, but I was a little older than that. And it was a captivating place. It was a really compelling experience. Even in that short summer time, I traveled all over the country. I went to the east as far as Calabar. I went to the north as far as Kano. I was in places like Ilorin and Kwara. I was all over the southwest. And it was it got into my bloodstream, we can say. And I made good friends who I maintain to this day, and it made me want to sort out some issues and some questions that I had about this massive, diverse, restless, roiling place with also outsized problems and as well as outsized potential. And so I haven't gotten bored with it yet. And I just keep making friends and finding new engaging questions, and I keep coming back.
And if you go back to those days, those early days in Nigeria, is there anything in your experience then that could have foretold what Nigeria looks like today? And if yes, what were those?
Those, yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, Nigeria did look different then. When in the summer, in the months of 1983 prior to the election, there were massive trash piles in the median of every road in Lagos. The lights were out for weeks at a time. Public services had collapsed. Meanwhile, the political class was parading their finery, wearing, all kinds of agbada and fancy textiles. I remember hearing, the prices per yard of some of the cloth that went into the outfits that politicians were wearing. I would say that there was a sense of impending sort of collapse, dislocation. The economy was in a very difficult state, and at the same time, we were coming to the end of the first oil boom. We were at the end of the first oil boom, which I did not witness, but you could see all over the country. New buildings had gone up, public programs. There were beginnings of social safety net programs, pensions, and other provisions. Lots of subsidized commodities, not just gasoline and fuel, but also food and all kinds of other things. So it was a somewhat different sense, in the sense that there was a big public economy, and there was this sense of this populist oil boom bounty coming to an end. And there was also a sense of dislocation. And when you come to Nigeria today, I have to say, in Lagos, there's a lot of new private construction. Things look more orderly. There are some public services that do function. And it feels much more plugged into the world, much more kind of contemporary and entrepreneurial and so forth. And yet at the same time, there are themes that are very much in common. The oil economy, the detachment of the political class, the really deficient state of public goods, utilities and services that don't serve average people well at all. The sense of insecurity and sort of uncertainty. In those days, it was a sense of political uncertainty and maybe more focused on crime, but there was a sense of things kind of just barely functioning at a precarious level. And we have the very precarious economy today. So there are continuities, and there are changes. And those are the kinds of things I reflect on.
And that's what I think I'm hoping that we can reflect on this talk. But just maybe more question from that time. Did you get a sense that the leaders, you were talking to the bureaucrats, that they really understood what we were going through and what it could evolve into? And I'm talking about back in '83. Now, as you speak to leaders today, do you get a sense that we now understand and that maybe we're ready to do things differently, or are we still stuck in that mindset of the early '80s?
Well, I think there were some uh, challenging ideas, let's put it that way, in the early 80s. There had been a spectacular, breathless decade of growth. You know, the GDP of Nigeria expanded like fourfold between 1973 and 1979. I mean, 6 years, tripling of the GDP. But public spending expanded sixfold, so it outpaced the growth of GDP. But the economy tripled. This was an era when there were 5-year development plans. Each plan was orders of magnitude larger than the next. And the third and fourth plans really outlined in the most ambitious way a vision of an integrated, modernized, industrialized, diversified Nigeria. But it was all going to happen through state investment for the most part. It was all going to happen through the Ajaokuta steel plant and the Peugeot and Volkswagen assembly factories and the various cement firms and machine tools and petrochemicals, and it was all going to be driven by the public sector. And then we certainly had problems of fiscal oversight and fiscal discipline under the military, but then things really completely unraveled in the Second Republic. The politicians came back after a hiatus of 13 years, and they really, so 1966 to 79, and they really ran rampant with spending and self-dealing and private accumulation. And so when the global oil markets then tanked and we got into a bunching of external debt, this was not uncommon for the continent, but it was especially acute in Nigeria. There were no good ideas. And there was no guidance from the center that could right the fiscal ship. And so what we had was, a degree of sort of populism and homegrown austerity, first under Shagari, and then after the coup at the end of 1983 under Buhari, with import licenses and foreign exchange rationing and ad hoc cutbacks of various projects, and there was just no theory of adjustment or we don't even need to use the word SAP, structural adjustment. There was no theory of how to manage or stabilize the economy, even on a heterodox basis. It was all very ad hoc. Salaries were not being paid to public servants. Public services were being cut back. People forget that Buhari and Idi cut public subsidies on a lot of commodities, including fuel. It was not the IMF and the World Bank who started that trend. So a lot of that happened, and that was very problematic. Today, I would say there's a wider range of economists, technocrats, public policy specialists who have very good ideas about how to take Nigeria forward. Some of it comes from the private sector, some of it comes from what we might call public intellectuals, but there's no shortage of ideas. I think the problem today, as it has been through Nigeria's history, has been a collective action problem. How to muster the focus, the discipline, and the unity to unify Nigerian energies toward what Peter Evans called a project of accumulation, which is what he observed in places in the 60s and the 70s, in places like South Korea and Singapore and Taiwan, and even places like Brazil, another large federal democracy.
Exactly, and we're going to get to those,
Yeah.
including, many of the discussions around how to achieve elite consensus
Yeah.
and so on. But let's start with institutions. So when we say institutions, what do we mean by that, and why does it matter?
Well, I could lecture on institutions for the rest of our session. There's a whole debate in literature, and for about at least 30 years now, there has been a consensus in economics and political economy that, quote, institutions matter. And so if we think back to the old days of the SAP, the reigning idea in the World Bank, the IMF, the orthodox neoclassical institutions was that you had to get the prices right. And once you adjusted the prices, then markets would step in and you would get better allocations and better performance. And then economists like Joseph Stiglitz, another Nobel laureate who at one time was the chief economist at the World Bank, but he was essentially an academic economist at Columbia. Joe Stiglitz won the Nobel Prize for his path-breaking work on institutions and markets. And then the historian Douglas North came in with very important statements in the 80s and the early 90s. And the gist of all this was to say, in the sense that institutions matter, that prices send one type of signal in markets, and they're very important. But the institutional framework determines how people behave. And institutions are then structures. They can be organizations, or they can be informal arrangements. But institutions are durable structures that condition our expectations. They can be rules, they can be norms or principles, and usually they have some kind of enforcement mechanism. So one interesting reflection is when you go back to, say, the history of institutional development, Avner Greif, the economic historian, tells a really interesting stories about trade routes in the Maghreb and in Genoa and Venice in, like the 15th century or the 16th century. So think about you're a trader in Genoa, and you're going to send an agent out into, the Mediterranean to go buy spices or cloth or other commodities. And you're handing this person a packet of coins and giving them a ship. And you're saying, I'll see you in 6 months. You've got no way of monitoring that person once they leave the port. There's no communication. So you just have to rely on them to come back with the goods at a reasonable, price and not, quote, defect, not just cheat and take the money in the ship and go away. How do you do that? Well, there are networks of merchants across the region, and they communicate with each other. And if somebody cheats, their name goes on, a list, and nobody will do business with them again. So if you take that money in that ship, you might get away with it once, but you'll never be able to show your face again. So that's an institution. Another institution would be just, the central bank, or that sets interest rates or something. So institutions condition our thinking and they condition our behavior. They give us signals to what we should do, and they signal what other people are likely to do. And so my last point about that is simply to say that if we're thinking about a market, everything in economic life is just predictability. If we are afraid of people cheating us, if we're afraid of defection, if we don't know whether we pay for the land and we really own the land, if we don't know whether we invest in the machinery or somebody will, seize the factory tomorrow, then we're likely to hold back. We're likely to either invest elsewhere or to diversify into areas that are less risky. And that might be completely rational for the individual firm or the individual consumer, but it doesn't build an economy. Economies are built on leveraging and risk and scale.
Mhm.
And you need institutions to do that.
Exactly. So maybe to just help us understand how institutions are formed, right? Acemoglu and Robinson, they trace it back to history, culture of a people, and how that shapes the institutional arrangement that ultimately the society adopts. Where do you lie on that? How do you think, or what's your view on how institutions are formed? Is it path dependent? Is it destiny? Is there a way to get out of, if it's path dependent or if it's dependent on our history, is there a way to walk ourselves out of that if it's not working for us?
Yeah, there's kind of three ways of thinking about this. One is what you call path dependence, which is exactly an established mode of thinking about institutions. It often overlaps with destiny. The idea is that certain decisions that were made earlier just carry forward over time and make it increasingly difficult to alter the path. A good example in the United States, which is very challenging today, is the Electoral College. The Electoral College was a choice that was made 240 years ago, and it met certain needs at the time. And then many Americans would say today, it no longer serves its purpose, and we should have direct elections by the popular vote. But because of the lock-in and the expectations around that, quite a number of states and people are just not going to change that because they benefit from it and they've learned how to make gains from that arrangement. And so it's going to be very difficult to change. That's just an example of what they call lock-in and then path dependence, that it's very hard to alter from the path that you made, which illustrates or suggests that big changes in institutions are only possible after cataclysmic events like depression or an economic crisis or a civil war or an interstate war. So we saw big changes in the globe in 1945. We saw big changes around the world in 1918. And so there have been tipping points or critical junctures when you could make changes. Independence for Nigeria was a critical juncture. We could argue that 1979 was a kind of critical juncture, and so there's that. That's path dependence. The other argument about it, about the formation of institutions, is that there is a kind of functionalist argument that people call, and I don't want to get too academic about it, but it's kind of a circular argument. The argument is institutions evolve in the ways that make sense for elites and holders of capital, that they have certain needs, whether it's low taxes or an independent central bank or weights and measures or standardized electricity outlets or whatever. And so they evolve these institutions because they're needed. And you can look at the history of the Industrial Revolution in Europe and say, okay, fine, you needed standard weights and measures. You needed standard road sizes and railroad gauges. You needed currency arrangements so that you could have convertibility and move goods and exchange currencies across borders. And so all of these things evolved because they were necessary. But of course, if we look around the world and through history, there are a lot of countries and places where institutions are needed, but they don't evolve. So the functionalist argument is kind of problematic. So what do we get between path dependence and functionality? I get, which I think a lot of people, subscribe to. I'm with the people who say that, institutions are a political process. People argue, debate, struggle, sometimes fight over institutional arrangements. Colonialism. tax rates, banking, social safety nets, all kinds of things. And so it becomes a political process. And so can you get a coalition or an ascendant kind of leadership that can provide the necessary or the essential institutions to get to certain kinds of goals?
Interesting. And this is a good segue to this very important groundbreaking work on growing apart, oil politics and economic change in Indonesia and Nigeria. And I think it's a good jump off point to talk about how institutions can lead countries that are seemingly within the same ballpark in different directions. So you had an Indonesia and Nigeria that shared similar characteristics at the time, but the types of institutions they evolved moved them in different trajectories. If you could, in a few short minutes, give a summary of the book and use that to show us how institutions play a role.
Yeah, so I'll just tell the story. When I was writing my dissertation and doing my research on Nigeria, I was talking to a lot of people in the political science world and the economics world as well. And I started hearing people tell stories about Indonesia. And I would present on Nigeria, and I would talk about privatization and the public sector. And, of course, we would talk about corruption, and we would talk about all this stuff. And people would say, oh, well, you really ought to look at Indonesia. They got it right. And so I kept on hearing about this, and I thought, okay, I'm going to try. I've done my dissertation on Nigeria, and I'm publishing on that, but I want to look at this comparative experience. And indeed, it's very striking. So Indonesia and Nigeria, they're both very populous countries, the most populous countries in their region and their sub-region. They are the anchor states in their sub-region. Indonesia currently has, I think, more than 350 million people, or 320 million, which is more than Nigeria, but Nigeria is, obviously one of the most populous nations in the world. So they're both equivalent. They're big states. They are majority Muslim population, or at least a very substantial Muslim population. I know there's debates about in Nigeria about the majority religion, but let's just say, even if it's 50-50, very substantial Muslim populations. They're very diverse. Indonesia has 14,000 islands. 6,000 of them are inhabited. Dozens of languages and ethnic groups. So they are tropical. They're producing agricultural products in some of the same types of environments. And so those are the structural factors. Oh, and yeah, I'll get to the historical factors. So those are the structural factors. Big, diverse, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, tropical. Okay. They were both colonized. Indonesia attained independence about 10 years before Nigeria, full independence, but still, in the same era. Then, about a few years after independence, there was essentially a civil war in both countries. There was a failed coup in Indonesia. At least 500,000 people died. Some people say 1 million. And this is very much in line with the toll from the Nigerian Civil War. So and that was 1965. So 1967 for Nigeria. Then they came out of the Civil War, or the civil conflict in each case. And what happened? They had military rule, almost continuously in Nigeria, continuously in Indonesia for about 30 years. And both of those military rulers had very state-led ideas about development. And they had one other thing, which came up in the 50s and the 60s, oil. So Indonesia was substantially a petrostate for a number of years, as was Nigeria. So if you think about their history, in terms of natural resources, military rule, decolonization and violence and disorder, it's a very similar story.
Mirror image.
So you have these remarkably similar countries in these different regions, but there's one big difference. Indonesia's economic growth from 1970 to 2000 was about 7% a year, aggregate, and about 3.5% to 5%, depending on the period, per capita, which meant that the per capita income went way up in Indonesia. The poverty rate, which was 60% of the population at the time of the civil conflict, was down to 10% by the year 2000, 2001, 2002. And now it's probably single digits. So their poverty rate has gone down. The number of poor people, and certainly very poor people in Indonesia, is extremely low. And as we know, sadly, in Nigeria, the average growth rate over the same period was about 3.5%, half that of Indonesia. So at the end of that period, the Nigerian economy was 1/4 the size of Indonesia's economy, and the poverty rate has remained stubbornly high. It may have the lowest point in the last 30 to 40 years might have been around 40 or 45%, but it's probably about 55 to 60% now. And again, very tragically, Nigeria has overtaken India as the numerical poverty capital of the world. So we have countries with very similar background conditions, and the political economists and the historians would say, oh, they should have developed in the same way because they had military rule and they had statist economic policies and they had natural resources and the so-called oil curse. And they had all these ethnic groups making claims on resources and government. And yet Indonesia has developed. So where do we come to from there? And I'll finish my lecture. Where do we come to from there is we come to a story about politics and institutions. And the government of Suharto, the general who led Indonesia from 1965 to 1998, General Suharto presided over a regime that that emphasized macroeconomic stability, brought in technocrats to organize and manage the economy, and gave them a kind of political insulation or political cover so that interest groups and special pleading and so forth couldn't really derail some of the broad economic policies. They maintained a competitive exchange rate. They maintained low inflation. They built roads. They built an electricity grid. They had a more or less independent central bank. And over time, this led to a fundamental predictability and stability in terms of economic expectations. And let's be clear, what then happened was not so much that foreign companies came in and invested and multinational corporations then developed Indonesia. That did happen. And in certain important areas like electricity or telecommunications or even some road construction, that was important. But what else, the other thing that happened was that millions of Indonesians, small and medium enterprises, individual proprietors of shops and stalls and tailors and vulcanizers and all the people that we know in Nigeria, those people invested. They grew their enterprises. They were able to build bigger shops. They were able to add employees. So it was the mobilization of domestic entrepreneurship and domestic capital that was so important in developing Indonesia. And the other thing to say about it is that this wasn't a institutional transformation like, the United States or some Scandinavian country where there was no corruption and the bureaucracy from top to bottom was efficient at the local level and public goods were efficiently allocated and all that. It was a few key peak agencies that got a few things right, like prices for agricultural producers of rice and, inflation rates and currency stability and so forth. And so it tells you that you don't need to have a 30-year comprehensive overhaul of your entire institutional grid in order to get good growth.
I mean, it raises so many questions for me. And let me see if I can bunch them up into one. Number one, so similar structure, similar, you laid it out. The core difference being the political leader. They had in a Suharto, someone who could muster society and say, this is the direction we need to go in. And he didn't do it to society writ large. He picked a few sectors, and the successes in those sectors then triggered the rest of it. In Nigeria, we haven't had great leaders, but one may, just grudgingly give it to an Obasanjo, right? That in his period, he understood the need for institutions. He tried in that direction. Does that then say that history is something to pay attention to, but it's really the leader? It's the choice of leadership, that is most critical for us to get the right type of institutions that can then drive development. If that is yes, then I want to go to the discussion on how do we then get the right type of leadership, because I know you also focus a bit on democracy. So I'm trying to get a lot of questions in. Yeah.
No, that's a great question. That's the perfect question. The problem in talking about institutions and development and leadership these days, as it has been for a long time, is there's an inescapable fact that if we look at the fast-growing countries of East Asia and Southeast Asia in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, they were almost all led by long-term authoritarian leaders. Mahathir in Malaysia, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore, the Chinese Communist Party and succession of leaders there, Park Chung-hee in South Korea, and so on and so forth. So the question then becomes, is there a democratic path to this kind of growth? And it's interesting because Atul Kohli and others have looked at this and they've said, well, once we get away from the so-called selection bias of comparing poor performing democracies with better performing autocracies, and we think about all the autocracies there are in the world, like, for example, DR Congo or Myanmar, if you add all, and North Korea, if you add all the autocracies and compare them to the democracies, democracies do pretty well. So there is a democratic path for this. And there's a seduction now, I know, across in conversations within Africa about, the so-called authoritarian model in Rwanda and Ethiopia and so forth. And gee, have they got it right? And should we go on that path? And I'm skeptical of that for all kinds of reasons. But I'll just say that after 25 years of the Fourth Republic, I think there's a kind of path dependence for Nigeria. It's not to say that everybody doesn't keep an eye on the military and developments in civil military relations in Nigeria. But I think after nearly 30 years of 40 years, pardon me, of post-independent military rule, the military had its turn. We had a lot of opportunity to see whether there was a military alternative to Nigerian development, and I would venture to say that there's not too many impressive gains there to point to. So the question then becomes, how do you get the right kind of leadership in an elected regime or an elected system to undertake these goals? So I think there's a couple of things. One is, can you get somebody who's really committed to institution building? And can you get somebody who's really committed to delegating authority to capable technocratic groups and then providing them with some political cover to do their work. We saw a glimpse of it under Obasanjo from 2003 to 2006 with Minister Okonjo-Iweala and the whole team, Nuhu Ribadu and Nasir El-Rufai and Obiase Ekwesili. And that was a remarkable moment in Nigeria's post-independence history in which you had a technocratic team of managers who had a coherent policy, and they achieved one big goal in the moment, which was a massive debt reduction deal for Nigeria. And they got the debt down like 85%. Growth was good. And so there was a lot of achievements there. But then what happened? Then there was the whole third term agenda. The political parties got involved. They needed financial flexibility. And so then they pushed out all of the technocrats. If you had somebody who said, look, I'm just going to focus 100% on growth, on reform, I'm going to bring in the people who know how to do it, and I'm going to stick with it for 5 years, 8 years, if they have 2 terms, whatever. I think you could get different results. And so that would be the image I would present.
Or maybe just go for something that's been bandied around for a bit. One single term of 6 years, come in, do your thing, and get out. So maybe that's a pathway, because the 2-term 4 years, most of them spend the first 4 years of appeasing the political elite and gathering resources to run for the second term, and then spend the second term trying to do stuff, but they never quite complete it. So that could be a discussion. But there's also another question here on what are the political factors, that should be in place to evolve these, what Asemoglu and Robinson call the inclusive institutions. So again, looking specifically at Nigeria, and with your understanding of Nigeria and the path we've traveled and where we are today, what are some of the things that need to be in place for us to have a shot at creating these inclusive institutions?
Well, it gets back to the comment I made earlier about collective action. There's a competitive multi-party system in Nigeria, but there's 2 problems with the system. One, it's almost entirely transactional. What do these parties stand for? First there was the PDP. It was a dominant party for 16 years until it wasn't. And then the reason why the PDP was no longer a dominant party is that there were disagreements about power sharing because of Goodluck Jonathan's presidency and the zoning compact. So what happened? A lot of Northerners defected from the PDP and went to the newly formed APC. A lot of Westerners went with them. And so that's not really a story about a competition of ideas or policies or even management styles. It's simply a reconfiguration of power sharing around the distribution of economic rents, rent-seeking kind of coalition. So it's very transactional. And look at the politicians. You can have opinions about the politicians one way or the other, and I'm not going to editorialize on them. But Buhari contested the presidency 4 times on 3 different platforms. Peter Obi and Charles Saluda have been, I believe, with 2 different parties at least. And multiple other politicians are in the same boat. They've moved. Atiku has moved back and forth. And, the parties don't care. I mean, they're like, okay, fine. If this person looks like a viable candidate, we'll work. I mean, Peter Obi is an entrepreneur. He's a businessman. His philosophical commonalities with the Labor Party are somewhat elusive to me. But you know, it's an arrangement.
A platform.
It's a platform, right? It's a vehicle. And so one problem is that the parties don't really stand for anything. There's not an agenda of growth, an agenda of development. The other part of that is because there's a transactional party system, there's no coalition for growth. You know, Stefan Durkheim, who I believe you spoke to earlier, has this great book, Gambling on Development, and he just talks about bargains. And there's some people are familiar with the political settlements approach of Mushtaq Khan and some of the folks in really focused in the UK, but it's all the same kind of conversation. It's how do you get a coalition for growth? And that would mean not just the Nigerian Economic Summit Group having their, you know, polite annual event where they have their platform and their communique, and they get some nice speeches, and a few civil servants show up, and everybody is, you know, friendly and happy. But like a real process of bargaining between the public sector and the private sector, with the public sector, the government saying, we want electricity. We want petrochemicals. We want a good road network. We want results from you. And the private sector is saying, that's fine. Here's what we need. We need this tariff in order to make the power grid work. We need this regulatory framework in order to invest in petrochemicals, and so on and so forth. And so there can be a bargain. There are examples of this in Taiwan, public-private sector, sectoral groups. There was a massive effort in South Korea in 1974, the Heavy Industry and Chemicals Plan, where they sat down, all the big business leaders in the chaebol, the conglomerates in South Korea, and they said, okay, we want ships, steel, cars, electronics. We want it to be world-class. We will subsidize you and give you loans. We will give you protection for a few years, and then you're going to export. You're going to be competitive in export markets. And if you do it, you'll get awards and you'll get bonuses and you'll be rich because your companies will succeed. And if you defect and steal the money and take advantage of the opportunities or the protection just to collect rents, you might end up in jail, or at least we'll nail your companies. You'll be taxed, you'll be regulated. You won't be happy. And so there were clear incentives and sanctions. In France, there are sectoral competitiveness groups in cars and other areas where, you know, public officials with specialist responsibilities talk to the car makers. What do you need in order to make better French cars and export them? And this is doable in the Nigerian context, but
has been done, you know.
Yeah,
has been done in the past. Between 60 and 66, Michael Opara in Eastern Nigeria did the same thing. You know, he built that, you know, just bond between the political class and the economic class, you know, and they worked together and drove the economy of the region to one of the fastest in the world in those short years. So
they also had a great agricultural extension service, you know, so there were institutions in place to advance these goals. What do we see in the contemporary era, though? We see the Nigerian government trying to grab $8 billion from MTN. We see the Nigerian government telling Dangote, well, we're not really sure if your product is you know, quite up to snuff, you know, compared to like the great NNPC product, which we all know is world standard. I'm being sarcastic. You know, I mean, the point is, I'm not saying that everything Dangote does is perfect or everything MTN does is perfect. But instead of just grabbing and obstructing, why don't you bring these movers and shakers? Telecoms is 13% of the Nigerian economy now. Oil is about 6% of the Nigerian economy. Bring the telecoms people up. Bring industrialists like Dangote up. This is what India has done. This is what Indonesia did. And I realize there are questions of monopoly and competition and so forth. But if people are producing and investing and creating capital and forming capital in your economy, at least figure out a way how to guide them, encourage them, and support them, and create a partnership with government.
And I want to come to India that you just mentioned, because I know you're doing a lot of work on that. But why would the political class do this? Why would the political class care about building the economy if, turkeys don't vote for Thanksgiving, rams don't vote for Salah, right? Isn't it that there needs to be some kind of external pressure? By external, I mean external to the government. It could be from the people, some pressure, some sense that the people can't take it anymore, for the political class to then look for answers. On their own, it's hunky-dory. Why bother? Who wants to put in hard work? Do you agree with that? Or do you think there's that on their own, and have we seen where people on their own just decide, and this is not a Singapore discussion, just decide to do right by their people?
Look, from 1966, with a small break, to 1999, we saw what the military could deliver. Okay? So we had that experience. From 1999 to 2024, 2025, we've had an elected government, an electoral regime. It's a call it a democracy, call it an electoral democracy. People can have their opinions about that, but we've seen the limits of what they can do. And so there has to be some kind of change within the system. And so what I'm saying is not, oh, okay, the civilians have had their time and let's go back to the military. The military, find me a military government in Africa since 1956 who has substantially developed their economy. If you show me that, then maybe we can talk about the military option. But I don't see it.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, what kinds of politics within the Fourth Republic could change things? I'll just say, without making any partisan statements, that I'm really intrigued by what happened in the last election cycle, pardon me. That the fact that you could have an insurgent candidate that garnered so much enthusiasm, got a substantial youth vote, got a substantial amount of energy and excitement in a very short campaign season, and really gave the two major parties a run for their money, shows the pent-up frustration that people have. And speaking from the United States, I am seeing that in our own election system.
Yep.
I don't think it's necessarily so. I'll be partisan about my own country and say I don't think it's necessarily such a positive thing, but people are angry and they voted for a quote outsider insurgent candidate who would shake things up, and I think we'll see what they get. But the point being that there are the two major parties in Nigeria are kind of tapped out, and there is a possibility for some kind of change. And so that would be one one option in the Nigerian context. The other question, unless the incentives change rapidly, they're just going to keep circulating. There's going to be 75% turnover in the National Assembly every 4 years because the parties want to give spoils to a wider audience or a wider array of people. They're going to all be grabbing rents. They're going to be getting contracts. They're going to be doing deals. They're going to be sidelining allocations, and you're going to get the same thing. What's striking to me, and maybe members of your audience will have a better fix on it than I do, is this is a current project I'm working on, but you know, we've had 25 years of the Fourth Republic, which is an impressive milestone in Nigerian history. We also have approximately 110,000 fatalities from Niger Delta, Boko Haram, herders and farmers, banditry. Public order has collapsed in Nigeria. The essential characteristic of the state that Max Weber identified, the monopoly on the legitimate use of force, is at least at risk in Nigeria. If not, it's not a failed state, but it's certainly a state with tremendous challenges in that sphere. And in some contexts, including Indonesia, including Brazil, including Malaysia, and South Korea and so forth, the threat of either an external military challenge or domestic instability and insurgency or something like that was enough to galvanize the attentions, focus the attentions, and galvanize the energies of the political class. We've got to do something to stabilize the countryside. We've got to do something so that average people have a stake in the system, because otherwise we've got this communist insurgency or, you know, civil war or North Korea, you know, trying to invade us. So there was a security imperative that focused people's attentions. And what disturbs me and troubles me in my conversations with my friends and you know, discussants in Nigeria is when I talk to politicians and a lot of policymakers, it's like, oh yeah, you know, ISWAP, Boko Haram, the jihadists, they're all up in Lake Chad. You know, oh, you know, Mend and the Avengers, they're all down in the creeks. Yeah, you know, nothing that I can't solve by just having an armored vehicle and a couple of military escorts when I go to my village, and a hired fence around my house. And that is not a way to think. And it's not a way to, by privatizing security and personalizing security, it's not a way to move the country forward. So my hope is, you know, I certainly am not happy about the disorder in Nigeria, but my hope would be that it would get through to a few key decision makers and politicians that the way out of this mess of disorder runs its way through the political economy. And the final point to make about this is a comparative one. Another large federal diverse democracy, India. India had their decade of disorder in the 80s and the 90s, multiple assassinations, ethnic riots in the major cities, a huge two insurgencies in Kashmir and the Naxalite rebellion, but Marxist rebellion in the east. You know, all the indicators, and they have better statistics than Nigeria, but all the indicators in terms of crime, in terms of ethnic violence, in terms of insurgency, were going up and up and up for, you know, a long time. Since the installation of Nigeria's Fourth Republic in that period of the last 25 years, India's numbers have consistently been going down. All of them. Less crime, less ethnic infighting or communal violence, less insurgency. What else has been happening in India? Well, you know, you've got, again, cross currents in terms of politics and a kind of illiberal populist regime in there now. But one other thing has been happening in India. They've had the fastest per capita economic growth of any country or region in the world, practically. Certainly South Asia, at 5% per capita, a staggeringly rapid reduction of poverty and increase in economic prospects. And I don't think that's accidental.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The old Southeast region, or the present-day 5 states that make up the Southeast states, they all have what the average person will call potentials for growth, potentials for development. But when you look at what is on ground, you sometimes find it difficult to associate yourself with the old Eastern region. Where did we get it wrong? Are we missing the mark? Not yet, I'll say, because if you look at the economic blueprint of a different state, you would observe that there is a roadmap for growth, for development, and for turning around the Southeast to become what it is expected to be. For us on Southeast News, we always ask that question. What is it that we are not getting right and we need to sit down and get right? Because if you look at the other regions that make up Nigeria, some are growing far faster than the Southeast. Are we going to play catch up? No, we shouldn't. Because the Southeast, you have people who are born entrepreneurs, people who are born to innovate, people who are born to set the pace for others to follow. So, what can we do? How can we unlock the economic potential of the Southeast so that we can be always on top in terms of development and growth? The trajectory is there for us to choose. Are we ready to take the right steps? Don't bother. As usual, I'm not the one setting the pace. I have with me His Royal Highness Igwe Chijioke Nwobodo.
Sorry?
Ezido III. Ezido.
Yeah, good evening, my brother.
You didn't wait for me to finish introducing you, so I'd allow you to finish.
Yeah, it was striking when you said Chijioke. I am Chinedu and not Chijioke.
Chinedu.
Yeah, you go Chinedu and Nwobodo. So I'm not Chijioke. I became moved. I wanted to let people catch
my
it.
apologies, and I concede to you.
Okay, so it's Chinedu. So thank you. Good evening, viewers. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are listening to us from. This is our Southeast. And I agree with you 100% that Igbo is really born to be great. But unfortunately, in the recent time, we abandoned who we are, trying to be like the other person. Like an individual, individuals have their talents, they have what is deposited or are deposited in them to excel on, looking at the principle of comparative advantage. Where can you get it better than the other? So we have abandoned it. Everybody is wanting to go to Abuja to share from our Iwa. So, but of course, personally, I have always wanted, sorry, I don't know, but then, I have always wanted an ideological Biafra, not geographical Biafra. And what do I mean by an ideological Biafra? One man called Emefiona wrote a book in which he said, in Biafra, Africa died, which is obvious. And how do I mean? I had always preached that our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria. And how do I mean? We have a number of similarities and peculiarities that has the capacity to make us the Silicon Valley here in Nigeria. Take, for instance, what is that Silicon Valley? Why is it? What are they named after? These people are living within a geographical location where the primary materials for producing computer microprocessors, they capitalize on it to improve on their technology. They are named after that. ENUGU State is known for coal. Our coal can give us anything. Aba is there. Aba can give us anything. Oka is there. Oka can give us anything. So what else are we like in the Silicon Valley? Silicon Valley is the technological hub. That is the global center for technological innovation. And that is what we can get in the Southeast. Our Aba, for example, has to effectively put Nigeria on the world map. Our Nnewi has the capacity to put Nigeria on the world map. Our Onitsha has the capacity and, of course, placing Nigeria on the world map. Awka has the capacity to place Nigeria on the world map. ENUGU here, Coal Camp here, has the capacity to place Nigeria on the world map. Let me tell you, there was a car I used in the past. A particular part of that car got damaged. We looked for it elsewhere, everywhere. We couldn't get that part, my brother. Well, the moment we took it to Coal Camp, one artisan there said, what is it? You've been walking around, you've packed your car for this. He constructed it with a better iron. And that part didn't damage again until I sold it. That is Coal Camp ENUGU here for you. So, we should be the technological hub of Nigeria and, of course, the world. It's so important we think about that.
Yes.
So, what other nature do we have that makes Silicon Valley what it is? Silicon Valley has the nature of entrepreneur. The Igbo people are the entrepreneur. They will come to your community. And that is, of course, I even look at the problems of the Igbo man in Nigeria as envy. People envy us a lot. And that is the problem we have. And what makes it? It's our nature. Those things you don't know, their business is in your place. The Igbo man comes there, assesses the environment, turn those things you think they were waste into business. Envy comes in. And Nigeria has that problem, wasting a lot of energy, wanting to keep the Igbo man far away. That should have been a solution. That is our nature. In Silicon Valley, they are the early adopters. They have the culture of early adopters. And that is the Igbo man from you. Oye Feze, lawyer. You see the Igbo man serve the wealthy elder brother or wealthy cousin or wealthy anybody just for you in turn to be settled. And eventually after 4, 5, 6 years of laboring for another person, you have started becoming rich yourself. This is our culture, and that is the culture of the Silicon Valley. So I see that if we get back, stop wasting our time wanting to be like the other person, look inward, introspection, we'll do better than where we are now.
A great way to move ahead, but that but has always been in my mouth, so let me say it.
Okay.
From the analogy you gave, it ordinarily would appear everything is working fine. But now that but, reality on ground does not tell that same story. But if you go back the ages, you'll discover that that was there. I recall on one of such programs during our conversations, we talked about using the proceeds from palm oil, the palm trees, to do so much for the Southeast, M.I. Okpara. But as different leaders came up, the palm tree has been abandoned. So many other things have been about. You talked about Nnewi putting us on the map of the world. Talk about Aba putting us on the map of the world. the issue is not the Silicon Valley or the Southeast being the hub. The issue appears to be harnessing that resource.
That is, moderator, of course, I said this, we are wasting time abandoning this, the peculiarity of the Igbo man, trying to be like people from other tribes. Let me tell you, mentioned our father, M.I. Okpara. Today we have better educated persons, we have better empowered persons, but then our institutions are going back. Should our agriculture suffer when we have the University of Agriculture in Umudike? We have people who answer Greek engineers, but instead of spending more time on researches, we want to be richer than Mr. President. We want to be richer than Nigeria. Some of us, we are not putting to good use whatever little resources we have. By now, we should have improved seedlings of all kinds: palm fruit, palm nuts, cassava, pepper, cashew, guava, all of those things. But we no longer do that. We have the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. The other time I saw the prototype of an electronic vehicle. What efforts have the political leaders made to make it commercialized? Must we wait for it to come from abroad when we have the capacity? I am telling you that the Igbo man naturally is technological. Let me tell you, if Biafra has succeeded, I don't know whether you were part of it. Those of us who were there witnessing it as younger people, we know what we went through, but I want to tell you, if Biafra had continued, by now we should have been exporting armament. These missiles we are talking about, it became prominent in Biafra, within Biafra, the Ogbunigwe. It should have been an international weaponry by now. I told you that Oka is capable of taking us to anywhere. What do you think that the Oka man cannot fabricate about gun? You move to Imo State or where? What do you think that the Nkwere man? We call them Nkwere Opiegbe. What is Egbe if not gone? We have the capacity to export those things we are importing. The Igbo man is technological, but we have abandoned who we are. We are talking now. You may also begin to ask me about the exclusive and concurrent list. Yes, we have an exclusive list, but today some of them have been put into the concurrent list. What have we done with the allocations we are getting to improve our tomorrow? Some people want to, the major problem we have is not that those things are no longer there. Our major problem is that leaders see leadership as business. Leaders see leadership as job. And if somebody is applying for a job and he gets that job, he goes to make money from job. Leadership should be seen as service. And if you understand that leadership is service, that is when what Michael Okpara did will be done again. That is when what Nnamdi Azikiwe did would be replicated. Our political office holders today, with due respect to them, I'm sorry, I am becoming one of them, and because that is what they say, the Igbo's, but of course we should be apolitical in the sense that we should not be partisan. We should be people who say the truth at any point in time. Our political office holders see leadership as job now. They see it as business. They no longer see it as service, call to service. They no longer see it as an opportunity to return good for the greater majority. In 2018, I was in Malaysia. Malaysia, who came and borrowed palm nuts from us. Let me tell you, if we harness our palm produce, we'll make more money than we make from crude oil. I tell you that. If we harness our cashew, like we used to have oil cashew industry, where is that oil cashew industry? You should have put us on the world map, arising from the end products and the byproducts from cashew. We should be somewhere else with just cashew. We should be somewhere else with just our bitter leaf. Bitter leaf. We should be somewhere with just that. We should be somewhere with our agara. We should be somewhere with pepper. But we no longer cherish wealth that trickle in. That is it. That is where our problem lies. We have abandoned who we are to become people who see themselves that they are born to lead. We are born to serve. And when you serve, you make wealth in return for service. That is it. We were not poor when we were looking at leadership as service. That is when we got our university. That was when we got our NTA. That was when we got our hotel presidential. That was when we got a number of things. Down to 1979 to 83, when Jim Obodo was there. That was when we got our Ada rice. That was when we got our flour mills. That was when we got vegetable oil natch. That was when we got our Turner's asbestos cement. That was when we got our Protea hotel. Sorry, not Protea, Nikelek. That was when we got our Ikenga hotels. So if you move from there, that was when we got our Ada rice. And do you know what it meant when Ada rice was in full function? It was an opportunity for every rice farmer, from Enugu to Moaka to Nome to Nkerefi, down to any part of the southeastern Nigeria that we are cultivating rice. That was an opportunity for buy-ups. We get our agriculture, people go and buy it. That was even an opportunity to stabilize our agriculture. If we don't get our agriculture well, there is nowhere we are going to. So we have a number of problems that are solvable.
That I like what you just said, are solvable.
They are solvable.
So different leaders have come on board. You mentioned Jim Wobodo, and in the same breath, you mentioned some of the industries he established. After Jim Wobodo, several other governors came up in Enugu State, the old Anambra, the new Anambra, and the Enugu State, and then in other parts of the southeast. Is leadership the problem?
Yeah.
Or is leadership the solution? I don't want you to look at leadership beyond what you have said. Leadership to make wealth and leadership for service. So is leadership the problem?
Yeah, when you ask me, I will tell you that leadership is the problem. And most often, my nature, I'm not somebody who is moved by political speeches. I'm somebody who is moved by political actions. Doing the talk, that is when I am moved. You know, inordinately, I just mentioned Jim Obodo because what he did were obvious. After him, with due respect to every other governor that had come and gone, the next person I'm seeing, if he continues, is Nampi Tamba. Why am I saying that? It's so obvious. Somebody started ENUGU International Conference Center. It was abandoned over the years.
Okay.
Now, that international center is coming up. That is leadership. That is service. You will have direct employment and consequential employments because of just international airports. Hotel Presidential was abandoned. Hotel Presidential is now coming up under Pitamba. With due respect, some people might get angry. But I am not speaking about Pitamba because I am Igwe in Enugu. I'm speaking about Pitamba because of what I see he is doing. Hotel Presidential is coming up with the consequential employments that will follow it, the opportunities it will create. He is now opening up all the roads. Are you aware that if Enugu Nsukka is dualized, we are going to decongest Enugu? If we have a dual carriage between Enugu, Opi, and Nsukka, somebody can comfortably come to work on it in Enugu from Nsukka. It will reduce the distance between Nsukka and Enugu with up to 1 to 2 hours. Or even less than 1 hour, you can do Nsukka in less than 1 hour. Ordinarily, if the road is there, Nsukka Enugu is 1 hour. Then you can see that somebody will come from Nsukka to Enugu if that road is dualized in less than 30 minutes. It's a job that has to be clapped for. That is what we are talking about. All the rural areas, he is now opening them up. He has flagged off the roads. You now see that somebody can come to work from Omoka, Apofa, Magunze, Tabane in less than 30 minutes. That is service. You know, if he sets the pace and the people copy him and incrementally we do it that way, then you see us become what we think we can. So, when people begin to see leadership as job, you are now applying for job. Somebody who is applying for job is applying for source of living. Somebody who is applying for leadership as service is wanting to serve people. But eventually, what many fail to understand is that when you serve, you don't die of hunger. When you serve, you pave a better way for the children of tomorrow. When you make today better, then you sleep well tomorrow. People have forgotten that if you want to stay under a shade tomorrow, you have to plant the tree today. That is it.
So, given the present situation, we are looking at the hub. We're seeing adapting the phrase of a Silicon Valley type of hub in the Southeast. Why is it that over time, there's something you said, that you have people who are more educated than MI Power, Michael Okpara, and yet we have schools that are dilapidated, not functioning.
Yeah.
We have schools that the educational system is not up to par. Let me use another word. It's not in terms of best practices anyway. When would traditional rulers like yourself in the Southeast come together and begin to speak truth to power to the leaders, whether they are there to serve or they are there to make profit?
Yeah.
Because, Your Royal Highness, without traditional rulers, majority of those who are in power today will not get there. So when do we start speaking to them to understand that service creates a better tomorrow?
Okay, thank you. The time is now. Well, let me tell you this one thing I fear. And I fear it seriously. It's education without integrity. Integrity without education is weak. Integrity without education. But education without integrity is the most dangerous thing you can feel on earth. I said it, we have better educated persons today. But a number of us, majority, lack integrity. And because of education without integrity, you will see a traditional ruler speak the truth. That educated without integrity will not say, oh, you have spoken the truth, without fixing, without looking at the slant of the traditional ruler's speech. That traditional ruler is removed. And most unfortunately, many of the traditional rulers are also on that seat as a job. They are there as an opportunity to be in business. Most of us are also not there for service to the people. And when you see that position as a job, you will be circumspect of what to say so that you are not removed. So, but if we have a law, that is the protection. If we have a law that will make it more stringent, much more difficult to remove a traditional ruler duly elected or selected, depending on the constitution or tradition of the people. So it becomes so difficult to remove him. A number of persons also can begin to say the truth. That is one. Also, having mentioned education, because that is the springboard for a better tomorrow, I also encourage the governor of ENUGU State to go ahead and complete his ideology about smart schools. Because when we get it better from the basics or from the basis, our tomorrow will be better. At a time when he adopted the word, I'm sorry, I don't know why I am moved to speak this way. When he adopted the word, tomorrow is here, I was like, let it not be that we are going to consume our tomorrow today. But I am beginning to see that tomorrow is here is that he has intention that we plant a tree today for a shade we will stay under tomorrow. Yes. Does he make mistake? He makes mistakes. Like any one of us could make mistake. But what is the propellant for that mistake? Ambition to do well. So the mistake could be pardoned. Now, any development that will yield a better tomorrow will be disruptive. Mark the word, disruptive, not destructive. Certain things will have to be disrupted. What I don't really cherish about that is that it shouldn't be all at the same time. Pick one, face it, give us the prototype of what you want to replicate in many places. We will hunger for it. People will not talk. Assuming that from Osisa Tech up to Chris Chemist, that he faced it, disrupted services, in less than 1 year fixes this thing, and everybody sees a replacement of what was destroyed. We would have seen that it is better. Then we will call for it to happen immediately in Gariki. Nobody will complain. We'll call for it to immediately happen in Ababa. Nobody will complain. We'll call for it to immediately happen in Nsukka. But he didn't do it that way, and a number of persons are complaining. But for me, I'm beginning to see that if the intentions are manifested, Enugu might be a better place. That is one. Two, As we talk about leadership, we talk about followership. Because once we elected, look at it, I was elected Igwe, not even a political position. If I tell you what I welcome on daily basis, I began to wonder. The person you see is a retired person. Oh. That you have made me Igwe hasn't added anything to the rate of income I have. Now, I use it to look at what happens to politicians once you're elected. A number of too many hangers-on will want to be around you. But I still encourage all of us. Let us be courageous and accept what we can possibly do. Don't let people overstretch you, so that we have enough to make the Southeast the Silicon Valley in Nigeria. So that those people who play Igbophobia, because the problem we have is Igbophobia, I'm sure of that. It's Igbophobia. And Nigerians should change and think better about it. Igbophobia is not helping anybody in Nigeria. The Igbo man, I repeat it anyway, and I stand to be controverted. The Igbo man is the only true Nigerian. And if you ask me why and how, I'll tell you. The Igbo man goes to Maiduguri, surveys Maiduguri, harnesses the resources available in Maiduguri, and takes Maiduguri as his home. Builds a better house in Maiduguri without even building one in his hometown, Igbo. But that attracts envy. He goes to Kaduna, he replicates the same thing. He goes to anywhere. Okay, let me tell you. I was in Cuba in 2012. And of course, you know that Cuba is a communist nation. Mm-hmm. And there were a number of Igbo men there doing businesses. Yes. They harnessed that opportunity that what they used to do their communism must be provided by somebody. They were doing their businesses. And each time I traveled out, I used to showcase Igbo dressing. I was walking along the streets and some students ran. You must be an Igbo man. Yes, what have you come for? We were there for International Labour May Day celebration in 2012. We began to speak our Igbo, and I began to ask. Their parents were living there, and they were in school in there. And I began to wonder, Igbo man, capitalistic in nature,
in a communist
environment, in a communist world, yet he was surviving there. That is the Igbo man. He has seen that place as his home.
I wonder why.
That is it. So, which other tribe in Nigeria does it?
I like that analogy, but don't forget, if the South is a hub, why is it that we shine outside? The Igbo man shines outside. And then back home, we are where we are. Because if Aba, Onitsha, Nnewi, Enugu, Abakaliki, Umuahia, Owerri must all stand tall, then we need to do the same thing. We need to bring our innovation home.
Okay.
We need to ensure that this becomes a hub of innovation and industrial parks.
Yeah.
Why are we living it?
We are not living it. We are not living it. The Igbo nation is so populous. Those things we are doing here, don't be surprised that most of the shoes you see in the market today, stamped Italian, are made in Aba. Don't be surprised to find out that a number of packaged shirts, good trousers are made in Aba and stamped. It could be made in Italy, it could be made in any other
One
place.
of the major brands.
But then the production is done in Aba.
But
so let me tell you this.
Just
so
a quick
those services we are rendering, which we have made here a hub, if they don't want it there, that is when I told you I want an ideological Biafra, not geographical Biafra we can get by fighting and shooting. Bring it here, let them come to look for it here, because eventually they must come to look for it.
Remember, you will remember that even there were some commercials in those days of Taiwan, where you see, there was one that I was very familiar with. They were trying, it was raining and somebody was trying to open an umbrella and it couldn't open. I said, oh no, Taiwan. But today, if you have product from Taiwan, you rate them as high as any other place.
Yeah.
So my thought when you were saying quality shoes are made in Aba, but we lose our identity by putting made in Italy.
Yes.
What stops us?
Yeah, let me tell you this, why it is like that. I'm beginning to tell even our political office holders, when they become public office holders, the same shoe, the same clothing, he would simply have walked down to Aba. He want to enter plane to go and buy it from London. And this is the same materials made in Aba and exported to our brothers and sisters in Italy, in London, in UK, in everywhere. Then they will enter plane. Because if you stamp it Aba, the mental picture is that our people being exotic in nature will not want to buy it. They want it to come from abroad. But I'm telling you, our people, it's a deceit on our side. Keep stamping it Aba. Keep stamping it Aba. If they see it consistently made in Aba and servicing them, they will eventually come back for it. Look at Innocent. Innocent motorcycle, from Innocent motorcycle to Innocent vehicle now.
And several brands.
And several brands. That is when we begin to make it.
So
our ideology, that is what I want us to change.
Yes.
Our ideology.
Are we just changing the ideology, or we are going to also change the narrative concerning how we think concerning our product? You know, you said it's easy for them to board a flight to go outside the country.
For exotic reasons. Not that it's easy. It's easier to go and buy it from Aba. But for exotic reasons, do you know from where this is my watch? Do you know where it's coming from? This is from London. This watch, I bought it when I was in Heathrow Airport. This watch, I bought it when I landed at John Kennedy, this and that. Do you know that I bought this thing while I was in international conference in Germany? Exotic reasons. Not that it's easier. That is the problem. And except we change. Let me tell you this. I was one person who was against the idea of rebranding Nigeria.
Dora.
Our sister was the flagship. He was the person who started the rebranding Nigeria. But I quarreled with it. Why? It's our brand, our problem. Brand has to do with a name. Is Nigeria our problem as our brand? And it's because we didn't define our problem well, we went to launch it outside. Our problem is orientation. And instead of rebranding Nigeria, it would have been reorientating Nigeria. If we change our orientation, people will say we have changed. We don't need to tell people that we have changed. They want to say it. That is why I told you when we were starting that I am usually not moved by political speeches. I am moved by political actions. Change the attitude. Nigeria will be better. Ghana saw a problem with Gold Coast and they rebranded and became Ghana. Cote d'Ivoire saw a problem with Ivory Coast and they changed to Cote d'Ivoire. We have rebranded for several years and still our brand is our brand. Have we changed? What we need is reorientation. And our NOA, the National Orientation Agency, should step up. Those of us in the media, because you may not know that I'm your professional colleague, I'm a media person. We should step up action. We should be in the vanguard of holding the political office holders accountable and responsible to the people. But of course, it appears to me that the hunter is may be as corrupt as the hunted.
Well, I'm looking at the time and I'm saying, what is the difficulty in all of us, whether it's the traditional rulers, whether it's the political leaders, whether they're just leaders of thought, coming together to say, Ndibo, it's time for us not just to think of reorientation, but to begin practically to put in place what we need to raise the level of innovation and industrial parks in the Southeast.
Yeah.
What would it take?
It takes orientation and reorientation. You know, there is a spirit that controls the mind these days, and that is the spirit of materialism. Everybody wants to make wealth from every opportunity. It doesn't work like that. We have to change our orientation and begin to see leadership as service. We must go beyond Ndibo talking and get into action. If you want to buy made in Nnewi, like the example I gave you, that spare part that was fabricated and fixed to my car didn't give me wahala again until I sold out that car. It's possible. It's doable. Let us stop talking and get into action. If you want to buy made in Aba. If you want to buy made in Omahia. If you want to buy made in Onisha. If you want to buy made in Nnewi. If you want to buy made in Ogbete. If you want to buy made in Abakaliki. If you want to buy made in Afikpo. That is it.
So that's the easiest way to
If we can buy made in Afikpo, let me not just be selfish. We can buy made in Meduguri, made in Kaduna, made in Abuja, made in Lagos. Let us stop deceiving ourselves.
So, thank you very much, Igwe Ezudo III of Ogwaji, Igwe Chinedu Mwobodo. It's my pleasure, sir, for bringing you on to Southeast.
Thank you.
And I think it's time for the Southeast to stop talking and take action.
Take action.
And that's where we call it a wrap for today's edition of Southeast News. Definitely, we'll be back tomorrow. Until then, Barik Mwado is my name. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Dike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder.
Some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
To fight and eradicate corruption, which is a constitutional duty. But are we doing so? My answer is yes, because the anti-corruption agencies appears to be hamstrung by so many factors, including political factors, interference from those who ought not to interfere with the job of the anti-corruption agencies. Anti-corruption agencies have the power to call for any documents, and I think that they are doing that job and doing it well, but the end product of the efforts they put and the way some power that be interfere with the system and make the independent institution not independent, I think is the bane of the fight against corruption. And I have always said Nigeria is only a funny country where government advertises its achievements on the pages of newspaper and by the medium of television, but when you go to the site, you will not see it. It will surprise you to know that this level of sophisticated corruption is being elevated, so much so now that you can see corrupt judgments being delivered in favor of corrupt public and private officials. How do they do it? With the connivance of people in power, some people in power, who have vested interest in taking away money from the treasuries of this country. They organize litigation, don't defend that litigation, court that is presiding may not know, and judgment is delivered against the institutions, and in the twinkle of an eye, money is being taken out of the treasury of out of Nigerian treasuries for purposes of being sharing, because there is a vested interest. That is why in most cases now, or in some cases, not in most cases, you see that some judgments are purely RNG judgments that enabled the power, some power that be, to take money out of our treasuries for purposes of sharing it. And so that's another species of corruption under the anti-corruption government that is not being noticed and fought by the government that came to power by anti-corruption on the mattress of fighting corruption. And there are many of these. When you read some judgments, you also weep for Nigerian people, how, for instance, an order will be made for a party in the case who is a defendant to be asked to go and investigate whether the contract you are in court to enforce had commenced. My understanding of a breach of contract is that you first of all had performed your own part of obligation of the contract, you have executed the contract, bill of there's a name for it, you are certified to, there is no evidence of execution of a contract. You rush to court and you secure an order of court that the court will say a defendant in an action should go and investigate whether or not that contract has been performed. Does it not sound absurd? And it involves humongous amount of money in foreign currency. And then you are saying that we are fighting corruption. I am bothered about our character as a people. I am bothered about our love for our nation, Nigeria. How many of us really love Nigerians? That in the interest of generation yet unborn? These are questions that we need to ask. So this corruption is inbuilt. And I think that on the earlier we do something about the corruption in the DNA of most Nigerians, the better for us.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions.
Okay, so you see them at times being transfused, but at the same time you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change.
We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome once again to Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and today we're talking about something that many people experience but few talk about openly, which is divorce. It's never easy, it's emotional, it's messy and life-changing. But what often gets overlooked is how different that experience can be depending whether you're a man or a woman. But we'll delve into that more in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Like I said earlier, today's topic is on divorce. We're going to be looking at the shifting expectations and the different realities. Now, more women are walking away from marriages than ever before. But that doesn't mean that they walk away free and clear, because while men often struggle with loneliness and identity after a split, women tend to face economic hardship and social judgment. And as gender roles continue to change, so do our expectations of marriage and divorce. So we're asking, Why are the outcomes so unequal? What does that say about the pressures we put on men and women in relationships today? Now, to understand why divorce looks so different for men and women, we first need to step back and look at the bigger picture by looking at our background report.
Divorce, also known as dissolution of marriage, is the process of terminating a marriage or marital union. Divorce usually entails the cancelling or reorganizing of the legal duties and responsibilities of marriage, thus dissolving the bonds of matrimony between a married couple under the rule of law of the particular country or state. It can be said to be a legal dissolution of a marriage by a court or other competent body. It is the legal process of ending a marriage. In recent decades, divorce has evolved from a rare and stigmatized event to a common reality for millions across the globe. But while the frequency of divorce may suggest a societal normalization, the experience of divorce remains far from equal across gender lines. The changing expectations placed on men and women, both within and outside of marriage, have not only altered who chooses to end a marriage but also shaped the vastly different emotional, financial, and social realities each gender faces after divorce. A striking gender divide begins with the initiation of divorce itself. Research consistently shows that women initiate approximately 69% of divorces. This trend has been attributed to a variety of factors, including emotional dissatisfaction, inequality in household responsibilities, and what sociologists call emotional labor, the invisible work women often perform to manage a relationship. As gender roles shift and women increasingly seek partnership over patriarchy, many find themselves disillusioned when modern marriages fail to meet these evolving expectations. Yet, initiating divorce does not guarantee a smoother post-divorce experience, especially for women. Financial consequences remain among the most gendered aspects of divorce. Women, particularly those over 50, often face a dramatic decline in their standard of living. In cases of grey divorce, studies show women's economic security can drop by as much as 45%, compared to 21% for men. Despite educational gains and increasing workforce participation, women still earn less, take on the majority of unpaid caregiving, and struggle more with poverty following marital breakdown. Men, while also affected, tend to recover financially more quickly and are more likely to repartner, further stabilizing their economic situation. Emotionally, the post-divorce journey reveals a different pattern. Women, perhaps due to stronger social networks or more experience seeking support, often demonstrate greater emotional resilience after divorce. In contrast, men tend to suffer deeper declines in mental and physical health. Research has found that divorced men have higher rates of depression, loneliness, and even mortality compared to married men. The gendered norms that discourage men from expressing vulnerability or seeking help often leave them less prepared to cope with the emotional fallout of divorce. Parenting and child custody present yet another arena of inequality. Although legal systems in many countries have moved toward more equitable custody arrangements, mothers still carry the bulk of post-divorce childcare responsibilities. This imbalance not only limits their economic opportunities but also increases time-related stress and burnout. Meanwhile, fathers, custodial ones, often struggle to maintain consistent involvement, either due to logistical barriers or societal expectations that downplay their caregiving role. This can have ripple effects, not just on parental well-being, but on children's development, particularly among boys, who studies suggest are more negatively impacted by reduced contact with their fathers after divorce. Cultural context adds another layer of complexity. In Western societies, divorce may be increasingly accepted, but in more traditional cultures, women who leave marriages still face harsh social stigma. In parts of Africa and South Asia, for instance, divorced women may be shunned by their families, denied financial independence, and viewed as morally suspect. These societal attitudes often deter women from leaving even abusive or deeply unhappy marriages, reinforcing cycles of gender-based disadvantage. Amid these challenges, however, change is happening. Concepts like shared parenting, equitable asset division,